work correctly after 2 weeks of nothing. You can listen to music on YouTube and Spotify. That's actually been an interesting thing, that there's been a lot of people, and I haven't really had one where the other I've gone with it quite yet. Historically, I've listened to DMCA safe music in the background on my channel when I'm not playing a game that's particularly good music within itself. But there's been a lot of discussions on Twitch in the last year or so about generally just not playing music in the background at all, so that viewers could choose what music they want to listen to, kind of thing. So it has definitely been an interesting consideration there, versus, like, you know, historically playing all that stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, for me as a content creator, I have to go out of my way to seek out DMCA-safe music. And one thing is I don't do much of it anymore, because I would get stuff like Pretzel, where you could get DMCA-safe music and all that you paid a subscription for. But then your VOD would get muted anyways, because it'd miss flag as not being copyright safe. And then you could turn around and be like, hey man, I do have the rights to it. And, you know, then Twitch would be like, oh, our bad, you're fine, and unmute your VOD. But by then, no one's watching the VOD. Like, they'll watch it right after it happens, kind of thing. And that's also kind of one of those things that, on top of that, you run into that on YouTube. Like, you'll have the same thing where it misflags that, again, you have the rights to the song for the purpose of rebroadcasting, that you've paid extra for that. And it will just auto-flag and be like, can't monetize, you broke copyright. And you're like, I didn't break copyright, I paid for the rights for this, for the express purpose of this thing. So I don't really play, like, if I play music, I might break out, like, a game soundtrack or whatever nowadays, because, you know, your video is going to do its best perform things. But so you think, seeing people make their own music get copyright flagged for playing it? Yeah, no, absolutely. Because it's all based on signatures and all that, and you'll end up having parts of songs that the signature lines up, because that particular sets of one things. Imagine playing GTA on DVD and getting copyright strike. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing that happens. That's actually one of the reasons why, with, like, GTA, I don't plan on streaming it on the channel. Like, we ran into that a number of times when I first started streaming. I was doing GTRP. Like, I wasn't doing GTRP because of streaming, I was streaming because of GTRP. And yeah, you'd walk by, there was some of the buildings in the game had music associated with them that you couldn't turn off. Like, even if you turned off the game music, it would still play, and it would still get you hit with, like, the, hey, you played whatever track that building was playing. Okay, we've got, Palatine has leveled up, or not leveled up, aged up. So I got 4 passions. And I like to kind of spread those passions around. Okay, so you got Quick Sleeper, Fast Walker. That's a nice combination. You actually bought a ton of music, and thankfully the company seems to be up to date with Twitch. Yeah, no thing. You see Cash is looking at the Rhino, Manhunter? I mean, at this point, honestly, my melee pawns could probably handle the Rhino by themselves without too much of an issue. Alright, so let's get everyone over here. Never mind. Right, so to catch people up, because there's been a whole discussion going on before stream, but to catch people up what we've got going on, we are running a colony in RimWorld here that is using what is known as the, which being known as the Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. Ultimately, what that means is any faction I've got negative standings where they're marked as hostile. If you've ever done the Odyssey run, where you, like the Odyssey, DLC's Odyssey scenario, where you grab the grab ship and then the mechs chase you from place to place, where outside of, like, Super Cheese, you can't stay in one place. Like, the attack that comes from them chasing you is, like, it ignores raid points, it ignores your wealth, and just, like, scales to 11 for the purpose of murdering you, which does mean you just have to keep running. It's that, but anyone who is hostile, including the mechs. So the immediate goal we've got right now is to try and get these last couple to be neutral with us. And yeah, I mean, minus 70 base, it still will only transition, it's like minus 12 or whatever per year or something like that. It's very manageable. I mean, you just look at what we've got here already. I've got all of these to neutral, them to allied, and I've got just a couple more. Like, those two are going to transition towards neutral on their own. So I've only got 2 more that are predispositioned to wanting to be hostile. I'll basically have to effectively pay them a tithe every so often by gifting them stuff to keep the relationship up. But honestly, with how much extra food you produce and everything, that's not really a problem. Right now, we're kind of doing a resupply one. We've got a bunch of food here, and we're just trying to take the time to rebuild up our food again. We've got some... I don't really love you getting that close. Okay, let's kill these two. I'm worried about this warg and this panther that they're running around next to. Earthrush just became an adult just now. Okay, so you're tough. So we'll give you a mix of all of that. And I guess I'm going to give you a double passion and melee. Because that'll... Well... No, I'm not. Because the only trait here I'd really want is trigger happy, which leans towards shooting. We give you double passion and crafting. Okay. So what we're going to do is that... Cougar. We have eliminated this warg. Yeah, that's what it's like. It's like, oh, you know, double passion, melee, tough, all that. And it's like, oh, wait, trigger happy, never mind. Any other dangerous animals I need to deal with? They're just foxes. So carry about your day. That way we don't need to worry about any random, you know, person is being hunted by whatever. Yeah, that makes Earthrush one of our best pawns so far as that. So we can also take Earthrush. Congratulations, you no longer get to have a full day of recreation. Welcome to adulthood, where you just don't have enough time to have fun. Why were you upset? You're drowsy and you ate without table. Yeah, so those are very, very impressive rooms. Alright. So, things we've also got going on... Right, so we're working... So, let me go back. So, we're working on getting these factions that are hostile to be friendly. When that happens, that doesn't mean we've won. We haven't stopped the pursuit. We still have the mechs after us. So, ultimately, we will need to go after the mechs. I think the mech hive has already appeared? It hasn't. Huh. Okay. But whenever the... Like, we'll keep pursuing getting these mech core... Or these grav cores. Until the mech hive appears. This is my next target over here. We're right there right now. We're just kind of recouping. We do have one person who's addicted to Luciferum. We're doing pretty good on it. I got a pretty big resupply, so we're sitting on 36. Use about one every 6 days, so it's about twice a season. A little over. So that does ultimately mean over the course of a year, you take about 10 Luciferum. So pretty much what that person has, they've got roughly... Was it like roughly like 3 years worth of Luciferum, if I'm not mistaken? My math could be wrong. And all that. So I feel pretty comfortable with that. We'll probably just find the rest as we go. We do have one unnatural healer in the group. How do you keep your Lucy safe from binges? Honestly, I don't think I've seen a Lucy binge from before Royalty came out. I mean, mostly I just keep my pawns happy so they don't get upset very often. There's a reason they have these ridiculously overindulgent rooms and that kind of stuff going on. Like this break room could certainly do. Yeah, no, I was gonna say I don't think I've seen it get a binge because I think they removed that because it was so punishing. And I usually don't have to worry about most of the other drug binges because the only thing I tend to keep around is Psi-T is about the only one. Even though like stuff like Goju's can be immensely powerful, addiction sucks. Yeah, no, I tend to go with my bases and be pretty kind to my people. But the other thing we've got going on here is I have just started working on getting the genes extracted. You've seen a lot of animals die to drugs, but not Lucy. Oh man, was it our first or second Odyssey win that we were looking at? We had a bunch of Thrumbo and everything, or I think it was Alpha Thrumbo even. But you know, it's doing the thing that happens to Thrumbo over time where they just become a ball of scars. And I was sitting on like 100-something Lucy, so I was like, alright, we're giving Lucy to the Thrumbo. So I had the Lucy on Thrumbo. That was a mistake. Not because it was going through the Luciferum, but you can't make them take it themselves. So I had to like manually like do like Operation Give Luciferum to the Thrumbo. Because for those who don't know, the Luciferum does cure scars over time. I will say a Thrumbo on Lucy is a pretty menacing thing. It was pretty fun to watch. I do wonder, if like going into a fight, you get a Thrumbo, you hit it with some, like have it on its Lucy, and hit it with some Go Juice going into a fight. I wonder how that goes. I wonder if you could just drug up a Thrumbo and just make it just slam stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and we're going to chuck Cookie in here. Because we are starting our gene extracting. We got lucky, we got Robust as one of our very first ones. But what we're looking for is, I have a Sanguiphage in the basement that I'm looking to try and get super fast wound healing is the big one I want. Really, fast runner would be nice as well. Most of the other stuff I don't care about. It was basically the ones I wanted was Robust, Fast Runner, Super Fast Wound Healing. Obviously, Very Fast Runner would be good. But yeah. Let's see, honestly for that, you would just dev mode and remove Luciferum need. Then just load X amount into a drop pod and send in the middle of nowhere. I could see doing something like that. Like, I could see that argument being like, okay, I've drugged this Thrumbo on Luciferum. You know, dev mode, remove it. Launch 10 out into the sun. Okay, next year I have to do it again. Bounty for Shield. Orange does Shield make, maybe company... Wait, what? Okay. Alpha Woman, whatever, has sent you a message. A fugitive named Shield has escaped her custody and used the transport pod to flee to an abandoned orbital platform. Shield was in the custody of an unauthorized genetic experiment. Having heard rumors of your grabship, the Alpha Woman asked you to travel to the abandoned platform, kill Shield. If you do so, okay, that's fine. Shield may be in the company of hostiles. Okay, so I had misread that, which is the reason I got confused. Okay, we got Dead Calm. Dead Calm's nice. And I misread that as, like, they were hostile to that. What do you think about a biphasic sleep schedule in RimWorld or in real life? I don't know enough about it in real life. I've heard promising things about it, but it is something I would say out of ignorance. In RimWorld, so when you're saying biphasic, what you're talking about is instead of having like one big 8-hour sleep, doing like a block of 4 and then a block of 4. I feel like it'd be more negative than positive, and the reason I would say that is because you have to remember you have to path to and from where you're sleeping. Yeah, not to say. I could see it being a good way to keep your mood up and be ready for fights, so I could definitely see the argument there. Like, I don't think it's one of those things to just hand down dismiss or whatever. I would be concerned about all the work time you would lose from the pathing back and forth to bed. Rare Thrombos. Okay, don't care about that. Maybe for transfer sleep accelerator? Well, sleep accelerator, then I would argue that makes it even make less sense to be biphasic. Because you would still pay the same cost in pathing while having a reduced amount of sleep to need in the first place. So I feel like the sleep accelerator would reduce the effectiveness of biphasic sleeping. I can see the merit for biphasic. The mood is a very meaningful consideration, and being combat ready. So you'd be trading mood and combat readiness at the cost of productivity, which is honestly not a bad trade if you can afford to give up the productivity. So it feels like something you might do later game, but it's probably harder to justify earlier game. Would be what I would think, having not done it myself. The one I need to do that I haven't really done From what you heard, the better mood really helps with production. Yeah, I mean, if you're running into mood breaks, yes. Well, I mean, I guess because you get go frenzies and all that. Huh. Yeah, I could also see the argument that depends on what their job is, like researchers and crafters and cooks, so people are going to just generally be chilling inside your area nearby. I feel like biphasic would be way easier to justify, versus people who are like hunting, mining, you know, that, like the stuff where they're going to have to run really far at times. I feel like it'd be much harder to justify it. Alright, exotic trade good. So let's see what you've got for me. This is what I was hoping to see. So we got UV sensitivity. So cool, I'm not going to use. Orange, strong immunity, sterile, mild sensitivity. Probably not that one. You can have that. I'll keep the calm. That's a good filler one. The mild UV sensitivity, I'll probably leave that alone. Archogenetics book, I'll take that. We are starting to make all our bionics and coagulators. Archotech leg, I don't think I can make that happen. As much fun as that would be, I got about 500 bucks to my name. I mean, I could get rid of a bunch of these pulsers. They are just sitting here. That's giving up a lot for this leg. Give me the 2 glitter. We give up the sentient catalysts. Yeah, it is a nice leg, so it's like, okay. I might just go with that and keep this extra... Oh, they don't have the money. Never mind, I won't do that. I also realize I don't actually have any books laying around. Glitterworld medicine's only 37 bucks? Yeah, Glitterworld's not that expensive. It's just hard to come by. Okay. Oh, skill trainer medical? Alright, skill trainer medical. Grab one of the people who's got a little bit of a passion, but is currently terrible. Come, small child. Stick this in your eye. I missed entirely where you put us trying to watch for it. Because I hit the wrong thing, I'm guessing. So I can go... medical. Alright, we'll try that again. Stick that in your eye. Congratulations, you're now a doctor. Yup, straight to 9 medical. Okay. So, we definitely got different contestants worth giving the leg. Oh, let's see here. Oh, you don't have a knee spike? I'm honestly at the stage. Our melee pawn shouldn't get the knee spike. Yeah, so Gallo's actually on a prosthetic leg. So I do think Gallo's getting it. So add, install Archotech leg left. We are going to jump up to using the best medicine. Then we're gonna have Leafy Pew do it because Leafy Pew's our best. Is Leafy Pew our best doctor? Yeah, Leafy Pew's our best doctor. We're gonna stay on top of that. Alright, all that's gonna be ready to harvest very soon. Because we are starting to make bionic limbs to start bionicking out our other people. Nice. And M. Gallo can now go fast, a good friend. Yeah, so we did get Dead Calm. I like Dead Calm. It's not what I go out of my way to give people, but it is one that, with Dead Calm, what I tend to do is, like, if I've got the spare point, without, like, penalizing their hunger, I will add Dead Calm in there. Because Dead Calm means they will never break out of prison, and they will never social fight. And when they have breaks, they have a tendency to not be violent. And I consider social fights as one of those things that'll sneak up and get you a lot of times. You have a question regarding ideology that hoping someone can help. Google's not helping much. You have 7 colonists, 4 are your ideology, 3 are not. But they have their own individual ones. If you add another colonist who is not mine, does yours get overridden at 4 and 4? Or do they all need to be the same? They would all need to be the same. Yours, because it has the majority, so far as just raw number, would still be your main ideology. If I've understood your question correctly. Let's go ahead and we're going to stop making the knee spikes. I know they don't have the money and I don't care. We're going to stop making the knee spikes entirely. We'll let the fabrication bench go, and we're going to wait until we get through making all of the bits and bobs here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ooh, we want the... I already have that. Yeah, I already have that on the list. Yes, we're good. And thank you for the follow and all that good stuff, but yeah. Yep. Now, even if your colony's main ideology switches or whatever, as long as you have a moral guide, you can fix it. And thank you, the Tergalis, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month you used it here. And it means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Alright, so we got the trade caravans here. So pretty soon we're going to start harvesting all these potatoes, which is what we've been waiting on. And we're going to go through... And we are going to continue to wipe out all wildlife so that we may consume. So that we can have our poster on the wall that says, live, laugh, consume. And we got dangerous animal on the map. And now we don't. Alright. So give me super fast wound healing. Surrender it. Soon, Lou, your suffering will stop. I will allow you to leave. I will remove you from captivity, I should say. The moment you give me the traits I want. Aggressive. Get that the hell out of here. That actually makes me curious. So let's take a peek. I'm not gonna actually probably do it. We are running a mod that lets me see what the outcome is when I'm dealing with someone who is not a baseliner. So we've got where did you go? JD here. So JD is a Neanderthal. If I put Dead Calm, it does override aggressive. Okay, that's worth considering. I want another negative in there so that they're not extra hungry. Because honestly, the extra hunger is awful. Get rid of slow learning as well. I mean, I don't have something to get rid of it right now. I'm not super worried about slow learning. It does suck, like, to be entirely honest. But as much as it sucks, I see aggressive as way worse personally. I actually put social fights as one of the things I see as like one of the biggest negatives you run into. In that it feels like it's not that big a deal, but then you start to notice all like the fingers and toes and scars and all that you build up as people beat the crap out of each other again and again because people insult each other all the time. And it is just a thing that they will slowly weaken and wear down your pawns, or you'll expend resources to continuously fixing all the little injuries they accrue. And a lot of times it'll be like the worst time, like your two melee pawns will go at each other right before a big fight. And so you go into the fight with like your two melee pawns half dead. And just be like, cool, this is gonna help us. You got your bed frame put together? Nice. My day has been relatively good. It's, I definitely like, it was one of those days because I slept really terribly yesterday. And I slept really well last night, but it was definitely one of those days because of like missing a whole day's of sleep basically, because just whatever. You know, I had my alarm to wake up. I kind of looked at it, it's like timer 1 hour, go back to sleep. It's like I only got one important chore to get done today. It doesn't need that much time. Go back to sleep. Which there's one thing it's gonna do. I accidentally got... So I got... When I go to get coffee for Toom, I'll get like a bunch of different bags of different stuff because she likes variety and all that. And I didn't read one of the bags properly, and so one of them was not pre-ground. So I was like, alright, well, I'll clean up the coffee grinder because I was actually using it for grinding hot peppers, not coffee. Then I dehydrate the peppers and grind them. I'm not doing that. Flash storm. Please don't burn down my fields. You suck. Stop. I remember I used to always get, there was a mod to make the zone you repair and put out fires and all that a separate zone from the zone you like go to clean up the ground, because of the whole thing about you don't want your people going out and cleaning up your fields and all that. It's just a weird use of time. Alright, so I'm observing now that we're just not getting this built. So let's go ahead, even though it probably doesn't matter. Like I should have done it a while ago. Okay. But yeah, so I went to go and it's like, alright, I'll get the coffee grinder cleaned up and I'll go and grind the coffee since you got work today and all that. They got the coffee grinder cleaned up and it is dead. It is all the way dead. Like, not a peep, not a nothing. It's like, okay. Did you... It's such a stupid game. I'm so tired of people just pathing into fire for no reason at all. Like, literally no reason at all. Just like, yep, gonna just run to this fire real fast. I actually, surprisingly, I don't think I have a single person who can't. I got one person who can't firefight, and that's only because of age. Okay, so we're starting to get all our potatoes up. So, cloth, we are way beyond good. Components, we're doing fine. The one thing let's do here is... Go ahead and load you up. Put one of the shuttle engines in there. I've got spares. Grab all these bits of leather. Chuck that in there. Chuck the side T in there. Chuck the spare side leaves. You can have the aggressive trait. I don't want it. There's a machine pistol and a plasteel knife. There's a worn out helmet. Alright, and with that, where was it? We can go ahead and chuck some crap medicine in there too. There, and I told him to go get more. And I did tell him to kill the boomerats while it's raining. Plus, once I wall the outside, I don't mind killing, you know, boomerats and all that out there. Are you using Villain Expanded mod on RimWorld? No. I think you would know that I pretty much never run anything like that. Because you specifically know that I run basically pretty much no mods at any time. That's not true. Not literally no mods, but very, very mod light. Like, Vanilla Expanded does some cool things. I just find, for me personally, once I start getting any of those mods involved, they start adding a bunch of ridiculous stuff that it really screws with the game's balance. Like, the more the mod covers, the more wild things it tends to change. Like, I know people once in a while ask me if I've ever done the Save Our Ship 2, which I gave it a good couple tries on stream, but like, yeah. That's one of those ones that are like, oh, this game, like, this mod has, like, no anything is working the way it's supposed to. Alright, so we got 49, 76, 82. 82 is looking like our highest bidder here. Because those who give me the most reputation are those who shall receive the prize. Alright. We have now made another faction neutral. Almost turned them ally. So you don't know why the pawns... Oh, no, this is nothing new, Darth. The pawns will quite often pass through fire and lava. You know, under certain conditions. Okay, so that's 7 days, so stop planting everything. We're gonna go zone, expand nearby only, restrict everyone to nearby, and just tell them to harvest. Let's get those potatoes cashed in. But yeah, no, it's been a thing for RimWorld forever, like mods and otherwise. Even when I've run, because like when Odyssey dropped, we ran completely free of mods and all that, and you still had people just, they'd walk into the lava. There's a couple different things that cause it. Like, for one, let's pretend, for example, I have a fire here. And I go, okay, right here in the middle of that fire, I tell them to build something. Because there's no valid path, they will pass through the fire to reach the thing. So there's definitely one. Where there's no viable path, they will go. Another thing that happens is, let's pretend we've got, again, here's where we're trying to go. And there's, you know, just this area is all obscured. And then we've got some fire here. And so the character's calculated path when it comes, it says, okay, I'm going to go along here, then zig around the fire, and then go up and do the thing. But the problem is it calculates that path, and the pawn starts walking, and then the fire spreads. Well, it's already got that calculated path, and it just walks into the fire, and that's the end of it. Because it's not constantly recalculating its path every step. So that's another way it happens, which is more than likely what happened over there. But there's a handful of situations that will cause your people to walk into fire. But as long as there's a valid path, and that the fire doesn't spread or the lava doesn't spread, usually it's okay. There's also a few other ones, like when you're nature running, or going for a walk, it seems like during those two recreational activities, whatever their logic is for avoiding fire and lava and other dangers, doesn't seem to have either the same weighting or something, that you'll have them just, like, run into a fire for no reason. You just remember in Fallout 4, you got a heavy mod collection capability by increasing the non-light plugin limit, 256 with quad digits. Okay. I mean, if you enjoy waiting for Fallout to take 2 hours to boot up, that's a life decision you could make. I know a number, like, I've seen people who like streaming RimWorld that they'll have like 200 mods loading, and something will happen and their game will crash because they're running again like 200 mods. And fair enough, like a crash during a stream's not a big deal. And then they go to reboot RimWorld and it takes like 15-20 minutes for the game to finally finish booting up everything. Because every one of those little mods is just another little thing on top of it. And if they're light mods, it's probably not that bad. But like a lot of it's like these big, massive overhaul mods that, you know, completely rework sidecasting and completely rework, you know, the biotech genes and all that. Fallout for updated support for that? Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think they should have any type of arbitrary limit on the number of mods you run. Like, you... For me, mods have always been like, hey man, use at your own risk. But like, I am definitely a fan of games that say, hey man, here's the guardrails of where we think you should not consider going past before things start not working well. We're not going to stop you if you want to go outside those guardrails. We might give you a warning being like, hey buddy, just so you know, your game's probably going to run like crap. But like, we'll let you do it. Yeah, so right now, since we got 7 days, so we gotta go. We're just loading up all the potatoes we've grown. So most of the people are just hauling right now because I've restricted them to not be able to reach anything else worth doing. And then the other ones are just harvesting. And we keep doing that until, actually, we're already seeing the potatoes pile up here. Oh, right, that was a shelf I made dedicated just for steel because we kept not having steel because they were leaving it all outside. I mean, to be fair, I have 7,000 raw food, which is almost entirely potatoes. Yep, there's nothing more for us here. Okay, where's our next destination? So we've got this location over here. I'm pretty sure I can't reach it. Unfortunately, I don't have an asteroid overhead that I can get some Vaxstone. We've been trying to make that happen, but, like, there's this giant abyss of no asteroids this entire side of the planet. So I can jump up, pursuing the asteroids up here for the Vaxstone, so I can increase my jump range. Or I can go over here. Both of those will probably be 2 jumps. I'm leaning towards we jump up here somewhere. And, because I'm willing to bet if we go to you and choose range... Oh, it might even be 3 jumps. It's fine. Okay. Alright, so I figure we go towards the frozen terraformer. It is also interesting that it's putting, like, all these things over here, the ancient complexes and all that. Yeah, I think we go towards the frozen terraformer. Actually, no. You know what? I take that back. Let's just start going north. So we can get the vac zone. Because we're being heavily limited. We are just chucking everything on the ground at this point, so there's no point in staying. I could harvest that just to leave it on the ground behind me. Alright. Is there any points of interest I'd like to visit vaguely in this direction? River confluence in a bay, coastal island, increased animal life archipelago. So none of those are exciting. I mean, they're cool terrains and all that for, like, starting a colony, but for me, just jumping from place to place, it's kind of a nothing burger. Alright, so we're just going to jump as far as we can. Let's see, the one super modder friend you had just mods to mod, it takes like 4 weeks for him to get everything up and running. He plays for like half a week and then goes to the mod the next game because modding is the hobby, not playing the game. Yep. Yep, I know a lot of people like that. And not yucking their yum or whatever. Like, do what you're gonna do and all that. It's not a thing I personally enjoy or can relate to as wanting to. Like, way back in the day when I was playing Dark Reign, which is a real-time strategy game from way back in the day, like, I liked modding that, but that was more actually making the mods. So, like, going in, they had INI files that would have all the unit stats and everything, getting a couple different things for the sprites and all that, and then putting together, like, a working thing. But that was physically making the mod, not just grabbing a mod off whatever and dumping the files in the correct folders or whatever. Right. So this is just a stayover place. We're not going to stay here long. There's no geothermal, so our power's going to go out. It is one of the negatives of grasslands. We overheated, so we get to stay here longer. Zone. Dumping stockpile. We can just put it right here. So no examples of ore. Do we have jade? We do not. We have plasteel. We do not. We have free components. We do not. Alright. Look like we've got a whole lot of nothing. But yeah, and most of the people I know who do, like, the really, really big, like, 200 mod runs and all that, it is one of those things that I tend to find they fuss with their mods for a very long time. But then only play the game for a day or two or whatever. You tried to mod Skyrim in a very impressive way, upgrading the graphics, NPC behavior. It kept crashing at one point on the map after 3 weeks. You just gave up because you wanted to play it. Yeah, it's kind of exactly the same thing. I've also had times where I've modded and then it was just a thing that you get into doing a lot of heavy modding and then things start to crash or like you get soft locked. Because we did that on stream. I was doing we were doing a very heavily modded Stardew Valley run. When I say heavily modded, it actually wasn't that heavy by most people's standards. We were running the Stardew Valley Vanilla Expanded mod and the Ridgeside Village mod, and then just the mods to support that and nothing else. And we put a big playthrough on the stream, and we got right up to the ending to the Ridgeside Village. We got to, like, one of the very last parts of its scenario, and then we got soft-locked. Because it was supposed to open a portal, and then the portal just didn't appear. And even had, like... I even tried to work with the devs to, like, they had me, you know, run different, like, commands and all that sort of stuff to try and, like, force the portal to reappear, or to, like, reset the items I had to gather to make the portal appear and try again, and a bunch of different things, and just none of it worked. So we ended up just having to, like, abandon the save. Which pretty much what that meant was I didn't play it at all. We just abandoned. So it was like just a really big letdown to get that far in, just to then, you know, drop it. I want one of those stoves to come online. Okay, we did get a stove online. That's all I wanted. Is to get one of those stoves online. I don't really care about the rest of it blinking saying no power. That's all fine. But if we can get one of the stoves online, that means we can at least cook packaged meals while we're stuck waiting here. I actually don't care about this one. Like, grabbing a grav core, I'm gonna need the grav panels to go with it. So, I've already got plenty of things going. Windy grasslands might be your favorite biome combo. The grasslands are an interesting one. I like that for a lot of people who you get the geothermal power and you're just good. The lack of geothermal vents is kind of its own kind of hush-hush quiet. This is actually a very difficult thing for that. Obviously, there's alternatives. You build batteries and you do wind turbines and all that kind of stuff, whatever. You know, or you could do solar and batteries and all that. Get to a bioferrite and do that. Oh yeah, we have the remote survey as well. Okay. So we've got warm is the one they're offering. I don't care about warm. I think we're good on medicine for right now. All the rest of that's pretty good. I could get a prestige cataphract helmet, but I don't think I'm going to care about that. We're going to pass on this one. Alright. Yeah, it's pretty much what we're doing here. Is just hunting all the local wildlife, making packaged meals. We're going to have to wait 5 days for our engines to cool down because we overheated. That's all fine. Yeah, I'm trying to make my way up. We don't actually care about the machinery and that on these asteroids. I just want the vac stone. Because with that, I can build more of these engines. I can make 5 more on here. And if I get 5 more of those big engines, our jump range will go from, like... Here, I can actually use it better with the UI. Our jump range will go from, like, right here to probably around, like, out this area-ish. Making it way easier to get around. Also... That's really weird that it has that weird carve-out. Normally it's a straight hexagon. I don't know why that one's carved out weirdly. As far as my favorite biome, I actually really like the mushroom forests. It is a little limiting because of it being perfect, you know, permanent darkness and all that. But like, it's just kind of a cool tile where you have like the mushroom forest going on. Maybe the weirdness about the tiles has to do with the sphere. It could be. Most of these games that they use the hexagon or octagonal tiles, if you actually look at it, there'll be some point where it kind of finesses the stuff to be a little weird. Did you hit one of the funny polygons? That's what I'm guessing. Got another person who's come to trade. Alright. So you've got some barrels, a little bit of medicine, some regular components. We don't care about any of that. Some Molotovs, some kids' clothing. That's all fine. If you remember correctly, there's a handful of places on the RimWorld map that have only 5 sides. Yeah. What I was going to say is almost all the games that use like the hexagonal tiles and all that, or even square tiles, but on a spherical map, you'll eventually find somewhere that they have to finagle things because it won't perfectly line up because of the nature of spheres versus these other things. Our generator went offline because it needed a new component. Cool, the stove did come back online. That's what I care. Is I want one of those stoves to be running. Alright, Alright, what genes do we still want out of JD? We've got the robust. The poor shooting can be useful, and poor intellectual can be useful. We already have the poor social. Because we get poor intellectual for our non-researcher people, that makes space for some stuff. I don't know if I did this yet. I must have. It came up almost empty. Cool. So I think we're good on all that. Let's see. So I've got the fire foam popper here. I got the one in the production room. I've got the one in the research room. I haven't gone out of way. Those have been stolen fire foam poppers. I've got the one in the hospital. I've got the one in that room. Honestly, let's put one in this room because that's going to have a lot of high value in it eventually. So sparing a little steel and a component to secure that's not a bad spend. Okay, so we're just having everyone basically hunt everything. Alright, so what do I have you doing? So I have you wardening and all that. You're a fast walker, quick sleeper. You've got multiple people growing stuff. You don't do construction. You're an extra crafter. And you are a dedicated mining person. Was that mortar free space? Future storage? You mean here? Or do you mean here? This is going to be my engines back in this area, so my engines will cover that whole area. So I have just enough here for the launch pod, the telescope, the mortar, and the shelf. Yeah, but I don't have the vac stone. That's the reason I'm trying to work my way up towards these asteroids. We actually haven't gone to a regular old asteroid. We've gone to lots of space platforms, but just plain old asteroids. We haven't hit a single one yet. I'll go to power off that. It'd be nice to get one of these benches online. Are engines considered walls? Yes. For purposes of being like airtight and all that, and not being able to walk through, then yes. Why is there a vulture inside my ship? How did you get in there? I don't have any exterior doors locked open. I do. That was from a past raid. Well, Vulture, you're gonna have a rough time and not too long. So we just have you going to make the bionic eye. And then we're gonna start doing a massive upgrade on someone. Okay, that's a problem. Toggle off all the heaters. Give you some medicine. Yeah, there's a reason every single ship you see, I almost always put the core immediately in its own little wall. And it is just that thing that they can absolutely steal... You know, they could absolutely just steal your core, and then your whole ship is no longer functional. And that's just kind of the end of it at that point for your grab ship. You can eventually get a new core, but I think you have to wait like a full in-game year for the event to come back up. Which, needless to say, if you're being chased by factions or whatever, means no more ship. Strange signal. We can do a little bit of research while we wait. We've still got 4 more days so we can move on to the next spot. Right. So you got the remote survey. I will accept that. Where's the survey site? Is that in the direction of an asteroid? No. Then I'm not going to worry about it. The fuel optimizer is more of a convenience thing, not an important thing. Alright, got the monolith. Once again, way buried in the corner. Okay. How much penioxylin do we have left? Probably not much. By not much, I mean not any. To be fair, you need a lot of Nutramine to keep your penioxylin up once your colony starts getting a pretty considerable number of people. Harbinger trees. You can do that, but do not allow animals. Alright, so we are working on disruptor flares. That's really good. I would really like to get the Silophagy and Chronophagy. But disruptor flare is a big one. There's actually something working out for me, is in the past I've awoken the monolith to like the next tier up. But because we're not doing anomaly stuff as a priority, I've been completely ignoring it. And then the added benefit of that, though, is it does mean we haven't unlocked the ability to do advanced anomaly research, which works out great because I actually don't care about that. When you're looking at your anomaly stuff, the big ones for me is the Chronophagy and the disruptor flares, and then, you know, by that means the bioharvester to enable those two things. You do have some really cool stuff with like ghouls and the serums and all that over here, and the bioferrite generator is really awesome and all that. Right, we're only casually dating Cthulhu. We don't want to commit to Cthulhu. We're young. We want to experience a little bit of life first. We know that we don't know enough to make an informed decision. All right, so they're going to be landing here. So they give us a bunch of uranium. So weirdly, I can go and accept the goodwill from them. Ah, so that wouldn't give me the book I'd want. I was going to say, what I could do is accept this one, take the jade, and then send the jade over to someone else to make them happy. Honestly, we could still do that. Because it's goodwill with the Empire, who I'm already allies with. That's actually not a bad position for us. We got a nice big set of rocks. They're probably going to spawn on this edge of the map anyways. Gonna take apart their shuttle. Okay, let's grab all of our combat-capable people. Technically, that does include Leafy Pew, because Leafy Pew can stun despite being a pacifist. But Cthulhu has so much love to give. Yep, well... Look, the tentacle thing is just a phase. Just want to have a little bit of a wild time and then settle to something a little less wild. Okay, so this is actually a really good news thing. It's all melee. Let's reposition over here. They're gonna run forward and like engage them at close range because the AI is really, really dumb when it comes to that, and will try and run forward and attack versus trying to stand back. I mean, this one's actually not too bad. I mean, this guy over here is demonstrating what the Empire normally fights. That guy immediately went down. All right. So rescue you. Allow everything. Yeah, so sadly bio-coded. And we'll let the fire sort out the bodies. This year, True Football World Cup was great. A lot of exciting matches, despite people calling it soccer and other stuff. I do enjoy people like getting all up in arms with how it's named and all that. All right, and so what we're gonna do here real fast is there's a book. That's our unnatural healer has the thing where they psychic scream every once in a while. Every once in a while, everyone gets to collapse. Alright, just want to get the Jade on board because we're just going to load that stuff up they just gave us. Cool, and with that we load this and check up a set. Been doing some Pal World and all that recently, so if you're looking for Pal World you can find that over there. We can take a bunch of this leather. But it's also done stuff like, Pokemon, a bunch of your turn-based RPGs, that kind of thing. I'll just drop a bunch of Jade in there as well. And we got Luxury in there, 305 stream streak. Do you appreciate that as well? So basically we got that book that causes us to have random mood breaks and all that stuff. And all that thing. Really hope South America and European countries pull out and start to do their own competing thing for FIFA. Yeah. I mean, especially with like all the like corruption allegations and all that, and I do think it'd be beneficial. So 41, 42. 42 is probably gonna be our winner. With all like the corruption allegations, people wanting to be not involved with it and all that, it'd probably be good. Right, no, absolutely. It's just becoming more and more like on the forefront, a lot more like very visible and everything. That there's been, like, calls to, like, boycott it, not participate. And you even had teams, like, you know, step out and all do it. So I do think it'd be good for a new organization to step in. And check out the Ints and our fantastic content creator. Been doing Fields of Mystery recently. If you like games like Coral Island, Stardew Valley, has played that, has done, like, Baldur's Gate 3, a bunch of that stuff. As a heads up, does stream in German, just so people know. We got a lot of people here who can speak or understand German, so that's all good. But I just like to point that out. But, fantastic content creator over there. Alright, so let's go here. And grab more of that jade. Grab the club. Yeah, I mean, I could be jaded too, No Namer, but, like, it's been a lot more of an open thing right now than it was historically. Like, yes, it's had corruption for a very long time, you're not wrong, but there's a difference where teams have been, you know, basically saying they aren't going to compete and countries pulling out of it and that kind of stuff. That there's definitely been a shift that, you know, people wanting to not be involved in it anymore and all that. You know, does it ultimately come to something? Who knows? I don't know. I prefer to go through life not being as ridiculously jaded about things if I can help it. Like, to try and be like, hey, you know, not to be, like, just overly optimistic or whatever. Be like, you know what? Maybe things might get better. Alright, well, everyone else is at 11. The thing that prompted recently was the idea of FIFA selling a stake in the World Cup to private investors. Yeah. The only thing you wish is you had while gaming was music. Oh, it was like Palworld as well as games and music just steps up? Yeah, FIFA backed off, so nothing is happening immediately, but the idea has been seriously thought about, and that will continue. Yeah, no, I mean, for as much as, like, there's a lot of stuff that's frustrating and awful in the world, and we've had, like, flagrant corruption, and there is bad stuff happening, there's also been a lot of optimism as well of, like, organizations that have done really shady stuff for a long time finally getting their upcomings because they just pushed a little too far, or, like, a lot of people have kind of hit a threshold where they're just not willing to put up with it at the same degree. And that might be, you know, a whole lot of copium on my part. I don't know. You can go into life and just assume everything's going to go bad and it's always going to be terrible and, you know, it's just going to suck any hope of having any joy in anything. Or, like, at the same time be like, alright, what can be done to make things better? What, like, is there something I can do to that end? And having at least some level of hope. It's really easy to get very nihilistic, but once you get into that kind of path, it's, you know, it's really easy to get very depressed and really struggle to just go through your day-to-day, and I don't know, I try to have a little bit more optimism and try and be a little less jaded, even though, yeah, I see stuff that's like, yep, that sucks. That's continuing to suck. You can rant 24/7, is that helping? No. That's kind of the point, is like, it can be a thing when, like, everyone's got that one friend in the group that, like, no matter what happens, they always look at the negative side. And eventually you stop inviting that friend to come along to things because they're just the sucker of joy out of everything. You could be like, oh man, I just found $100 on the ground. It's like, cool, that'll almost be enough to help you make rent. And you're like, dude, what the... Can't we just smile about the fact that, like, I found some money and that was kind of neat? Does it always have to be depressing? If I wanted to be depressed, I could just open the news. Anytime I just want to be really brought down, I could just open the news. Having a little bit too good of a day, just open the news, it's fine. Yeah, you found $100 on the ground? Yeah, well, was it 200? Or like, oh, well, $100 doesn't go that far anymore. And you're like, dude, what's wrong with you? Sure, you're not wrong. Objectively, you're not wrong that $100 doesn't go as far as it used to. But also, it's still a free $100 you found in the ground. You know what it's went far of? The time before I found $100 on the ground. Reason why I don't look... I look at the news to keep up with what's happening. I understand it is a privilege to be able to ignore the news and all that, and not be... I mean, everyone's impacted by it. Like, you don't want to say it like that. But, you know, some people are more impacted than others kind of thing. And I acknowledge that, like, that's a privilege that I have the option. So I do try to keep up. And then it's also good to kind of keep a certain amount of awareness, so as things occur, you can hopefully get involved to deal with some of them. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can have, like, no meaningful influence on. But there are things you can. It's 100 more than you had to begin with? Exactly. Like, not that I'm saying that everyone needs to, like, be sunshine and rainbows and all that. But at the same time, like, there's definitely a point where there's, like, things can get overly negative. You're generally mixed bag. Work like it's the best days, but may rant like it's our last days. Yeah. That's kind of one of those things, though, is like... What's your big empty room for? If you mean this one, it's going to have engines. And then this is going to be the biotech room. We just don't have the engines yet because I don't have the vac stone. That's actually where we're kind of heading. You find all your news from your job. When you get home, you can come chill. But you don't want news until November, so you can actually have something fun to talk about with the family. Yeah. I'm wondering how different that experience is gonna be since my father passed away. In a lot of ways, you know, towards the end there, he bought into a lot of some pretty... I'm trying to like dance between the lines here to not get like, because we're not like a no politics channel or whatever, but there's definitely, we try to avoid like individual political parties, individual political candidates, that kind of thing. Because the moment you do that, people stop thinking rationally and they just think you said the negative thing about my team. You said a positive thing about the opposition team. I have to throw my hands in the air and scream in the wind because, you know, my entire personality is wrapped up in whichever identity I put on myself, that kind of garbage. But, I'll just say it, whatever. Fox News is a bunch of bullshit anyways. He got bought into stuff like Fox News and all that, and all the bullshit they spread. And in a lot of ways, you know, kind of watched him change as a person in not a great way. Luckily, really close to the end, he kind of definitely things toned down because he had other priorities to worry about, but it sucked to watch. It sucked to watch a person who, you know, he didn't always make the best decisions, but generally I feel like he made them for the right reasons, kind to become an asshole. To be frank. I'll pretend to be the opposite party with whoever I'm talking to in our start a fight. Yeah, I mean, there's those people also who, it doesn't matter what you say, they just want to be devil's advocate. And it's like, dude, sometimes Devil can just advocate for himself and sit in the corner. Devil doesn't necessarily always need an advocate. Sometimes we could just be like, you know what? That sucks. You remember when civics was an actual course taught in school? There's a lot of courses that I feel we got rid of over the years. Like a lot of courses that they offered over the years that I feel like it was a big negative to get rid of. I know like home ec was kind of a course that a lot of people made fun of because they're like, oh, they teach you how to cook. It's like, cool, if you've got good parents who sit down with you and teach you how to cook and teach you how to do like budget your, you know, checkbook and all that, cool. I can tell you from helping out with like doing like computer replacements for people who did homeschool, and I look around like these poor kids aren't going to stand a chance. And it's not a bash on homeschool. Like, there's good homeschool as well. But, there's also really, really bad. That, you know, people keep their kids home from school because they don't want... Their kids, dear God, their kids might learn about the birds and the bees. And stuff like that. And yeah, and I look at those poor kids and like, these kids are gonna get eaten alive by this world. They're gonna make such terrible decisions because they were never taught better. They're gonna, like, there's so many important things they need to know from, again, like, keeping a budget and all that their parents have not taught them and they're not going to. And you're just like, this is just depressing. Yeah, your dad was doing the same thing. It sucks to see the guy who was amazing turn into an a-hole. Yeah, I would never go to my dad and say he was amazing. Like, obviously, I'm very happy for what he did for me and yada yada. Like, he definitely had the pros and the cons and things he did, but he meant well. So, like, I won't fault him for that. But yeah, towards the end, like, not right at the end, but like, when things were just starting to get downhill, that he ended up being a lot more pessimistic, a lot more awful, a lot more inconsiderate of others, and that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's a bummer. Let's see, your roommate at college is going to throw a $300 coat away because the button fell off. And I was like, you didn't learn how to at home? And she was like, what's home? Heck? Oh yeah. Well yeah, like basic sewing. That's low key. Me in high school, one of the tricks that why I had so many women friend around me as well is stuff like, we would go to like homecoming and someone would rip their dress or whatever and be like, hang on, I used to have a little pouch that I kept like in my pocket, or it was in my backpack depending on where it's at. I used to have like a little pouch that was a couple of patches, a couple of sewing needles, and like 4 or 5 colors of thread. So you're not going to be getting yourself like a top tier repair job. But yeah, no, I definitely did that with one of the homecoming. I don't remember what happened. Like the girl had like ripped her dress like right along where, you know, your pocket would be. And so it's one of those things that is like, okay, you know, you two go to the bathroom, get me her dress. I'll need like 5 minutes. We can patch this hole up real fast. Like, you know, I'll just do an inside seam. Yeah, it'll look like there's a little bit of a weird fold, but it'll get you through the night, and then you can get it fixed proper wherever you're going to be. But like, we'll get you through the rest of the rest of the night and all that. But it was just one of those things, like, you know, the fact that I would do that, people appreciated, so I had lots of close friends and all that. Like, that was later high school. Before, like, in middle school, I was very, very standoffish, very much not a loner. I had my little clique of friends. Like, I was an absolute nerd. But yeah, no, it was one of those things that, like, I kind of got friends into all sorts of different social circles because, you know, I was someone that people could count on and everything. And so it kind of was one of those weird things. Yeah, admittedly, I don't carry mine anymore. But yeah, I used to keep one, like, in my pocket and all that. Or in my backpack or whatever. Ooh, high psychic drone. Well, it happens to be we were just waiting for this to cool down, and it just cooled down. So you know what we can say about this high psychic drone? It can do whatever the hell it wants, because we outie. Because we're trying to get to an asteroid, and we only landed here because we needed to. Are you... Oh, you're getting off my ship. That's fine. Was Lee, you carry a purse everywhere? Yeah, so the asteroids are still up more. Yeah, so you can go to Arid, I can go to this. There's some ruins there. An abandoned colony. Abandoned colonies are pretty underwhelming. I don't want to go to another arid shrubland. Man, it's just tropical rainforest and grasslands all around. What's a mixed biome? A sunny grassland. Large hills? Yeah. Ooh, I should have gone to the tropical rainforest. I'm still not gonna have power. It's fine. It's already nice that you can find easy stuff on YouTube. Yeah. Well, no, that's a day. Like, there's more ways to learn those skills nowadays. Your parents used to buy literature, clothes, and sew dresses and shirts themselves. Yeah, no, my on my mom's side of the family, like, almost all the women were part of the American Sewing Guild. They helped run like the local chapter and all that stuff. So there was no way I wasn't learning. That was just not a thing that was going to fly. With that many people sewing around me, it was going to be that way. That's a foregone conclusion. But it doesn't really matter. Hopefully this time we don't overheat, so we only have to be here for 2-3 days, and then we can move on. Okay, and we'll go here, zones, dumping stockpile. Alright. And I didn't see any insects on the map. So meanwhile, let's go here and go ore. So I've got some uranium I probably don't need. Some gold I definitely don't need. And even more gold I certainly don't need. We can check for the jade because it's not under anything. Check for plasteel. We're good. Ooh, a lot of components on this map. And yeah, for people who asked yesterday, this is why I don't bother picking up the geothermal each map I build them. You hit one of these maps, you're like, okay, now I got this ridiculous pile of these materials. Yeah, high school you used to help the girls picking out clothes for their date. Why I did that? Well, they love that I'm good with colors. Yeah, I didn't do anything quite like that. Nice. You have an old bike light that you use as a flashlight. The battery in those things lasts for years. That's like the little winding lights and all that are really good nowadays. The old ones sucked, but the newer ones you can actually wind them up, get a charge, and you can use them pretty close to indefinitely till the winder wears out. When you were a kid, your mom made just about all of your clothes herself. Some of your favorite memories are watching her sew. The funny thing is, though, I can do just about any other fiber of art, but for the life of you, cannot sew a button. Yeah. I made a couple of my own clothes at different points. I haven't done any meaningful sewing in forever. Like, I don't own a proper sewing machine. Technically, I do have... Well, no, actually, I have 2 sewing machines. I forgot. I've got one sewing machine that I was restoring, and it's been languishing. That was it's a very, very old Singer. Back when you had, like, the big pedal that you had to do this with your feet the whole time you were sewing. But, like, it's a very, very, very old antique that the wood got really badly compromised on. So the wood needs to be redone. It's not something you can, like... So, like, to restore it, I can't just, like, polish it up and make it look nice. It's been eaten through and all that. But, like, all the metal parts are sound. So I gotta replace the wood on it. But the idea was just to restore it and it's just not happened. I just haven't had the time. And then they have just, like, a little small other sewing machine that's sitting on the floor and... in the other room with, and I think 2 used it once. Links? Ooh. That's not a great position for you to be. So if you run this way, because if you try and cut the direction where you meet people faster, you're gonna run into the links. And more than likely, Cyanide could handle on his own. I think Cyanide might genuinely be one of my best combat pawns in the colony because I've had him hunting from the very beginning. But at the same time, having someone get caught up on your own and then just getting done dirty by the RNG on aim. Alright, well, while we're up, We got 2 timber wolves down this way. And we got everyone running around. Let's go ahead and deal with this garbage. We're going to leave the warg alone. It's on the other side of the map. Or leave the grizzly bears alone because they're also the opposite side of the map. But basically it's like, look man, if I'm in the neighborhood, let's just wipe out a couple of these. I didn't know Timberwolves would chain the revenge the same way Muffalo would. You never see very many of them close by, so you just don't run into it. Your mom was extremely busy with housework when you purchased a washing machine in 2001. She literally said the inventor deserves a monument. Yeah, there's always a ton to iron. Who knows why, though? Yep. We do still have a stove up working. I don't need both of those up and running. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to be here for like 2 days. I probably still can't reach the asteroids from here. Honestly, could be right on the fence of reaching them at all. I'm gonna have to jump like right up here, and that might be enough to reach them. Strange signal. We'll happily research any chance we get. Alright. It is time for Sentry Cookie to jump back in there. Did we... Yeah, we wanted poor intellectual from... Yeah, so we're going to cycle people through the gene extractor again. Trying to get enough genes to make it worthwhile. You know, be stuck in the woods after dark with no light? Yeah. No, that was definitely a thing. Like, I always kept a kit in my car with flashlights and all that and spare batteries and whatnot. And we're getting the last of these floors all nice. Oh, you're nature running. Okay, well, I'm glad we killed the Timberwolves that were all right down there a minute ago. All right. So work on getting another room all floored up. Sorry about that. Oh, you know what I'm remembering? I completely forgot. These, I want to say, do get a bonus for like having the sterile floors and all. It's either that or this one. It doesn't matter. Usually I'm not super fussed about that. Also, same thing happened with your microwave. Tried all those fancy menus, but who cares when it can heat up food? Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of stuff like that when it comes to like microwaves and washers and dryers and dishwashers and all that. Where they have like a billion different settings. You're like, you know what I need, man? I need the one setting when I'm doing my colors. I need the other setting for when I'm doing my whites. That's the end of my list. I understand a whole bunch of people also want the setting for their delicates, and that's fair and reasonable. It should be included. Me personally, my stance is if an outfit says hand wash only, get in there. May the strong survive and the weak perish. Like, you are going to survive the washer and dryer or you are not going to be clothes I'm going to continue using. Let me check. I want to see if Tomb just got home. Shambler Assault is not what I'm looking for. Okay, Tomb is not home yet. Alright. Shambler Assault is going to be a mess. I thought I saw... Oh, there is an arrow down there. Okay, grab everybody. Yeah, and I'll separate, like, the colors and all that, but that's about as far as it goes. You, once again, aren't allowed to do that, apparently, because anytime I send you in there... Okay, so you start out here. You're gonna spray shots to get their attention. Now, Shambler Assault means they will not respect the normal rules. They're going to go to the nearest wall and they're gonna start thwacking it. This does ultimately mean our ship is going to be taking damage. It's unavoidable. Fall back. You keep an eye on that wall, that we don't get flanked. There's a crazy story going around that GPUs and CPUs will not go down in price until 2038, if true. That would be 12 years. No, that's... If people are quoting that, they're just kind of making stuff up. More than likely, that's like clickbait, rage bait type things, that they probably got one person they kind of quoted out of context. Okay. So let's go and move on up here. Don't let them on the back lines. So Shambler Assaults are usually not the worst to handle on their own. The thing that Shambler Assaults do is because they effectively have the Siege Rage logic, you're going to notice that they are punching holes all through my ship. They're basically going to breach defenses everywhere. And that itself is not too bad if it just stopped there. The problem you run into is then if you don't get it fixed up by the next raid... the next raid and all that, then we're going to go ahead and see a bunch, like the next raid that's like a much proper dangerous raid, like a Neanderthal raid or whatever, just roll in and cause serious damage the whole way. What's your opinion on old hard drives prices being, blown out of proportion? It's the same thing we've seen with GPUs. Because of shortages caused by generative AI and all that. Just any hardware price is going to go up because that's what's, what people can get their hands on. And as the price of the newer stuff gets higher and higher, people are going to take what they can get. Nothing to do with AI? Yeah, it does. Data centers use ton of hard drives. There's also, as you mentioned, there's the earthquakes and all that. But yeah, no, that's actually so a lot of hard drives do depend on a lot of technology that's used in there. Like, yeah, you're talking spindle drives and all that kind of stuff, not RAM-based drives. But as RAM-based drives start going way up in price, that they kind of price people out, they're going to buy more spindle drives. So the generative AI, it's a knock-on effect there. So it's not directly generative AI doing it, but it is a knock-on of the generative AI. Yep. And there's more chip shortages. Yeah, so as you can see, the actual injuries are pretty minor we got here. I actually didn't want it to rain for once. Because there's corpses everywhere that need to be dealt with. And if you don't mind... Did we not? Oh, I don't have a Harbinger tree. You move around so fast you forget which maps you've done that with. I don't want you sleeping among the corpses. I'm trying to fix my power, and then you solar flare me. Leave me alone. Yeah, no, I imagine with, like, hard drive hardware versus our thing. Now, also, you're noticing, it doesn't mention that I need to do any medical, despite I have 2 people here bleeding. Which is still something I will never stop being salty about in RimWorld. That, like, as far as I'm concerned, if someone is bleeding at all, it should show medical treatment required. And what happens is the reason it disappeared is once they get in a medical bed, even if they're still not tended or anything, for whatever reason, it's like, oh no, they're good. No more notification needed. Okay. But yeah, like I said, it's a knock-on. So, like, sure, the data centers that are doing the generative AI stuff and all that aren't using HDD hard drives and all that, but considering HDD hard drives as an alternative choice for consumers and a bunch of other use cases to solid-state hard drives and all that, it still increases the cost. You have all your people who make your microcircuits and chips and all that. They're being cannibalized over to make more like RAM and all this other stuff as well, because that's where the money's at, which again is another knock-on effect. So that is what it is. And even then, you have companies who they see a shortage, even if there isn't a direct connection. If it's a good enough plausible excuse to increase their prices, a lot of times they'll just increase their prices because they can. I mean, I know there's been, within a lot of the memory makers and all that, there's effectively been what could be borderline called a cartel that, was basically trying to price fix memory way back in the day, and they got slapped pretty hard previously. And then with all the current going ons, that, you know, they're basically doing it again. Using generative AI as the excuse. Well, AI, that's not even generative AI, that's just AI data centers, the whole umbrella as an excuse. But no, they're basically trying to make a non-artificial scarcity, but being restrictive on the availability getting stuff. Yep. Yep, no dust today. Yeah, no dust today, and like that Shambler Assault was probably the worst thing we've dealt with so far. It's not been too bad of a day. We've only had like a couple of smaller raids. We had like a Neanderthal raid we put down pretty easily. And then that Shambler Assault, like I said, we didn't even... The only people who took damage are the people who held the line on the melee side. But, like, then again... That's fine. Speaking of which, I'm actually going to go ahead and do here. When I'm going to use this as a defensive position again, let's make the exterior walls out of uranium for the extra health. But yeah, so it's not been a bad day. We've only been streaming for 2 hours, though. And we were chit-chatting for a good chunk of it. Oh, okay, so Tomb's home. Alright, cool, we got our Disruptor Flares. Void Sculptures is next. That's not really what I'm looking for. Alright, so bear with me. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes, welcome my wife home, get some food to happen, and all that stuff. So I'll be back here in just a minute. It's my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes. So I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right. So we're back. Yeah. Yeah, right. No, that's kind of my one thing, as you mentioned, the last cartel ended like 10 years ago. And that's actually one of my big things is when these things happen that there's no, like, too often there's no consequence for whoever's doing the wrong thing. It's just like, stop it. It's like, no, you should have actual consequences to stop this behavior going forward. But often it's just like, don't do that again. Are you going to do anything like saying no? No. They should know better now. I don't think they do. Why is there Ultrasaurus there? What? That's slightly off. Ultrasaurus is always funny. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can't remember if it was a parody account or whatever. Or just it was like a typo or something like that. But yeah. But why is there an Ultrasaurus there? I mean, we have, you know, Ultra's a friend of the channel and, you know, hangs out here quite often. And, like, we've collabed a bunch of times. Alright, so let's see here. Right, we're still waiting on the solar flare. Actually, the solar flare's done? Oh, we're out of wood. Oh, that's actually bad. Okay. Oh, but we can already leave again. That's fine. Let's just get out of here. We don't need to deal with more of this. We're gonna leave our corpses behind. And we'll go to the next tile, and I'm gonna have to replenish my wood supply. Because we leave these gene banks unpowered too long, we'll lose the gene packs that are stored within them. So I can't reach these. Oh, we're nowhere near. Okay, I won't be able to reach those at all. They're like in the middle of the ocean. Man, that sucks. Like, that's the thing. I can't seem to get the Vax stone because half these asteroids are over the bodies of water that I can't seem to get. I'm gonna have to go like way up over to this area. You over ocean or land? Yes, you're over this area up here. Well, if I would have noticed that, so I think we're gonna redirect. Oh man, that jumping Dishin. I guess we'll just keep heading northeast. Just vaguely. Just keep heading this way till we can get to, there's an asteroid over that desert. There was digging ores in that Minecraft thing, and you're like, oh, Ultrasaurus. Oh yeah. Oh right, we had Ultras hanging out, and we were playing. I believe it was Vintage Story. I could be wrong. Might have been Vintage Story. It could have been Hightail. Could have been Minecraft or whatever. And I think it was Ultra. We were talking about something that was going on that like Ultra had been involved with, or she was hanging out. I don't remember exactly what the context was. And one of the mods did, you know, like ULT tab to auto-complete it. And like I said, it was like a parody account or whatever, not Ultra's account. Like Ultra was, I believe, there at the time as well. I can't remember. But it was basically a parody account got shouted out, which is why it was like funny. A whole lot of gold on this map. Plasteel. There is compact plasteel on this map. Alright, we got more than enough actual steel. I probably won't be bringing those up. We'll go ahead and plant it. But I do need to cut down a lot of trees for wood. Come to harvest everything. Meanwhile, we'll also tell them that just ignore the fact that we're hunting panthers. Or pandas. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. Okay, so just do a quick peek real fast, make sure we're not looking at any ancient dangers. I didn't see any, but once in a while you'll see just like one or two pieces of block wall poking out of a mountain. Alright, well, I'm not seeing any. Oh, right. I did not check to see where the geothermal was here. So that might end up being a pain. That's not a terrible position. To be fair, if PETA's chasing you, it's still probably alright. PETA's a terrible organization. I'm all for, like, helping animals, very much so. I've been involved in a lot of, like, conservation efforts and all that kind of stuff. But PETA does not do stuff good for animals. PETA's just genuinely bad people. Their solution is, that animal was in captivity once, euthanize it. That's how they approach a lot of their stuff. I'm exaggerating a bit there, just to be clear. Torrential rain. Okay. Yeah, the story of PETA is the laws of the state of Florida about trapping and releasing nuisance animals. Yeah, I mean, there's no shortage of stories about being pretty awful. The protesters are trying to save the whale, ask you what's on your sandwich, you respond dolphin regardless of what's on it. Well, there's a difference between, like, people being like, you know, save the whales, which is an entirely reasonable thing. Like, absolutely. Like, I would be more inclined to agree with the people who are very save the whales. Because a lot of stuff we don't need to be messing with, like, intelligent mammals and all that and whatnot. But there's a difference between, like, PETA, who's like, okay, well, you know, that animal is technically in captivity or whatever. Like, you know, we would rather it be euthanized than anything. Why are you starving? Just eat. Someone made a law that a trapped animal had to be euthanized. When the law was debated publicly, the only people who came out against it were the trappers. PETA only cared about the use of terms nuisance animals. Yeah. Where did that come from, No Namer? We don't need to be digging into, like, humans' rights violations and all that. Like, a lot of people come here to chill. I'm not sure what you got going on today, but you are like above and beyond today, being very much just wanting to jump on pretty much anything negative. Like, don't get me wrong, there are important things to be talked about and everything, sure. But people also need to be able to escape long enough to breathe, to resurface, to be able to fight the good fight again. Alright, I'm not loving them doing that right next to... Yeah, it was Hungry, it just happened to go for the emu instead of us. Or, I'm sorry, I think that's a cassowary, actually. Yeah, no, sometimes your head's just in that space, like, not you specifically, just as a person, your head gets in that space where, you know, feeling a bit jaded. Often with good reason. There are quite a few different species of whales, and their differing gestation periods comeback should be managed because of this. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's definitely like the thing. Just basically, like, PETA's awful. Like, they're not for helping animals in any measurable capacity or definition. So I need to get power to this bank. We're gonna lose the stuff. Okay, cool. We got power to the bank so we don't rot our genes we've collected. Alright, JD can climb in again. Just say that those organizations are a bunch of clowns. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I get that. There's a lot of stuff that's, you know, messed up and all that, but there's a very different thing between, like, PETA as an organization and a Human Rights Watch as an organization. Still, you're not wrong that there's a lot of organizations. It's one thing you have to watch, like, if you're someone who, you know, here in the US we have our elections and all that kind of stuff, that a lot of times you have to watch, that you'll sit there and look at the candidate, and a bunch of people have figured out that one of the ways you can get a good feel about what a person is about when they're unwilling to tell you in, like, their own website or whatever, is to see what organizations back them, who advocates for them, sponsors them, that kind of thing. And that'll usually tell you more about them than anything. And a bunch of, you know, politicians have figured that out, because not exactly... That is really bad. Run, Lunarium. Run like your life depends on it, because it very much does. I think you'll be okay. I think the Panther's only ever so slightly faster than you. But yeah, so I was gonna say is, so what ends up happening, to a lot of those organizations, or a lot of them, is now when you look at, like, who's supporting a candidate, there's effectively kind of a bunch of false organizations that they're real organizations, but they'll deliberately have misleading names and that kind of stuff, so that it looks like they're like something's in support of that person while they're actually against it or whatever. So you have, like, organizations that sound like they're pro-solar, but when you actually look at the organization, they're all, you know, it'll be the people they support and sponsor will all be people that, you know, all the other organizations are against one. Yeah, no, it's probably good that you call it a night, no-namer. I get that you're definitely in kind of a dark mood or whatever tonight. And thank you, Shadow Peon, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 18 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month you used to hear, so that does mean a lot. But yeah. But yeah, there's lots of problems. Disease malaria. Don't love. Great brother worked for PETA for 2 years, and yes, PETA is not what you think. Yeah. Alright, so what we're going to want to do here is we do have malaria on the table. So now let's figure out, so we need everyone to get back. We're going to take all of our not good doctors so I don't accidentally start tending to them with bad doctors. How good are you? You're 10? 10's fine. How good are you? I'll let you still doctor. How good are you? That's too low. Alright, so I'd like Leafy Pew to prioritize this. We did get strong melee and poor intelligence together. That's at least usable for our melee pawns. Butcher doctoring? That's fine. Okay, so we opened up with glitter at the beginning. Oh, you have an eye scar. See, that's the kind of thing I disagree with in game. Is so we use unnatural healing on someone who has malaria, potentially lethal, by the way, and it prioritized the scar, which would never be lethal. The prioritization on stuff like mech healing serum and all that is just hot garbage. So you got 5%. %. Alright, Masette, you sleep well, take it easy and all that good stuff. You're the farthest behind, so I'm going to preach healthy right in the get-go. I wouldn't necessarily let human beings and animals necessarily... Like, we don't need to, like, dig into that, because it is a problem that it's easy to other people and treat them like less than human and yada yada. I would say the treatment of animals and all that gets to be a very complicated issue, because you do have animals that show a high level of intelligence. Ooh, advanced grav tech. That's actually a real big win for us. That you do show a very high level of intelligence and all that. That, you know, you do have to take extra consideration into the treatment of those animals than you would others and such. So stuff like porpoise and killer whales being of very high intelligence, you know, they suffer more, you know, when you keep them in captivity than animals that may not have as much of a grasp of what's going on. Could you, like, go back to bed with your malaria, please? Whereas something like insects, a lot of insects are more instinctual than intelligent. Go to bed. You have malaria. Go to bed. You have... Go to bed. You have malaria. I don't know how many times I need to say it. But yeah, so it's stuff like that there is considerations to be made there. Now, granted, sometimes like people will use as an excuse to you know, to mistreat animals that aren't as intelligent. And I don't mean like the natures of commercialized farming that, yeah, that's kind of with the volume of food we need for society and all that, kind of the cost. But at the same time, I'm going to get rid of the combo. We're going to want them separated. I'm going to have 2 of calm. I'm not going to want strong plants. Acid spray's a fun one. I've not really used it in a previous run, but acid spray's a fun one. Okay. But there's considerations to do, but yeah, no, it's a thing that, like, people need food. The only way some of that stuff is going to change is if we, you know, change consumption, and there's a lot there. And that's not me being like, we all need to be vegetarians or anything like that either, because I certainly like my meat. But it's easy to give stuff a pass and be inconsistent with a lot of that. Alright, so we do have that connected up. Now I should be able to turn everything back on finally. With getting the advanced grav tech, that means I can get the grav tech power on the ship. You okay there, speed unit? Your cat get a hold of your keyboard halfway through that sentence? Okay, so I think we got where we can turn everything back on. It says he sticks KFC in front of them, eat chicken or kill a chicken. Oh, I mean, I don't know. No, they're complicated things. Like, you know, you're wrong, there's nuance and everything, but yeah. Yeah, no, it's been a weirdly spicy evening for chat. Like, I don't know what's going on with any of it. Dealing with max level skill can be 20. Skills can go up to 20. If you have anything that causes a negative on skill, for example, like with JD here being a Neanderthal where they get poor intellectual that takes -4, your max then will be 16 because you'll get to level 20, but then it'll take 4 off of it. And thank you, Stoker, for the 230 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Yeah. You're just sitting back watching it unfold. Yeah, no, it's been a weird one tonight. Do fish have souls? Definitely not. They're like redheads. I'm teasing. What did that even come from? Was that South Park or something? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. You're heading off for the night? It's a bit too spicy for you tonight? Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no, I think genuinely just like earlier in the stream, kind of a tone got set type deal. It's actually one of the reasons why when it comes to certain moderation stuff that when things start to move in a direction that we could be a little heavy-handed on it. Is because it is a thing that, like, very much you can kind of get into a direction that it can kind of sort of start to derail the whole stream. Or, like, again, what's the word I want to use? Like, it sets a tone. It can sometimes be hard to, like, course correct. Oh, I see what happened. I understand. You need to not be here. It's a vibe, as the young folks say? Yeah. No, you can definitely get to the point where, like, the vibe gets set, the tone gets set. And, like, it kind of be hard to, like, adjust it, take it back, move it back into a good space. Which actually, like, when you have people who pop in to say, like, really awful things, it's kind of a deliberate thing there. Like, when someone pops in, they say something like, really not okay, we don't need to dig into specifics or whatever. Like, they pop in, they say something really awful. And that's kind of the intended purpose, is a fair. Leafy Pew tried to romance JD2V0 by joking about valleys. JD2V0 was attracted as now Leafy Pew's lover. They want to sleep together. But Leafy Pew is married to Megalo and has begun an affair. Well, we just won't allow them to share a room. Sorry. We're gonna keep that under control. Otherwise, there's gonna be all sorts of drama there. Well, if you subscribe to the vampire lore that vampires don't show in mirrors photography because they don't have souls, then by that logic, fish do, because you can see fish in mirrors. Yep. Narcoba right down here, so let's deal with that while we're in the neighborhood. Well, to be fair, when you're watching me play this game, most of the time I don't do that much shady stuff. Right now I've got a vampire locked in the basement, and there is less than ethical things happening there. But broadly speaking, usually we don't do any of, like, the organ harvesting or blood bagging or anything that, you know, RimWorld gets known for. There's a good show on TV last night. Mangoni fans, they're glad to hear you're not alone. Okay. Off nights for chat can happen. You're still vibing with it all. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, usually there's something that sets it, though. Like, you know, sometimes it's someone comes in who's, like, you know, genuinely having a really rough time and looking for an outlet or whatever, so they pop in, they're like, you know, hey, this awful thing happened, or whatever. It's one of the reasons why with a lot of times, like, if someone pops in and, you know, they're dealing with something that truly is, like, tragic, that's kind of a cry for help or whatever, it can be very challenging as a content creator to deal with that type of thing, because on one hand, you want to help, but on the other hand, in doing so, it can kind of poison the mood for everyone else. That, you know, they're trying to escape whatever they're dealing with, and now it's a whole thing. And there's definitely a thing you can run into with that, where you gently want to try and steer the conversation away from it, but you don't want to also be like... dismissive is not the word for it. You don't want to be like, hey, we don't talk about that here, or anything like that either. But, like, kind of, like, gently trying to push the conversation past whatever, like, the awful thing is to not ruin the vibe. And it can be rough because there's times that the person really specifically wants to talk about whatever they're going through. And yeah, it could be a tricky thing to navigate. Let me guess. You need your malaria treated again, and you're busy getting a lesson. You used to use a mod called Custom Actions, so you'd set up blood drive healthy colonists that would automatically go and donate blood bag for the feeders to use. Yeah, and that was kind of the one of the comments of why I don't tend to keep sanguiphages myself or do sanguiphage runs, is because basically you need the mod the game to make it not, like, really messed up ethically or incredibly monotonous so far as micro. You know what's really awful? Finishing a Florida weave tomato trellis in 100 plants in 100 degrees heat. Yeah, I don't envy people having to work outside and do all that. They do have tasty filet. For the record, like, I don't actually think, like, there's animals without souls or whatever. It's just, I'm not a particularly spiritual person, so it doesn't mean one thing to me one way or the other. Doesn't come with any personal connotation that means anything. Alright, low, clear, animals, but only if you're not fresh. Below the heat was turf farming? I have no idea what you're talking about. First the warmer days as we come out of winter. The bad thing is the amount of dogs barking. You do hate living in these rabbit warrens. What? I'm missing so much about anything. Alright. I'm catching always outdoors, but like are you using voice dictation, or like I'm gonna need to take like an extra second to actually type things out? Like I'm getting like typos happen certainly, but I'm having to like struggle to figure out what some of these messages are. Turf is grass that people lay in their lawns. Yep, no, I'm aware of what turf is and what sod is. You love the heat. You love... Oh, okay, I caught you now. I see. Right. I've got you now. You're saying that you were laying sod. Yeah, that was the thing. I was like, in my brain, I was taking celloing and I was doing soloing. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Yeah, no, I got you. I understand now. I'm caught up. There's just a lot of unfortunate typos and all that, and like a little bit of like not clear grammar or whatever. It's just like really throwing me. Usually you can kind of parse through things, but it was definitely with that. I was like, I'm struggling. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like I get that people are multitasking, all that, but it can be a thing sometimes that people rush typing stuff out that a lot of times I can figure out what's being said, but every once in a while I was like, man, I do not know. Yeah, so we're moving towards this desert because there's asteroids above it. And I'd like to reach those. Yeah, no, you're all good. Like, it wasn't being like, you know, how dare you message or anything like that. It's just like, hang on, I need you to take a second longer. Have you ever dabbled in game development? You've been experimenting your own recently. It's pretty fun. I've dabbled. I've never done game development professionally. I've done software development for over 15 years, but game development itself, like even calling it hobbyist would be probably too much to say. Like I've gone in and worked with a couple of game engines and kind of messed with some stuff. I've done one or two projects that weren't games using a game engine before, for like simulation stuff, but not in any type of a game sort of way. But I've dabbled in game development. Like I've got projects I've started that will probably never get done, but I do hope someday to work on and get them done. But it's kind of one of those, you only got N number of hours to do things. What impact do you see AI having on software development? Yeah, so give about 10-20 years, we're going to have some pretty catastrophic stuff going on in software development. Because pretty much with the generative AI movement, as well as like... So like, to clarify, with AI as a term by itself is devoid of all meaning, so I'm going to just switch it to Gen AI. Because AI is a non-term term when it comes to it's basically it's marketing nowadays. But when it comes to like the generative AI stuff where you can go in there and be like, you know, Copilot, create me a controller, Claude, create me a controller that does XYZ, like that kind of garbage. What I'm looking at is probably somewhere in the area of like 10-15 years, assuming things are continuing to move the route we're looking at, is we are going to have kind of a catastrophic problem when it comes to software quality, as we are continuing to have, you know, seniors age out and retire and all that kind of stuff. Junior developers are not being hired on a meaningful capacity, and a lot of the ones that are doing, they're just passing off Gen AI kind of stuff that's doing a really bad job at the entire thing. So I think what's going to end up happening is you're going to have some seniors developers are going to be making a killing of money in the next 10 or so years, fixing all the crap that's created, and then not having another person in the pipeline to replace them as they go to retire, because again, a lot of companies are just not hiring junior developers, which means we've got the people on the top of the pile experience, and there's no entry to bring new people in so that they can get the experience to become the seniors. And to be clear, that was a problem before any of the AI stuff. Like, that's been a problem in the industry for the last, like, 20 years, that everyone wants to hire the people that somebody else trained. Nobody wants to do the training themselves because that takes time, money, and effort. So we were seeing a gradual transition that we're getting less and less, you know, capable people moving up the pipeline because they weren't hiring the people at the first phase so they can get the experience to get to the second phase. And I just see AI as exacerbating that. But with the big like push for generative AI and like vibe coding and all this kind of garbage, I see as I'm already dealing with malaria. Literally, do you have 2 instances of malaria on you? Like, instantly, the moment the malaria ended, we rolled malaria a second time. Okay. Thanks, game. I miss my penioxylin. There goes the last of the glitter world. Is that a worker loyalty problem or just cost? No, it's not a worker loyalty problem. The issue you're running into with the fact that they're not hiring juniors and getting experience and all that is no one wants to pay for the training. No one wants to pay for the person to learn to do their job. And the only way to do that is to do the job. So generally what you have that's going on, primarily in the tech sector, is you've got a bunch of these companies that they'll have a lot of senior positions they're hiring for, or they'll be like entry-level position, we expect you to have 8 years experience, 5 years experience, or whatever, which is not entry-level. That's not a junior position. 8 years is an established developer. But where you used to have a whole bunch of people who try and hire people in straight out of college on the cheap, it's not that it doesn't happen at all. Very few companies are doing that because they recognize that hiring inexperienced people, that you are going to effectively be paying a certain amount of time and effort to get through that. And so it's not really a worker loyalty thing, it's literally just they're not hiring them. Like, the employee doesn't get a chance to get any kind of loyalty, they're not hired in the first place. And on top of that, what ends up happening on the other side of the pipeline is, especially with like layoffs and all that kind of stuff going on, is then on top of that, they keep asking the existing staff to do more and more and more with less people. And there's a whole bunch of different things they're doing to help accomplish that, like putting up job listings that they have no intention of ever filling, and then turning around to their existing staff and be like, hey man, we're trying to hire, we just can't find candidates. And all that kind of stuff. It's really rough there in tech right now, that they keep downsizing and downsizing the department. To be clear, I personally feel like this is one of those things that for a long while, being in tech, you could kind of name your salary once you got established. Like, it was really a good place to be. And there was even a conference, I can't remember the name of the conference. There was even a conference that basically was for a bunch of C-level kind of individuals that, kind of the say the quiet part loud, that one of the people is advocating that we should be laying everybody off and reminding them where the jobs come from, that they've asked too much, yada yada. You get the idea. It was some jerk that was basically being like, we need to get these people back in line. And I don't think that there was like, that person said that and everyone's like, that's a great idea or whatever. But I do think we've hit a point that a bunch of people in leadership positions are pushing back on a lot of technical folks because we, historically did demand very high wages. I would argue they're justified high wages, but there's been a conscious effort of trying to push down salaries and all that because human beings are one of the most expensive things for any company. And so when you're trying to make more profit, it's one of the places that if you can save a buck there, it goes the farthest. But yeah, so it is definitely one of those things that companies trying to get all the benefit at none of the cost. So it's hard not to be jaded about it. Like, for example, if someone's a junior developer trying to break into the industry and they're like, what would you recommend? It's like, man, I don't know what to tell you. I really wish I did. I don't know what to tell you. Breaking into tech right now is really an awful place to be. You're almost best off finding a handful of people, starting a startup that you can do as dirt cheap as humanly possible, and doing that on the side of whatever you can do to keep the lights on. That way on a piece of paper you can write down a bunch of experience. And is that a good idea? Man, I can't even answer that anymore. Like, the whole industry is a raging tire fire right now. I genuinely wish, like, a bunch of the people all got, like, unionized and all that before all this started happening, so when they would do these layoffs, that just people would go on strike and shut down the company for a while. Because, like, the amount of power held in just a few positions is just so high right now. Okay, so this is a little bit messy. So we got a flesh beast attack, and we're also dealing with malaria on a lot of people. For twice in a row malaria on a lot of people. So Cassandra is definitely not in a happy mood right now and is trying their best to just absolutely kill things. They're getting everyone inside because they're about to have this flesh beast attack. Okay, that's a bit messy, but not as bad as it could be. Honestly, for this attack, with what we're seeing, you all move up. You go here. And the reason I'm doing that is I'll get a little bit more down the pipeline. We're gonna get a lot of stuff being knocked over into the back line, unfortunately. Luckily, I gave almost everyone knee spikes, so even our ranged people can actually do a little bit into melee. We're mostly watching that the kids don't get caught out. Okay, so you've got 8 hours, you've got 20 hours. So you go ahead and capture that one, and then this one will just probably die in the ground. Alright. You still like that someone invented Rockstar programming language? Just because so many jobs ask for Rockstar programmers? Such an inside joke. Oh, yeah. Yep. No, and I remember having the discussion with my boss at the time. That he was basically being like, oh, you know, I want to hire rock stars or whatever. And I was like, don't use that language. Like, just don't use that language. Okay, as long as someone's treating it. Because now we actually have a source of research on board our ship. What's up? Rockstar, meaning they'll do lots of coke or inappropriate things to women? No, when you're talking Rockstar developer, there's been a couple things, like a guru, a master, a Rockstar. Like, the term that's popular has changed over the years. But the idea is it's a person who's going to, like, individually just, you know, carry work, do all that stuff. And the unfortunate reality with all that is usually your Rockstar developer, even if they genuinely are talented as a developer, the vast majority of the time, the Rockstar developer is not worth happening, because usually there's someone who's relatively good working on their own, but once you get a team involved, they're utterly worthless. And when you're talking about more than small projects, individual contributions are not that important. The important part is like the collective team, like the contributions there. It'll be way more than any individual will be able to do. So trying to hire the one person who, you know, will be like a standout or whatever is not a thing. And to be clear, anyone who calls themselves a rock star, a guru, or master or whatever, usually is someone you don't want on your team. Because a lot of time to have that opinion of themselves is because they have too low of opinion of everybody else. And I've had plenty of people I've worked in that. That actually, or the comment about like hiring juniors and seniors and all that kind of thing, that used to be the big thing you worried about with junior developers, is you had ones who, you know, they knew that they didn't know what they didn't know, and they were, like, those ones are fine. But you'd often get a bunch you'd end up hiring over the years that, you know, maybe they picked up, you know, getting into software dev while they were in school. And so very genuinely, within the context of doing that development at school, they may have been the most knowledgeable person about software development among their peers. But because of that, they kind of get an overinflated self, you know, overinflated view of what they're capable of. And you'd kind of have to sit there and be like, no, you're in a room with like a whole lot of people who have been doing this for 30 years and 20 years and 15 years. You may have been the smartest one when it came to this in your school, but now you're in a room full of people that this is what they do for a living. As it's not the same thing. And you kind of have to like work it out of them to be like, hey man, you need to stop talking down on everybody else. I ran into that a lot of times. And usually all it takes is for most of them, some of them it's just they see what others are doing and how much more advanced it is and they get themselves sorted. Other of them, you have to kind of wait till they make a big mistake. And you know, it'll train them that hubris or whatever. And then you're good to go. Then they become a very capable developer. But there are some that they just can't handle that they're not the smartest person in the room. And so they'll find excuses how it was actually someone else's fault and yada yada, and then you fire those people. Because it's fine to make mistakes and learn from them, but if you're unwilling to learn from your mistakes, there's nothing we can do. The ninja developer at your former job, listen, I'm self-taught. I can think for myself, unlike the idiots in comp sci majors. Yeah, no, I've had them. Like individuals like that. I see that with veterinary students all the time. It's like, I just like, wait until you get into the field. Yeah, no, it's definitely like one of those things like, yeah, you may have been the smartest one in your class. You may have been very, very capable out of the scope of your class. But then you step into the real world where now you are in the room with the other people for, in this context, we're the smartest person in the room with their class. So you're not dealing with, or just, you know, someone who's put in a bunch of experience. Like, you're not dealing with, like, you're in a room and the one person showed an interest in software dev and you, and all the others didn't care, and so you knew it better than they did. Now you're dealing with just the people who cared. It's not the same situation there. Alright. Put the sanguiphage back in the machine. We're hoping for the super regeneration nonsense. Okay, so it looks like the malaria is going to be sorted soon. Now we've done 2 rounds of malaria back to back, all in the course of a season. Burned through a bunch of our good medicine. Who is my highest social? See, who's my highest social who's not one of you? Probably you? Okay. Because my other people with high social all have malaria. Yeah, so you're at 90%. You're at about 90%. Yeah, so all of them are like, have a tremendous lead. That's because I wasn't taking chances. I've lost too many people to trying to save my medicine when dealing with dangerous diseases. Okay, well, all the stuff you want. Like here, I'll take... Oh man, we went through so much medicine. It's fine. We'll get some back. But yeah. And again, that's also another thing, like, obviously I'm saying these negatives. These are negatives that we used to run all the time with junior developers, and that still will happen nowadays too. But, like, a lot of people don't want to take the time to teach the craft, deal with, like, you know, the employee's gonna think they know better than you until they really, really mess up in a big way and get humbled. And without having that pipeline for people to come in and learn and all that, like, you know, those bringing in the juniors, the interns, whatever, you just, you know, entirely predictably, you end up with less senior developers down the road because they never get a chance to get there. It's been a problem for a long, long time. Like, a really long time. Alright, so we've got enough bionics that we can start doing some work here. Operations, add, install bionic eye, install bionic arm, install bionic leg, install coagulator, install healing enhancer, install circadian assistant. We can rebuild him. We can make him better. Alright, and then meanwhile, launch you. So 38, 14, 43 is probably going to be the best we're getting. He's not a one-man yet. He's advanced biotics, yep. Let's see. Well, you're a junior dev, but you're eager to learn. I do think it's important to have that sort of trait. You never once thought it was some badass just because you graduated the top person in your class. And you think that's something a lot of hiring managers look for too. Yeah. No, and that's what I was saying, is you do have a number of people who come through dev who very genuinely, they realize they don't know what they don't know kind of thing. They're looking to learn. And very much that is the right mindset to go into. And yeah, no, and those absolutely. If you've got a developer who's got a thirst for learning, and they kind of start and they're like, you know, I know some things, but like I know, like, you know, it's like I know I'm the new kid in the room or whatever. Those are definitely developers that you wanna snatch up as fast as you can, because they're gonna go places. Alright, well, we have our first failed surgery. So we are going to cancel the other surgeries for now. Almost killed him. I didn't see which one you failed on. I think it was an arm. Yeah, so we were installing the arm. So we got the eye installed successfully. You extracted attractive, not... Need Lucy? I still got 32 Lucy. And then he keeps Lucy on his person as well. Oh, you mean they're getting low on Lucy? Yeah, that'll be fine. They'll wake up and they'll get it. Worst case, I can administer it if it needs to be, but... They're not unconscious, so they'll take their Lucy when they need it. Alright, we got Horrocks Occultists. Okay. And your torso is mostly gone. Cool, that's definitely a great combination. And this defensive perimeter is not done, so I need to remember that. Can you imagine the guy running around brandishing a melee weapon? Captain Caveman. I haven't heard Captain Caveman in a long time. I'm having the two melee with the shield belt stand up front to try and bait the hits. All right, Bob, put end to his crap. And he's gonna get up and kill him again. Okay. Oh, you got a dirt mole here. Try capturing him. I don't think that's going to work out for us. Did you die already? It's like beating the man to death on the ground with an axe. There you go. You figured out how to die. Alright, so orders, allow all. So if I can manage to, Oh no, wait, there's like Balin's problem and Josie and the Pussycat. No, that one's actually fine. That's not an insult. That's the actual name of the show is Josie and the Pussycats. From like, what was that, the 70s that show was out? Because they actually were like, you know, cat people sort of thing. Yeah, the why thwack won't thwack. You die. Pretty much. Alright, so now we got you. We'll go ahead and put the dirt mole in there. Hello. Goes to the Pussycats. Well, I thought that was the show, and the show was based around a band. I can't remember. There was some tie-in between Josie and the Pussycats, between the band and the show, because there was a cartoon and a band. I just don't remember like the naming differences and all that. Oh, I didn't read her backstory. Oh, is this like the really messed up one? Lou was the only child of a power couple president. Her beauty and appearance led to a career in a music idol. When her mother died, Lou could not bear her father's loneliness and became a sexual companion. Yup. After her father was deposed, Lou's beauty led her to be forced into pornography to survive. Over the years, the difficult treatments, her body was remodeled to appear temporarily ageless. Sold to an orbital brothel, she became popular and with a steady stream of clients from all over the planet. Yep, I'm pretty sure. Is that one of the ones that like people paid money for, if I recall? There's a handful of them that their stories get really, really messed up. Well, I believe that wasn't just one that Tynan came up with. Yeah, there was some early adopter pawns where you could, give backstory information. You could do stuff like that. Yeah, like that kind of thing. It's like the kickstarting stuff that you could get pawns made for you. And so some people made a pawn to like be them. Some people made pawns like, of different types. And then there was a couple that had like over the top kind of dark stories and all that to them. There's a streamer or a turtle rancher as well. Yep. I honestly don't pay that close attention to a bunch of those stories. They're kind of buried. Oh, it's like Prison Architect? Yeah. Absolutely. It's like Turtle Herder? Yep. Because most of the other ones, they like randomly choose from different ones, but then there's like a handful of like specific pawns that show up. Distress signal, don't care. Give me something good. Because Dirt Mole, intense UV sensitivity, it's a rough one, but definitely useful. Honestly, that doesn't actually give me that many that I would want. The Indoor Dweller can be useful. Dark Vision is also a pretty good one. Dark Vision is definitely one of those ones that people sleep on. Basically, dark vision means they don't get a penalty for being in the dark. So honestly, we got dark vision. Honestly, with this one, like, intense UV sensitivity can be useful. It can also be really aggravating. I think in this one I might just I'll release them. You don't actually get anything for it, but because we're guilty ideology, we'll get a mood bonus. But I actually don't think I care about what the dirt mole has to offer. What I want is I really want the super wound healing here. That's what I really want. Yeah, so at this point, the only negative I have is poor social. I can't really do much because I don't have negatives to really work with. Yeah, we're continuing to process all of the potatoes on board into package meals. So we got like 1,000 package meals, so we're going to be in great shape for a long time. I'm kind of trying to hold out now for the advanced grav tech, because once I get the advanced grav tech, I can start jumping over to places like this, grabbing the grav core, and just plunking down a thing to like slowly give myself internal power on the ship. And then, you know, making us not dependent on, like, burning wood and all this other nonsense. Since there's no asteroids near anything. So I need the vac stone, but there's just not been an opportunity to get it. Alright. That's fine. Give them the nerve spikers. Take a bunch of that gold out of here. Because you only got a couple of people who still don't like me. Bulk trade's a good ship. Okay, so what do we got for you? I'm not going to be using attractive, so we'll sell that. But get your book on this here. The televisions. You don't care about most of this other junk. Most of the stuff you're selling I'm not super excited about either. Yep, so not a whole lot I want from... Oh, Nutrimine. Give me the Nutrimine. Dear goodness, every last bit of it. All of it. All the Nutrimine I want. The objective is to befriend all the factions and mech ending. Basically that's going to be like the minimum bar to consider the run finished. We can do more after that if there's the motivation to like pursue other endings or whatever. But at a minimum, it's to no longer actively be hunted by anyone or anything. And, like, honestly, I'm feeling pretty okay if we were to go after the Mech Hive ending. I actually don't have it available yet because we haven't gotten enough of the grav cores. We're probably only, like, 1 or 2 grav cores away from that being available, though. Alright. Let's take a look-see. 50, 30, 60. 60 might be our winner. 70 might be our winner. $90. 90's our winner. Alright. We are no longer being actively pursued by the Neanderthals. So that leaves only the Orbital Cartel and the Dosku Alliance as the only one still pursuing us at all. And frankly, with all the gold we have... 1 second. We'll deal with this real fast. Alright, also operations, because you're fully healed up. Add bill, install bionic leg right, install coagulator, install healing enhancer, circadian assistant. And LC, we can't get that all sorted out for you. Alright. So Leafy's gonna try and do these surgeries again to get JD, you know, more bionicked out. Okay. We got bionic leg in there. We got a coagulator in there. A healing enhancer. Gave a quick break from surgery to give him a meal. So now we're going to do some brain surgery as you do. And a circadian assistant, meaning you don't require quite as much sleep. So we have shoved all... oh, wait, I missed one. Health, operations, add, install bionic arm. Very important to eat before brain surgery. Yes. All right. So you're pretty decked out from a perspective of bionics. It's not everything we can do. I mean, it's everything we can do right now. It's not everything we will be able to do. Are you actually scheduled as a crafter? No. So we need to find we have that incomplete... recon armor and unset it so someone else can work on it. One of the dedicated crafters, so take you off of that. Void sculptures, draw animals, that's fine. We're right about to get our research done. What does the bionic tongue do? It mostly lets you have a tongue after someone's ripped yours out. There's a couple that don't really give you much benefit. I believe things like the bionic tongue and the bionic spine don't really help you so much as they replace what's missing. So you can keep doing it. Whereas stuff like bionic eyes are a net improvement versus the regular ones. Alright. So you're not too far from aging up. You're right about to age up, and you're not super far from aging up. Yeah, so now we're going to start going after grav cores. One person needs an RI? They do. Like, right now I'm just going to be working through, like, bionicking out everyone as best we can. Cool, let's have a very poor performance. Because we don't have any of the benefits of the room. But still, it gives people social, all that. And it was a fun one. Okay. I think we're getting ready to get out of here, so let's go ahead and choose to stop sowing. And just harvest if you can. Wildlife. We are knocking down about the last of stuff we can without having to worry about problems. More importantly, I think our ship's basically full. We've sat here with our hunting and all that. And I've currently got about 1,100 packaged meals in here. That we don't have a whole lot to spare outside of that. Next time we land, I need to prioritize getting some healing route going. Alright, so I think the change of plans, instead of going up here for the Vax Stone, we're going to move down this direction towards the Frozen Terraformer, which got us in trouble really badly in our last run. And we're going to move down this way so I can go ahead and get those grav core powers on our ship. And once I can get it where like the ship is fully internally self-sustained, where I don't have to like drop a geothermal and I don't have to turn on and off systems everywhere I'm going, then I can just fly and not have to micro all of our power. I'm basically watching to see when the potatoes start landing out there. Alright, so we got that. We got Archogenetics next, so that's a good one. I don't have a spare grav core, right? Not at the moment. Yeah, so we're just watching for like meat and or potatoes to get dropped out here, or meals. If we see any of those drop out here, then we know we've kind of got all the goodies we're gonna get. Okay, we can also go down here, take all these bits of leather again. Now, we'll leave the cloth alone. It's more cloth than I reasonably should have. We'll put one shuttle engine in there, because I got tons of those. Take all the random clubs and knives and junk that we don't need. Drop those all in here. We'll keep the Hellcat as a backup weapon for in case we get anyone new. Alright. Because that'll also clear up a little bit of shelf space as well. We tell them to cut down those trees so we can get the bioferrite out of them. Because I always forget to do that. It's not a lot of bioferrite. Oh, we've had so little bioferrite. Okay, we're gonna need to leave soon anyways. We've had so little bioferrite. I've had this Hellcat this whole time, and FFX ran over and immediately reloaded it. Incoming mechanoids. There's only one more faction that's hostile to us right now after that. We can load up those clubs and all that. We'll send them to whoever we get the most rep with. It'll be fine. What is our wealth at in this? Oh yeah, almost 300,000. Getting all the raid points now. Let's have you haul the bioferrite back. But we are at least getting a little bit of bioferrite out of the tough spine we got back here. Yeah, so everyone's gonna be regrowing for a while. Imprisoned with an entity. I'm trapped in here with this twisted thing. Oh. I didn't do this one, but that's pretty upsetting. Body purist squeamish. I hate being this unnatural enhancement. So, they're a sanguiphage, and they hate it. So 36, 22, 40... 43, 50. 50 it is, sold. Okay, so where they were pursuing us does drop off. Alright. Doughy-eyed crows. That's fine, get out of here. You had rewards, but they're utterly irrelevant. So we've only got one more faction that is hostile to it. So for Sanguiphage, you can actually remove this. At least I think you can. I believe you can actually go here and start combining nothing, I believe. I think that'll reset you back. I could be wrong. I haven't ever had the desire to actually do that. But effectively, you can make a xenotype of not having anything. I don't know how body purists will react to it, though. Like, if they'll still see it as a change, or if they will, if they'll accept it as, like, not a problem. So have Sentient Cookie pop in there. Because we're hoping for the poor plants, poor animals. Those would be kind of the big wins right now. Elongated fingers can be nice. But yeah, it's these two are the big ones. Incoming orbital cartel in 7 days. Alright, so potatoes are all being thrown into the ground, so as soon as Cookie gets out of there, we're moving. And we're gonna go towards the terraformer. It will probably just go and jump from place to place and not really stop. Growth moment on Randallthor. So you've got Quick Sleeper. We're going to give you Great Memory. I'm allowed to give you 2 other things. We'll go Construction to go with your mining, and Animals, I guess. So you can now Doctor as well. Okay. As soon as Sentient Cookie pops out of there, we're going to move on to our next tile. We basically collected all the potatoes and food and all that junk we can. Don't do that. Sure. So what I'm going to need to do, so that doesn't happen again. Furniture, what do I have spare stone of? Limestone? Furniture, limestone, bookshelf. You run over here and build that real fast. Storage, critical. And haul that book back inside. Great intellectual. Not a trait I'm probably going to use. Alright, that's fine. We move. So we're heading down towards that. Increased pollution, ancient garrison. A long-abandoned military structure may still contain valuable items as well as active security. I don't think I've done an ancient garrison. Sure. I'll bite. What's an ancient garrison like? It's like a garrison, but old. One might even call ancient, in fact. Alright, so we got patches of pollution that we're going to want to avoid. That's probably going to be my most usable one there. That'll do. While they all do that, or we've got more uranium, or I don't really need. We can go for jade. Plasteel. We got some compact plasteel, that's a win. Alright. Cool, no shortage of that. Your desire for futures, they add more uses for uranium? Yeah, no, that'd be good. Because, like, right now, there's, like, a couple of, like, armors that use the uranium as a material, and that's fine. Otherwise, you can use them as, like, weapons, because some of the melee weapons, if you make them out of uranium, are pretty strong. Pretty much after that, it's just make walls out of it. Did you, like, build that last tile? Okay, power's on. So we got 3 days on this map. Let's get people hacking. Let's see, you abandoned the mech hive after hacking one thing and exposing the other. The relentless Mechs assault got you and I had to leave. Yeah, no, that's... I was fortunate that I've never had to abandon the Mech Hive. There's definitely times it's gotten dicey, but I've definitely seen a number of people who I know are extremely capable in the game who did ultimately get forced away from the Mech Hive. The Iranian slug turrets are often overlooked. Yeah, I think a big problem is that most of the turret sentries, those kind of thing, a lot of them are pretty underwhelming. So as a result, people have a tendency to not give him a second look. Another thing to consider is ways you can mitigate the I'm already sticking too far forward. Mitigate the stuff coming through. Alright, so that's the only door going to there. Interesting. So let's have you run over and hack that real fast. Okay, we got an armory over there. I'd like it to hack that turret. But honestly, either's fine. Okay, so plan straightforward. Same as we do with all of our hunter drones. All the range, pack in back here. The pro and the con, JD, of having the fastest legs is you get to be the runner. Or you can say to hell with that and just run up and smash it immediately. Alright, and the rest of you all pack in up here. Orders allow all. Okay. So what did we get in these boxes? We got a bunch of mortars. No named guns or special guns I'm seeing, just a bunch of random guns. That's still not bad. Considering we're only visiting. Turrets blowing can take bits of your ship. And yes, aren't good enough. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, if you're staying strictly in space, I could especially see the benefit to them. Like, in space, you can do all sorts of really cheesy defensive positions, which, cheesy, I say lovingly. So let's just choose a guard that shows up well. So you can sit here and have, like, your road coming in, and you can, like, zigzag it or whatever, but you get the idea. And then you have the platform out here. And then over here on the sides, and you can spread it out more, too. You can go here and have, like, positions for your guns. They probably want to be far so they don't explode on each other. But for, like, melee and all that, they have to run the whole way down, come back around and come back up while they're being peppered at, and then you'd have your people back here. So there's things you could do with them. And yeah, you'd have stuff stop and explode that. Imagine being woken from cryosleep after 100 years and immediately having to throw punches. I mean, all they had to do is not step out into immediate violence. Like, if they pop out and they don't respond violently, I'll let them live and walk away. You know, but they just... They popped out, they were bleary-eyed, and they immediately threw a punch, and then we shot them a whole lot. All they had to do was not throw the punch. Yeah, the big remake on the ship is to install Killbox. Yeah. Like, it's definitely a thing that once your ship gets big enough, you want some kind of defensive position. Like, that's what this is here. It's a very compact defensive position. That basically I can go from this angle and I can fight out this way. Now, granted, ideally what you'd potentially do is you'd go over here and you'd widen this out even more. So, like, it's more of a cone going out there, so you could put more people spread out to shoot at range. But it's, honestly, with the weapons we're using, I probably should do that too. Because I should probably treat it more like just a long-ranged defensive position. Because the idea I was using is before I was using heavy, like a lot of SMGs and all that. So the plan had been more or less like, you shoot at them from this line until they start closing in, and then you reposition off to the sides. So that as they come in here. But with that, I'd probably want to fill in these spots so they don't get cover from the sides. Either way. We're getting to the point where my ship is at a size I don't necessarily want to go bigger. Oh yeah, no, this definitely would be chain shotgun or heavy SMG uniques with like stuff like EMP and that kind of stuff. Because yeah, you get a bunch there. Because that was the last, or the first Odyssey when we did, is I kept finding unique chain shotguns that either do like one extra projectile per burst or faster reload or more damage. And yeah, it was just got around the corner and just cha-cha-cha-cha-cha and they would die. Can you make the ship too big where you can't find a place to land a map? No, so what the game will do is when I tell it I want to land on a tile, it will actually go... So like let's pretend all of this is mountain down here. Just one big mountain. And that's what the whole map looks like. What the ship will what the game will actually do is, let's see. So take it, probably give me an area kind of like this. So the game would actually carve a spot out of the mountain, roughly the size of the ship with like a little extra space around it, just to give you a room to land. That you should always have a place you can land on the map. And it can get weird where you have like what's distinctly was supposed to be like shaped in a certain way and there's just this big cut out of it so that your ship could fit in. Because otherwise the way the game would work is you'd get soft locked because you wouldn't be able to land. And then it wouldn't let you resume the game because there wasn't a place to be, and once you've loaded the tile, you are committed to landing on it. The only place you can get yourself in some kind of trouble with that is when you had the grav anchor. You could make the ship too big, but I think they already resolved it where it just, you know, you can abort it if there's a grav anchor there kind of thing. I don't remember exactly how it works, but with the grav anchor there was concerns there previously. Yeah, so we're just mining and hauling. I'm not bothering to hunt anything. We're just collecting everything we can. Oh, did I make a, Okay. That way, like, I always like to have that, because then that tells me if my storage is full, they start piling stuff out here, and I can just watch for important stuff landing there. Alright, Ronger, thank you so much for the 90 stream streak. I do appreciate that as well. So Leafy Pew is idle. We'll let you help research. And how are you doing? So you're still making all the different bits and bobs. Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh, again, immediately jumped on crafting. And it's not getting done. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to do one of these things. Is I'm going to say recon armor. You have two separate instances where it's there. That way, if one person starts crafting it and then doesn't have the capacity or, like, doesn't have the time to finish it, it doesn't lock it from being worked on more. Ooh, I just noticed a problem we need to deal with. This is the reason I want to get the GravCore power thing, is like, right now I have to resupply either the chem fuel or wood. And I'm honestly at the stage where it probably should be switched to chem fuel, but my intention here is to get rid of that entirely. And then again, start working on moving ourselves over to the GravCore power cells. And then just spread them throughout the ship. Put like a GravCore power cell back here. Put a GravCore power cell, like, honestly, I'd like to tuck them into a closet somewhere. But, like, I could put them, like, here, for example. That very well might be the kind of thing I do, is we wait until, because we grab that, we grab the extra Gravlite panels, and then find somewhere away from our defensive position, just find a wall to tuck a bunch of power sources in or something. Burn up some of our plasteel, just make like a really hardened cabinet for it. Alright. And Cookie just sitting on that 20 crafting, 20 intellectual. At the moment, you have 6 unstable, 2 GravCore, and 1 Vanometric power, and you still need more. One of the first, I think the first run we did with the Victory, it was something ridiculous. Like, I had like 12 unstable power cores in it. And it was just like, you just saw all over the place, like little plasteel box with an unstable power core, little plasteel. And it was like, just over places like that, there'd be like 5 or 6 of them, and then 2 back here. And it's just, it was a little frightening when you'd have like the crash landing and you're like, please don't explode. I don't think they can explode from when you do a crash landing unless it hits like 0 or too low or whatever. But every time they would take damage because of that, you'd be like, please? Please don't blow up inside my ship. Yes, I put a lot of walls around it to mitigate the risk, but I'm also paranoid because unstable power cores go boom. Is Mega Screen TV not worth having on board? I just have to have room for it. If I had room for it, I might consider it. But I don't have room for it. Okay, so a lake with an island. Infested settlement. Let's go to the infested settlement. They'll be plenty much in range. Room and power constant limitations of the shipbuilding? Yeah. Well, that's kind of the big thing about the Grav ship. is early to mid game, your space is really constrained. Once you start getting to mid to late game, because I think it's like 2,000, 2,500 tiles, that's a pretty big base. Ooh, we got an Ancient Danger here too. That'll be good to re-up our Luciferum. Not a terribly positioned one. Honestly, they'll probably do this one just because it's a straight line. Not had to booger through any of the other stuff. Yeah, this will work. So you park right here. You're in turrets, you can basically land a summon and blow it away. Right, the problem is the moment you get a raid, the raid can just walk up and just start destroying them, and then they explode. And you can do stuff like tuck them into closets and all that, so you can like open the doors and whatnot. There's ways to work around it. I just tend not to build them. I've just kind of found historically that's just not a priority, not where I want to put my limited space to. Jade, Plasteel. There's still not enough to be able to have all of your production out. Decentish bedrooms, hydroponics. Well, the stuff like the hydroponics is the stuff that gets you, because hydroponics rooms, to be useful, have to be pretty large. You want at least enough for having like the solar light thing there, so you just gobble up a lot of space. So it kind of, for me, you'll notice like I don't usually put a hydroponics room on there at all. I also, like, right now, the size of the colony, I don't want to go bigger than this by very much. A couple of extra pawns would be fine, but it is a thing that I deliberately do not like taking my colonies over, like, the teens in size. Alright, a bajillion militars. That's fine. Bob, you are kind of stressing me out being right there next to the bear. Yeah, let's... I don't need those components that bad. Get back here. So I just want them to get that done. We'll check the base here. I'll probably deal with this. And honestly, I don't feel like I really even need to deal with the militars. No, they're asleep. I'm not too worried about it. I want to get that geothermal online. Know that you can farm in Space Engineer, doesn't have to do with salvaging stuff? Just good old plants and stuff? Yeah, I know they've added a lot. I haven't gone back to Space Engineers in forever. Space Engineers is one of those games that's in a really weird place where they announced their sequel and released it, but like it was early access the way early access used to be. So it got a very mixed reception. And, you know, and the people, and like people's response like, yeah, but do you remember how rough Space Engineer was when it came out? It's like, right. But it also exists in a world where Space Engineers exists. So why would I buy it? It's kind of the same thing that happened to Kerbal Space Program 2. Is it released kind of in the same type of shape that Kerbal Space Program 1 was when it first dropped. And it's like, we're not talking it's a little buggy, we're talking about like it's a massively missing game and all that. You know, you trust them. They're making a new engine, want people playing the game to guide development. Yeah, no, and that's the whole thing. But that's what I say is it's kind of in a weird place just in the sense of The sequel's out, or like it's working on that, but it's definitely in a worse place than Space Engineers 1 is right now. So like, despite the sequel coming out, like, or being out in early access, is like, which one should you play? The first one? Like, just hands down the first one? The Skyline situation? Well, City Skylines 1 versus City Skylines 2, right when it first dropped, yeah, City Skylines 2 had a lot of problems. We actually played City Skylines 2 on the channel, it wasn't super long ago, a month ago or something. And at this point, I would actually recommend City Skylines 2 or City Skylines 1. Not when it first dropped, though. But so you haven't bought Space Engineer 2 yet. You don't know what your line is to buy. It'll be a race between features of getting a new video card and all that stuff. But so you love Space Engineers. What you don't like is that all the problems it has, they never fix them, and they only put out more and more paid DLC. That's kind of one of those things I ran into, was like, I followed Space Engineers and played tons of it for the longest time, and then I kind of felt like they hit a point where they kind of stopped adding to the game, and then started just making a bunch of cosmetic blocks and all that. And it really just kind of felt not that great. But they're working on both versions, still making those involved, willing to wait for the improvements. Yeah. But, like, that's the thing. For me, it's like Space Engineers 1 and 2 is kind of a weird, awkward place where you're kind of, like, waiting for 2. And 1 is having stuff done, but, like, you're kind of holding your breath for stuff with 2. Let's see. For you, City Skylines 2 was immediately there. City Skylines 1 because the vast majority of the life improvements. Yeah, so, like, City Skylines 2 had tons and tons of, like, quality of life improvements. Like, just hands down from that aspect, it was way better. There was a bunch of stuff that was just baked in that we had to get, like, a ton of different mods that sometimes didn't work and all that stuff. The unfortunate reality was when it came to the simulation side of it, City Skylines 2 was a real big mess when it first came out. Like, there was a lot of stuff in the simulation that was kind of just being cheated, hand-waved, whatever away, and all that stuff. And it had a lot of problems on that end that were taking absolutely forever to get fixed. And eventually, you know, Paradox and Colossal Order parted ways, and then suddenly a lot of them are getting fixed very rapidly. That, like, as much as you can blame Colossal, or you can blame Paradox being like, oh, they must have pushed them to release it early, or whatever, that would explain the state it was released in, or whatever that was. You know, when, like, a year went by, and still so many of the major issues were just there, it's like, okay, but I'm having problems not going, hey, Colossal Order, this has been your baby for a while now. Like, we could accuse the initial release being buggy to Paradox if you got publisher pressure. But there's a certain point where you kind of gotta deliver. You know, like, the delivery side is now kind of pointing that maybe the problem was on your end. And then since they've gotten rid of Colossal Order, as much as I've loved their games of the past, City Skylines 2 has been getting updates pretty quickly since that flipped happened. So it is one of those things to look at, and it's kind of hard not to be like, okay, yeah, I don't know if Colossal Order bit off. Okay, that's alright, so that's a good and a bad find. It's a good find because that means we can potentially find some really cool stuff down there, and I like that. It's a bad find because that means I'm less prone to, okay, let's just grab the goods out of here and leave, which means now where I was going to ignore that problem up there, now I probably want to deal with that problem. But the DLC should say added actual content was the DLC Economy DLC, both 1 and 2 Frostbite DLC, Wasteland. Like I said, I kind of stopped keeping up with Space Engineer 2 when it kept being like one more DLC that added like cosmetic blocks, and another one that added cosmetic blocks. There was eventually a point where I just stopped paying attention. Because as far as I was concerned, they were working on 2, which fair enough. when you're starting to work on the second one, you're just going to kind of have the first one on life support. That's pretty standard. Hey, Sleepy Developer. Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Sleepy Developer? I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good nonsense. But welcome in, raiders. Alright. Doing some Minecraft today. I hope you had a good time with Minecraft. Let's get to the intersection. Have these two continue scouting out the infested area. Alright, so we got some goodies down there. But see, you like purely cosmetic DLCs because you don't have to buy them. I mean, that's fair, but if I'm like, man, I want more content, don't do it. But yeah. So you two can run over here and start slapping that. And the rest of you start shooty banging everything in this room. Got advanced components. Harbinger tree? Yeah, Harbinger tree seed. Yeah, now for me, like I said, I think it's fine to have cosmetic stuff. There's even, like, cosmetic stuff I've gotten in games past. But for me with Space Engineers, none of the cosmetic stuff really interested me. Because I was way more into, like, the building of the ships and doing all that stuff. Not from, like, an aesthetic standpoint or anything like that. So, like, when they started adding blocks that were just like, oh, it's this one but it has a different texture, it's just like, oh, okay. I want to break these because sometimes you'll have in those little gaps, you have, like, one little box or a safe tucked away. I've had it many times. Okay, we got a map to a new location. Then we can clean up this room. Okay, so nothing in here. Alright. So what I'm thinking... let's undraft all of you. And we're going to let yourselves get yourself patched up and all that. And then what we're going to do is once they're patched up, I guess in the meantime, just to keep people busy, we'll go over here. Tell you to plant rice. I don't even care if we get it. We're just telling him to do it. Go over here. Low priority, allow all except human-like corpses, and don't allow rotten. Let's see, basically the Frostbite DLC added Triton, which introduced the weather system. Wasteland DLC produced Pertum, which expanded on Frostbite's DLC weather mechanics. Economy 1 DLC added in-game economy, with Economy 2 expanding the contact, add game engagement, having high risk, high reward automation, and automation DLC with scriptless automation stuff. That's all cool. Building massive building versions in Minecraft. Nice. Cool. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, no, like I said, I haven't kept up with Space Engineers. I played a ton of it back in the day. Like, really a lot of it. But they kind of just didn't get back to it for a long time. So I think what the plan here is going to be is I'm going to poke the Mechanators and then run away. So that way they're all pissed off, they're going to start smashing things, all that kind of stuff. And what the hope will be... There's a second save here that I overlooked. But what the hope is there is we'll aggress them and run off. We're not trying to get them to like come after us completely, like properly committing to it. But if they do, they do. We'll deal with it. But if we can get them aggroed, and then I might pop the corner there and see what we've got hiding in here. And then we can kind of make a judgment call from there. Have you played Europa Universalis? What are your opinions? I have not. It's been one of those games that's been on my my radar to play Europa for a long time. It just hasn't happened. Okay, so you're basically fully healed. Actually keep you out because you can't psychic the drones. Hey Mark, how's it going? Okay. We woke him up. Back off. And now they've leashed. Schedule. Restrict them from home now. With the exception of Sentient Cookie, who we're going to allow out and about. And Sentient Cookie's going to go over here. And you're going to go ahead and take a peek out there. EU5 is a game where you have to commit 50 to 100 hours to actually know more. More complex. Yeah, those are, there's a lot of games like that. That is not what I was hoping to see in there. Alright, Sentient Cookie, if you just come back home... And Randall Thor, I'm going to need you to switch to EMPs. They should do... They who knows where they've gone. EMP. Because they're going to break out of here in not too long. I was hoping for stuff like the splitting anomaly creatures. Because of the splitting anomaly creatures, what would have happened is they would have gone over, and they would have died to the Militars, but they probably would have done a decent amount of damage before they went down. So we're going to let them just bang on that. Okay. Get ready. It's time to fight. Okay, so Cyclops is leading in. So we're not going to do that position. We're going to position over here. I am seeing a very serious flaw in this design. Get that stun? Okay. So everyone pile in here. Don't you dare. Okay. Little kidney hit. So get our 2 melee pawns, position them down here. Grab our ranged pawns, we're gonna duck them out of here real fast. Get him. Support is on the way. Oh, stop ever using those again. That is a big mistake on my part. Yeah, so JD is completely bionicked out for the most part, which does mean the moment I hit him with an EMP, he collapses to the ground because all of his limbs shut off. So I think our days of EMPing are over. Where did your weapon go? There's a machine gun. Oh, there it is. The nerve spiker. Yeah, so you can use the nerve spiker for stuns. But, maybe we don't go and, maybe we don't go and have that happen. Yeah, a lot of your bionics will get screwed around with by that one. My suspicion it was the Circadian Assistant that when we hit with the EMP, it probably knocked him out. Because some are and some aren't, and I never quite keep track of it. Okay, Shard Animal Pulsar. Yeah, so you're all good. Let's grab everyone again. Actually, don't grab everyone. I know you've got a bionic leg. Well, I was hoping for hostile. Alright, so I got the Animal Pulsar and the Soothe Pulsar. So what we're going to do is we're going to take Gallo here. And we're going to set Gallo to be unrestricted. Actually, can I tell you just carry it? I'm going to need you to haul that home. Okay. And we're going to restrict you again. And wouldn't you know, I accidentally hit a button here. And all the wildlife on the map. Where are you going? You know something I don't know? Okay. Change you to the safe zone. And make sure that's set up right. Okay, we're fine. Poor Sam. The whole zoo smells human flesh. Go up after the Meccan. Oh. The whole point was that they'd all go after the militars. But instead, they're all just gonna chill outside here. That's fine. You know what we can do? Foundation soldiers. We got another baby on the way. Put a wall behind the internal door? No, probably not. If I can hit this, I can aggro the militars, and they'll come towards me. And then the animals should meet with the militars. Because that's the plan. They don't seem to mind that I'm, like, just artillerying away at them. Well, it's halfway destroyed. Now, one thing I forgot. If you would stop consistently missing directly behind it. Meanwhile, everyone else is just sleeping, or just fishing. Alright, one more hit should do it. Archogenetics, flat screen television. Okay. I really need you all to engage. grab our people. Let's take advantage of the split attention, force them to fight in multiple fronts. You're gonna have to do the double line thing. So you're gonna be the first line. You're gonna be a second line. You're the stragglers. Okay, you've done your job. Back off. Okay, time for you to move up. Bob's in trouble. Bob's getting chain slowed, which is not what we want. Okay. Go ahead and go here. How are you doing, Bob? Actually, Bob's not in too bad a shape, just lost his shield. So Bob, you start running down here. Okay, you all run down here. JD. I need you to keep running. Keep moving, JD. Alright, reposition again. Okay, Bob's shields is back up. So Bob's gonna step out again to be the lead bait. They're almost to the point where we won't need to worry as much because, as you can see, we've injured a lot of them. They're not moving at speed, fewer targets, or not as spread out of shots. Because it is one plus about having large numbers of militars, is you can kite them. Okay, your shields are back up too. So who took what hits? You took a nasty head hit, and you both took some minor hits. And just like that, it is all sorted. Everyone's unrestricted and has a good day. Make sure I just don't go in there and try recreation. Yeah, to be fair, I misplayed that on the Animal Pulsar. If the mechs had been much closer, the Animal Pulsar would have worked well, but instead that just kind of became where they dumped it on me. Which did mean I ultimately had to waste a bunch of mortars on it, which isn't that big a deal. Mortars are not too costly of a consideration, but still. Did you all get treated, or did they ignore you? Just double checking. Well, one of you got treated, and the other one got ignored. Okay, well, apparently they just... Look, I literally just did a thing like 2 seconds ago, if you don't mind. They're going to prepare. It looks like big numbers, so maybe more militars. Such a troll game. Alright. So 2 batches of militars. Okay, well there's no time to wait. We can deal with a closer group. Because we still got our combat bonus up. Let's try and peel them out. Okay, let's not overstay. That was the mistake we made the last time. Earth, move. Yes, we had militars, but do we have second militars? I know, right? We overstayed? Okay, we got close to... If our range starts getting peppered, they can potentially take a leg hit or a back hit or whatever. Fine hit. And then they won't be able to retreat out. Okay. Back up again. There comes the second group. Alright, second group is dealt with. Let's close in a little bit. Range group, make your firing line so you can get as many guns on them as possible right from the get-go. Alright. Don't go... Oh, you suck. We're backing up the line, because they're going to come from over here. So retreat, let them go and get an angle we can do this. Come on, JD. Come on, JD. Come on, JD. Bob, get their attention. JD fall all the way back. Because that's the danger, is you can get chain slowed by them if you overstay. Alright. Start moving. Okay, you all fall back again. Alright, so thinning out. We're pretty close to being done. Alright. And sorted. Okay. So a nice casual, 116 mil. You suck. So it was 100 and was it 19? Because of the other ones just added? Yeah, 119 militaries. Cool. And the only injury in that one is JD got bruised. Alright, so we got all that crap dealt with. We're gonna give everyone a chance to recover, do all that kind of nonsense. And then when that's all said and done, we've got a hole full of bugs to climb down into. And don't worry about maintaining a healthy fish population. We're not staying. Take them all. Okay. Mostly assault rifles. I've actually got a mix of assault rifles, heavy SMGs, Hellcats, which are all that. So I've actually got a range, but assault rifles tends to be like the bread and butter all-arounder weapon. It's got pretty good range, pretty good damage, pretty good fire rate, pretty good accuracy, while not being amazing at any of those things. But it tends to be, like, if you're just looking for a balanced approach, it tends to be kind of the go-to. For close range, the really, like, the strongest option tends to be the chain shotgun. MP5 is, I mostly use because it's not as long range or as accurate as the assault rifle, but a little bit better fire rate overall. But a lot of times when you're getting unique weapons, I tend to get a lot of heavy SMGs, and so the unique, you know, like the unique versions tend to be good. Like, because I have this one's a unique one, which has incendiary rounds, which mostly just set things on fire, and then I have this one, which has just a bit, you know, bit more fire rate. So pretty underwhelming for unique weapons, but we haven't had too many opportunities to pursue unique weapons in this run. Alright, so Cookie, I'm going to have you deal with that so we get the power back on. Because I didn't get a chance to wall that in or anything before the militars showed up and caused mayhem. No charge rifles? You need research for charge rifles, and we're using random research. Charge rifles can be good. I honestly don't use charge rifles most of my runs. Sometimes I'll score myself a charge lance or two. That can be pretty nice. It's good to have one or two in your group. Their fire rate is pretty atrocious, so they tend to be good for just punching one thing really hard. But charge rifles are fine. They're kind of comparable to assault rifles that, you know, a couple things they do a little bit better and a couple things they do a little bit worse. Okay. So everyone's already healed up. We got a few people still resting. Then we got to go into the gross bug hole. But yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of choices that are completely reasonable for fighting. There are some weapons that are more meme than useful. Like, for example, the minigun. It just has so much spool up time, and if the target you're shooting at dies, it stops firing. So it makes it pretty hard to use meaningfully. You've got all the research, so in theory you could use whatever. What would you recommend for the final hive assault? Generally speaking, I tend to use a lot of assault rifles. But I mean, with a hive assault, you could also potentially do a mix of assault rifles and chain shotguns. But that's what's kind of going with that is there's a lot of viable weapons. Don't use miniguns. As much fun as they are from the meme perspective, the miniguns are, like us saying, they kind of have the problem of they have so much spool up time that even if they do a decent amount of damage once they get going, just with how all of that works, it tends not to be very good. So everyone into the murder hole. Alright, so that'll be good enough. So all of you get against that wall. Be here in just a second. Alright, I didn't want to have to wait for everyone to be out of the way. But I was worried about, like, dropping in and immediately, like, shooting him in the back of the head in accident. Okay. Let's get over here and deal with the bugs we're already aware of. You two go ahead and punch this thing, and you got scratched. How bad? Just a torso bruise. Alright. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna grab people and gonna chuck them in every imaginable direction. And what we're looking for is somewhere down here. We'll get near a wall. And it'll be like, you hear skittering on the other side of the wall. We're looking for that room. I've generally found the loot in these places to be pretty underwhelming most of the time. Not always. Well, that's unfortunate. So, while we did reveal almost the whole place, none of it appears to be close to the Queen. So we're just going to systematically start clearing this place out. You do wish there was some equivalent to Minecraft torches that cost nothing to build, but you can pop them down to give your viewers some light. Yeah. It is, I've actually debated getting, like, a mod to brighten up the underground, because especially when Odyssey very first dropped, there are some things like safes and all that in the dark that it can be near impossible to see. And it was one of those things, it's like, you know, eye strain as a challenge mechanic is not really a great way to go with things. Alright, let's check, see if this is any chittering or the queen. Alright, so they took a mood penalty from seeing a bunch of corpses. Don't go in that room. Could you stop moving? Oh, we made friends. So those all pop into a bunch more. So I want to avoid poking that if we don't have to. Because what? It's 4 mega spiders, 4 locusts, 2 mega scarabs, 2 speedopedes. So I'm going to go into aggro because it's in a rough position. Okay. Guess we have a different colony or something? Mechanically, I believe these are considered pollution infestation, which are hostile to everything, versus the other ones are normal infestation. Okay. But with that, now I don't need to worry about walking through that nest. Which was the concern, is that it would run into problems where someone would path badly. Okay, and you... So minor injuries on the both of you. Man, considering how much this place we've seen, the fact that we haven't gotten the alert about the queen is actually surprising. It's got a pretty good range to it. Okay. in our big, like, hatchery room. Alright. So that gives me... This is probably it down here. Minor break risk. Because everyone's getting super hungry. Really? Oh. Hold up. Back up, back up. Oh, that's not good. Okay, you got downed. We can deal with this. Unnatural healing on you. Cool. So your lung's still gone. But you're good to go again. Let's get out of here. Yeah, so unfortunately where I was cutting corners and I didn't take the time, and so we got just jumped right on top of there. So unfortunately, it did just, like, beeline in us, trying to get the kids behind everybody else, but, you know, we were right on top of it. It's fine. Nobody died. We did lose a lung, and we did get carved up pretty good. I also tried to back off real quick. And the reason I backed off there was my fear was hitting these. But I was hitting these and then spawning a bunch of other junk in here. Because the little ones spit acid. Alright, could you tend to people? Okay. So people are gonna need a minute to heal up. Like I said, we did lose that lung. Was there any other serious injuries or scars we got? I mean, those ones already existed, so they don't count. Yeah, so it's just the lung. So we just basically wait till next time unnatural healing comes up, and we'll have that sorted. All right. And bear with me, Chad. I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. And I'll be right back. Alright. And we're back. Do you think there'll be a DLC come out this year? I mean, obviously we don't know one way or the other. There is a decent chance we could get one this year. If we do, it'd probably be like November, like late October, November, December. Would be the best I could guess. Do I think we'll get one? I don't know. They've been keeping a good cadence recently, so it's a very real possibility. I do think if we do get a new DLC this year, it'll probably be way smaller in scope than the last couple of DLC, just because of how much they put into Odyssey. I'm imagining they wouldn't have like that big of a thing. You feel like they'd announce by now? Usually RimWorld doesn't announce well in advance. Usually RimWorld, you don't hear that the DLC's coming till just a couple weeks before it actually drops. It's not a game where they hype it up for months and months and months and months and months leading up until the DLC. Like, RimWorld is very much one of those games that's like, oh hey, there's a DLC coming out. And then like 2-3 weeks later, you have the DLCs, you know, already there. Could you stop dealing with that and go get treated? Diplomacy with Cab. Jump to the peace talks. Alright. So this is going to delay getting other stuff done. We're going to form a caravan, go over there, add, return. I think usually the only clue is getting an artist for artwork. Yeah. It's like usually you'll just have like the one person. Oh, who do we make our other leading person now? It was them. Oh, it was you. Yeah, usually what'll happen is we'll get like a teaser slightly ahead of the background art. And then you don't hear like anything at all for a while. I should have preached health before we left. It's fine. Almost killed you. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that RimWorld. I wonder if I can even scroll back. I bet you we could scroll back to the Odyssey's release. Yeah, let's see, so... Yeah, so to give you an idea, Odyssey, the very first tease we got of Odyssey, I believe was on the June 11th last year, and then it actually dropped in July. Like, just about 1 month later. They're talking about that. And then for Anomaly, we very first got teased for Anomaly on the 13th of March, the year before. And then on April, not even a month later, it dropped. So whatever their time frame for like dropping it is, you usually only hear about it about 1 month in advance. So let's say it's in October. It means we wouldn't hear about it till September. And if it's, you know, in November, we wouldn't hear about it till October. You get the idea. But, do I think we'll have one? Honestly, it's a 50-50 with me. I don't, like, very much, they've been pretty consistent on releasing the DLC at a pretty good clip, like one a year and all that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see one. But like I said, I would imagine it would probably be a smaller one than like we had with Ideology, Biotech, and all that. Not so small as Royalty, and that's just because of how long I think how much time and effort went into Odyssey. I suspect they didn't have a big backlog to start working on the next one. Because 2027 for the next one? It could be. If it was 2027, I'd expect it to be kind of early. It's also one of those things, because they don't tell us anything in advance, which is not a problem. I'm gonna go ahead and bump you up one on the medicine. Let me guess. Go to bed. No official hints? No. Nope, like I said, we typically don't hear anything at all. Like, even on the content creator side, unless you're, like, in their internal test group, which, you know, NDAs and all that, which I am not, to be clear, and that's not me being like, oh, NDA, can't talk about it. I am not on any internal tests or any on the inside. Because it'd be hard for me with something like RimWorld, where I would get to test and experiment and figure all that out before I played it on stream. That could be tricky, because then it can kind of spoil what I'm going to get to check out with the audience and all that. So yeah. Okay, so you're doing all right. You'd love to have a new planet to go on. I doubt it's going to be a new planet. Just for the nature of the game, I would expect them to expand on the existing planet. When a certain someone disappears for a bit, it's a good sign one is coming, not giving names. Oh, yeah, I can. There's been that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I wouldn't even see, like, what the draw for a new planet. I could definitely see, like, more biomes. That's always cool. Always more biomes is always a nice one. Peace talk successful. Nice. And we are no longer considered hostile. And with that, only the mechs are chasing me. Or maybe more diverse biomes with more mechanics than that, or perhaps iterative planet, natural disasters. Yeah, no, I could definitely see like a lot more done to change the world. But I would rather they continue to expand and change this world than arbitrarily give us another world, where then you now have this world in its current state and the next world would be like nowhere near as much, because again, you're adding a whole extra thing. Yeah, I think regardless of what the actual main mechanics are, I would like to see them expand on the different factions, you know, and you're interacting between them. So it's not just friend, enemy, whatever, but like have a little bit more depth there. I'd like to see, when it comes to like their settlements and all that, to have more things going on there to go with. Like, instead of just you go to them and you can trade or attack them and that's the end of it. Like, maybe be able to go to them and kind of have defense pack where you can move people to their base to operate as defense for them and be paid for it or whatever. You know, basically kind of flesh stuff around that. Just the same, I could see it be the reverse, where you could, you know, you've taken really terrible losses, so you could hire people in for, like, an ongoing cost to keep some of their people stationed at your territory. Yeah, no, it's, that's the ones people have brought up, is, like, all of this is effectively out of play. People have talked about, you know, having some type of, like, underwater whatever going on. I wouldn't be against that. I'd be surprised. Is Lou just entertainment for the dark creature? No, we're trying to get genes out of her. She has super fast healing, and I want super fast healing. So she gets to keep climbing in the machine until we get there. Honestly, I feel like it would fit, RimWorld's aesthetic and all that kind of stuff. About, like, having it where you could have water tile bases, and then, you know, you'd just be trading off, like, maybe coagulate is not what I'm looking for. It's not the worst, but still. Because coagulate's a hemogen power, so I have to have where you can drain hemogen to do that, and... Eek. Well, and Parser said there's space. Well, it's in space, so in atmospheres, it's pressure rated between 0 and 1. But yeah, so I could see them doing, like, where you can make a water colony, and you have to have, like, entirely different dynamic in how we get our resources and all that. But, in addition to that kind of thing, where right now there's not, like there's not traversable water. They just added where enemies can spawn in from under the water, both the anomaly and the mechs. I could see them doing kind of almost giving our enemies the equivalent of grav ships. I could get behind that, so, you know, you'd be sitting there in your, like, flotilla or whatever, and you just have this ship land on the tile next to you or whatever. And then what I was going to say is having a bunch of, you know, when I say Cthulhu, I'm not talking, like, necessarily, like, super nightmare fuel, but nightmare aquatic creatures to deal with. I could see that kind of an anomaly-esque DLC, but it's all scary things that go bump in the dark in the ocean. I would imagine they would keep you on the surface and not be, like, underwater. That said, if they wanted to go for, like, an underwater aquatic DLC, I could be convinced. I think there'd be a lot of pain points I have to sort out, but still, it's fine. Okay, everyone's here. I have not been watching. Are you in the clear? Yes. Alright. So gather around. It's time to climb back in the murder hole. Let's see. Yeah, but in the current mechanics, you have to land on a map, maybe a different type of hull floor. Lets you land in water. You need your RimWorld Valley DLC, farming and relationships. But no, I could see them doing a lot of stuff with the diplomacy side of things. You know, just expand it to not just be, you know, a slider that goes from good to bad. Add a bunch of nuance there. I could even see doing stuff like political marriages where you'd have, like, for example, a faction you got a predisposition towards not liking each other. You could have your, like, political marriage and it give you a predisposition towards liking each other because now you're effectively family or whatever. Granted, that's gonna start getting, like, real cagey on what you can do. But it's also RimWorld, and that's always what they've allowed you to do, is just real weird, cagey things. Alright, just shot it, doesn't seem to care. Okay, that's certainly a decision. I'm actually pretty surprised they didn't hit any of those. Triple rocket launcher. We can put that with our other triple rocket launcher, I guess. Please stop trying to go around that way. You've got a path right here. I don't need you waking up all those bugs if we don't have to. Alright, seems cool. Okay, grab a range team. Muffled chittering. I'm guessing it's that wall down there. Alright. That'd actually be pretty manageable, so we could drop you way back here. Okay, drop back. Go, JD, buddy, please. About to get real violent in here. I just need to step one tile farther up than that one did. Get him. Why are you not shooting it? I like how none of the other ones cared. So we did get splashed with a little bit of acid. No serious injuries. Get in position fast as you can. Okay, and grab all of you. Duck you into the room here real fast. You can open up the box, see if we got anything good. Hey, Bob, thank you so much for the 45 stream streak. I do appreciate it. What do we actually get? Ah. Death serum. Alright, well, honestly, I don't really want to deal with this whole place that badly. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have you pick up the death serum. And we have you pick up the triple rocket launcher. And then we're just going to leave. What's your deal? Oh, you got a pretty bad burn on your leg. Okay, so we're just avoiding that nest, because we've explored a lot of this. And I've just not really had that good of, not good of loot. Like, with the exception of if it's one of the grab core locations. Those ones, obviously, we really want to check them. But these ones I've not had the best loot. The anomaly ones, I've had some pretty solid returns. But this is just to stay for a little while. Okay, a bunch of relations shifted. But the good news is, like I said, they're all currently neutral. Except for the Empire. We got them all sorted. So we're going to be working towards trying to deal with the Mech Hive. Because they're still going to be chasing us, where everyone else is no longer doing so. Disease infection, because of course disease infection. Okay, do that to mitigate the risk of the infection. Alright. Transport pod crash. Psychically sensitive, so I don't actually want this person to stay. I will rescue them, bandage them, and let them go, but I don't want them to stay. I've already got more than enough people. They do bring some goods to us, but I don't need them. All right. So the next jump should take us to the frozen terraformer. And what I'm probably going to do is have our people put on our vac suits before we go, because we're not going to have enough power to run all our heaters and all that. So that'll give me a lot of time before hypothermia becomes a problem for like the handful of people wearing recon armor and that kind of nonsense. Exotic trades, good. Love to see it. So we can trade with the people with exotic trades goods, and then we can drop pod some other stuff over. And how are you doing at making a bunch of random bionics and all that for me? Slow progress, but that's fine. Okay, so let's see. We'll take some Glitter World, because I always want more Glitter World. Yeah, very attractive the Trotter hands. We're not going to be using that one. Mild cellular instability. I'd rather have the extreme cellular instability, but mild's okay in a pinch. We have that quest and that quest. And honestly, it didn't bring me a whole lot else I want. So haul the Glitter World back. Okay, so let's see here. We did have... You're good for 23 days. I am going to go down here. I'd like to get up there to the mercenaries to get ourselves a unique weapon. I think the grab core is probably the bigger one I want. Honestly, with all this... So are you able to walk? Probably. Are you in the clear by chance? Yeah. So I'm probably just going to wait for that infection to clear. So we could jump down here. And I should have enough time to get up here for that once this is done. Because we jump down there, 6 days or so, jump back up. Or are you right about to age up? How long do you age up? Oh, you're aging up for the next day or two. So we're gonna quickly let Palantine age up real fast. And the only reason for that is I don't want to be in the middle of clearing the place and then suddenly they burst out of their clothing when it's minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit. They will die. So just give it a moment for the infection to clear. And then you should be aging up, like, literally in the next day. Yeah, so it'll be in the next day or so. I only noticed that because I clicked on, I saw growth tier 8, and it's like, oh, you're right about to age up. Because when you full send with a growth tier, 7 or 8 is roughly what you can hope to get to before it's done without, like, some cheesy stuff. So the fact that they were already maxed out at 8 when I looked at them meant we were definitely close to finishing. It might also give Naomi here a chance to leave. But we don't want to dilly-dally too long, or we will miss out on the opportunity trying to go for the unique weapon. I have a storage spot here, right? Yeah, we got a storage spot. Wonder why they haven't been moving that over there. And they have been processing a lot of the military corpses. They've gone through about half of them already. Yeah, Ascension Cookies is grinding them up one by one. What we do is drop pod, load the pod, items. Take all these bits of leather. Take the Yayo and the Goju's and the Death Rest Serum. The handful of guns I don't want. Some worn out clothes we can chuck in here. Alright. Kinda hoping she can get up and walk away. Alright, so I'll take just a minute for Palatine to age up. Can you fart in this game? No, why would that be relevant to literally anything? YouTube chat gets weird sometimes, man. I'm grabbing a heal root right thing as well while we're waiting. So just waiting and Palatine. I'm hoping you'll get healed up. Good thing, but alright. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, we're definitely good on food. I've got almost 1,200 packaged meals. And this is again why I don't bother with the freezer. You just don't need it. That is a big ship? Yep. It's gonna get bigger too. We're still not even... We still could be a good like 25% larger or so. 25-30% depending on how you want to do the math. Okay. The power is fluctuating. Why is the power fluctuating? Ah, I see. Don't social fight. Alright, meanwhile, have you get up and grab your gun back. Okay. So let's see, 46, 49. So looks like the 49 is going to be the winner. All right. So it says 6 in-game days, but for kids, time travel goes 4 times as fast, so it's going to be about a day. And then meanwhile, we can use the unnatural healing to replace the lung that got stabbed. And then the next thing we'll be doing after that is, since Palatine right there is right about to become an adult. And no more missing lung. Nice. Okay. Oh no, I wouldn't say YouTube chat's dumb or anything. Just unhinged conversation kind of thing. Still nowhere near as bad as when I was doing some streaming over on the TikTok side. TikTok would ask you all sorts of weird personal questions like, you know I'm not answering that, right? Because that'd be really unsafe to answer those kind of things. Or, you know, the kind of stuff you're like, no, you have no business of knowing that. Like, boundaries, they do not exist kind of stuff. Alright. So we're going to be fast-forwarding this day. Then we're going to have you wake up. Also, you're about to have your kid anytime now, are you? No, you still got a little while left. It's fine. Need to tell you to... Oh, well that's, that's concerning. Yeah, so they're hating each other a lot because the one's trying to have an affair on the other one. I haven't let them actually do anything with it, but they still take the penalty once they become romantically involved. Cool, and we got the bonus for helping the person who landed here. Raid Mech Hive. We might be leaving early depending on what this is. I mean, honestly, that's not the worst. Okay, schedule everyone into the safe zone real fast. Assign. Space melee. Assign. Spacefarer. Change your outfits. Garth, what are you talking about, man? We're getting everyone to change into their vac suits. How many vac suits? Okay, so how many people do we have? We have 14. Okay. Why are you not in a vac suit? Okay, you're starting to... Okay. Has everyone changed? You changed yet? Don't do that there. Take your clothes off in here where we get to keep them. We're going to be leaving very, very soon. They're going to attack. So I'm trying to give our people a chance to change into their vac suits and all that. The thing you gotta remember is this person, Palatine, is not going with us when we start going into the actual terraforming area. Not until he ages up and he gets his clothes on. Because, like, he's a third of a day away from it. Alright, so everyone's geared up. We're going. There's no point in staying when I'm just going to be needing to leave anyways. It's fighting a fight I don't need to fight. Alright. So, Frozen Terraformer. So this one got me into a lot of trouble the last time we played. It was one of the times we almost lost the whole colony. We got down just 1 or 2 people. And that's just because I wasn't prepared for how ridiculously cold it was. I hadn't brought enough wood with me, so I couldn't, like, put down the fires to, like, warm up the inside of the ship or anything like that. Right, Darth, but you're the one bringing it up, and it has nothing to do with anything. I don't care about the military thing. You've heard me many times be like, hey man, I'm not looking for, like, real-life military conversation, that kind of stuff. I tend to specifically and deliberately avoid conversations around, like, military and all that. I don't have problems with the military or anything like that, but, like, it's not a thing I want to discuss. It's not cozy chill time fun or whatever. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do this so that the... thing. But yeah. So broadly speaking, I try to keep the topic of military, again, like real life military, video game military, whatever, unless it's specifically relevant to, like, the game we're playing or whatever. Then then that's fine. That's whatever. So before we go and do anything, we need to get the geothermal online so we get all our heaters up. Oh, 1 second. I need you to build that. And you work on that wire. Because then we can go and start dealing with temperature. Because right now the temperature is effing cold. Like, the other reason I tend to want to avoid military talk is the moment people start talking about military, people start being like, oh, well, you know, insert tank is better than whatever insert tank, whatever gun is better than whatever gun, and it just very rapidly becomes something I just don't want to deal with. A lot of national pride starts to become more of the topic of what's going on than anything relevant to anything. Alright, what I'm actually going to do is try and dig a tunnel through there. Yep, so this tile is deep freeze, so it's going to be just stupid cold on this tile. And it turns into a war of thunders forums where people can't stop themselves from posting classified documents that are proved to write about it. It's people just get way too much pride in it. And it's, you know, sure, you can understand, like, a little bit about it. Mad Caribou. Is it just... okay, so it's a bunch of them. Okay, so heaters I have are not enough to keep that going. Chuck another heater here. Another heater there. Would you get up here, man? You got a plain route to me. Alright, I'll just go to you then. Like, I don't need my defensive position. You're a handful of caribou. You're not something truly dangerous like, you know, a moose. Or just a regular everyday geese or swan. Or emu. We got 3 more. Oh, you're busy throwing up. That's fair. All right. What's gonna happen here is we're gonna have our people start going through there. Sandstone. So make that interior space, which should help warm it up a little. It should also mean if we get like a manhunter pack or something and I'm on this side, I have options. That I could like mine this way. And the reason I'm making it too wide is that way when we go and have multiple people trying to go through there, you can get in there. But somewhere in here... Alright, so you just became an adult. So we will say construction, intellectual, artistic, and extra shooty. Body mod out of those, because we're going to start putting lots of bits and pieces on you, so you're going to get to be more. So I need you to wake up and put on some clothes. Cool. That should have you in the clear. Alright, so let's go to your schedule. You no longer get to have fun. Welcome to adulthood. Where you spend all day working, so that you might one day be able to play a game, but never actually have the time to do it. I say as I quite literally am sitting here playing a game as my job. So, you know, I recognize that, not irony, but that reality. So you say there's a chance. Maybe. Alright, so basically somewhere in here is effectively a base. Bulk trade's good on a deep free tile? You people are bold. Talk to them real fast before they're like, no, it's too cold here. Nutrimine, give it to me, all of it. You can have the coagulate. You can have the flat screen TV. I'll take the tox filtration book, thank you. Those flak pants are getting worn out. That's getting worn out. That's gonna be a bummer. It means I'm gonna put stuff on. I'm not gonna have nearly as much, but it is what it is. There's still a way to make your own Nutrimine, right? Correct. It is a deliberate thing because some of the stuff you can make with Nutrimine is very strong. So they kind of have done that as a way of, like, forcing you to engage with trade. It's also one of the things to punish you if you're like truly a despicable player where, you know, you're cannibalizing and organ harvesting everyone, so everybody hates you. It is a way to add a consequence to playing that way, as it makes it harder for you to acquire stuff like Nutrimine for your like Go Juice and Penioxylin and all that. Yep, they're leaving because dangerous temperatures. Can I get one of you to haul this? It's just sitting inside my defensive position. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, so somewhere in the middle of this is a, like, base or whatever. We need to deal with it. Why? I mean, the room's clean now. One thing we can also do to help here is low-key a trick you can do to make your kitchen have less problems is put down sterile floors in your kitchen. So you got a Persona Hammer which has Kill Sorrow. This weapon, Persona, hates killing. If this weapon kills someone, the sorrow will be transmitted psychically to the wielder, reducing their mood for several days. Ah, so it's terrible. It is a really good weapon at killing things, but it makes you feel really bad if you do it. Oh, Lou, you are living a very hard life right now. They have maxed out Hemogen Craving. They have extreme hypothermia, but they're deathless, so it can't kill them. They've got food poisoning. They're losing all of their fingers. Well, I mean, not their toes are gone, but they're losing all of their fingers and all that. Because frostbite. We now got sensory mech ignites. Can they not just stall that? Just heal that? They can heal a bunch of this. I believe the things like missing ears and I think that will stay gone, if I remember correctly. I haven't done a Sanguiphage run in a long while, so I could be wrong. The last time I did one, it was a fairly brief time I did it. Yeah, so we're just trying to mine in here until we find the ruins, and then once again we'll just carve our way around the ruins so we find a door. And then we'll have to go in there, fight some like regular defenses and all that, and we'll be good. So why would people not just remove Sanguiphage's arms and legs so they can't escape? They do that. That's literally what we've done, is we've removed their legs so they can't escape. So I can just ignore anything happening to them. It's fine. Normally, people make a bunch of random, people into blood bags, and then, for the Sanguiphage. This is just return on an, situation. Oh, good, and she's just throwing up all over herself. Okay, so we got enough heaters that we're keeping the temperature. It's still brisk in here. It's like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 14, 15 degrees Celsius. So it's brisk in there, but not you're gonna die of hypothermia brisk. Cargo pods. Buffalo wool, sure, why not? You know what took Lou's legs? Yes. And the arm. To be fair, it was a bionic arm, and I couldn't make bionic arms at the time. Ooh, that was actually pretty close. So, we found it. Alright, let's get our people together. Oh. Hi, enemy 2 millimeters away from my face. Okay, so we got a hunter drone there, one of the sentries here. We've got a hunter drone here. All right. Back up. They grab all of our ranged. Back up over here. Okay, so we got that done. Got those 2 boxes to deal with. We have nothing worthwhile. Weirdly, that thing's just standing perfectly still there. All this ice also has the benefit of it blocks off for most of these things. Oh, wait. What I was gonna say is, weirdly, all this ice does block line of sight. So it does work out really well for stuff like that explosive back there. Oh, nope, don't go that way. No, go back. Okay, you 2 on that gun. The rest of you all pile in here. You lost a thumb. Run. All of you run. Oh, JD, this is so bad for you. Oh, the door too. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Because that was a mining charge. How did you live? That's not fair. Did everything stop exploding for 2 seconds? Okay. Major break risk on you. Okay, you can get out of here. Oh, your shield belt's down. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. Get back out of here. Alright, so let's get all of you out of here for a second. And then for the human corpses, we'll just go over here. They're all human-like? Okay. So we'll give people a chance to recover. Because everyone's mad because they're getting hungry and all that. So we got the 2 hunter drones here. We got 2 more rooms up here. A couple rooms over there. There's definitely another drone running around. Okay, so medical treatment needed on you. Royal Tribute Collector. Sure. And I see we're doing that thing where people don't get treated. A true classic. Alright, yeah, so we got you here in the tunnel. We did lose a thumb. Not a big deal. We can just use our unnatural healing to deal with that. Or honestly, give you a bionic arm and be done with it. How are we doing at getting our next set of bionics ready? Slow but steady. Because we don't want to stay here super long. Okay. So you're still mad because you're hungry. And your injuries are minor. Alright, so gather everyone up again. So you got hit. Let's have you leave. I don't need everyone involved. Okay. So more than likely, we're probably about done with those robots running around. That's kind of annoying. That's sped up time just in time for that. I'm taking the approach of, I have shield belts, we're just going to use them. Okay, slight change of plan there. Alright, Bob. You just go back here. This is a JD job. Because that's all a bunch of high-yield explosives in that room. So we didn't want it blowing up nearby those and chain reacting. Okay, so with that, all the rest of you run up here. You're gonna shoot the crap out of this thing. We're gonna go orders. Alright, just like that, we've got the whole area cleared out. There's probably another room up here, maybe a room down there. But at the moment, we can't really make it out because there's ice everywhere. So we're going to have them start mining it. Nature running inside the wrecked building. Okay, that's a choice. Well, you're being treated. Love to see it. Yeah, so I basically told them to mine this whole area. Just to see if we can get anything in there. There is a little bit of danger that we could mine and have a hunter drone sitting right there. We should name the settlement. I don't think we should. Why are you asking this? It's cold. I feel like we've really conveyed the message to them. All right. So go here. Oh, it's under power. Put our first of our grav power cores in here. Okay, we know not to bother with this. Actually, weirdly, it looks like there's a pocket right here. Okay, an ancient concrete barrier in the middle of the ice. Why not? Alright. So we're just hacking all the doors, mining our way around. Because I'd expect to actually find a bit more gravelite panels, and we didn't find that many. So there's a possibility that there's a room back here, or maybe some tucked in that corner, that kind of thing. Okay. Oh, hey. Because we turned it off, it's now a normal tile. No longer freezing cold. So with that, let's take just a second, restrict everyone back to the safe zone, and let's change them out of their vac suits and back into normal clothes. Okay, assign, melee, anything. And then schedule, unrestrict you. Alright, so we'll take the medicine you've got. We don't really care about the stuff there. That's all fine. Actually take the reinforced barrel, since we do actually have stuff to use with it. It's not a very encouraging sign when I go to trade and they're like, you have no clothes. That's, not really what I'm hoping for. 3, 4, done. Alright, unnaturally healing is back up, so let's go find the person who's missing their thumb. That'd be FFX. Go have your thumb back. Oh, it healed sensory mechanism. You know what? That's fine. Whatever. We'll get your thumb next time. Your ship has gone slightly bigger. Yep. Now, one downside is apparently we're running out of shirts and all that. So we're trying to, like, frantically replace all the shirts. Meanwhile, ore. That's fine. Plasteel. It's whatever. Okay, that means we could safely say that there's nothing up here. So that means we're on the clear that there's nothing outside this area, so we can stop mining all that. That's what I was afraid of. Keep running. Okay. Yep, so there's one enemy that was tucked in a wall. Could have been worse. It could have been a hunter drone with the person right there and just have it explode in their face with no shield. Did you end up getting some backstone? No, I was heading towards the 2 asteroids up here, then I realized they're over the ocean far enough that I wouldn't be able to reach them. There's just like weirdly this whole side of the planet, there's no asteroids. So I've been like slowly working my way over towards where I can get some more, you know, Vaxstone and all that. I'm mostly curious about this spot. Naked Brutality start? Yep. We've come a long way since Naked Brutality start, but it did start as a Naked Brutality colony. And we're ready to leave? Yeah, we can leave anytime. So do we grab all the goods, though? Oh, we didn't pop that open. We popped the chem fuel open. I don't see any safes or anything like that to worry about. Let them haul that fuel back, and then we're going to get out of here. So, the next destination is I'll probably go east towards this, because then we can get that one to get our stuff there. Who was the original member? The original member did die just yesterday's stream. And they died from Luciferum addiction because we had just gone and walked him like 1 tile away to go do something and come back. And they just had been on the bottom end of their Luciferum and didn't have a spare on their person, even though I had a ton. So I was a little salty about that, but it was like, okay, you know, whatever. Like, now JD is on the Luciferum and is doing that whole bit. Yeah. So this is Naked Heritage, basically. Okay, so they've got all this. There's not really anything for us left on this tile. We grabbed what we came for, which was the grav core and all that, which let us put a grav core power cell on the ship. So if we get a couple of those, I no longer need to plunk down a geothermal everywhere we go. And we do have 54 gravlite panels to spare. So what I'm most likely going to do is probably, honestly, maybe over here, make kind of an area that's like an enclosed space inside the ship for them. Alright, so if we go over here, we've got that one there. I'm not going to go to this one yet. I want to go for the asteroid so we can get our extra engines. We're just going to kind of beeline across here. Medical supplies is a strong consideration. Uranium ore, valley, I can't reach that. All that kind of garbage, a lake. Yeah, so let's go for the hollow medical supplies. We could definitely jump farther than that. That's fine. But as we're leaving, as we're moving around, might as well like grab goodies along the way. Because we also burned through a lot of medical supplies when we got hit like back-to-back malaria again and again. So it'd be good to get a top off on some of that, get a little bit of glitter. Then we'll keep working our way over towards that and the asteroid. So we can get our extra engine so we can jump farther per go. Alright, so it's a fun tile, and I absolutely... No, I absolutely cannot fit my ship anywhere but, like, up front here. Don't you like to check unique weapons? Oh, I forgot about... There was a set of unique weapons that we were going to go for, and I completely forgot about it. Yeah, there was a unique weapon location just above where we were, and the intention had been to go for that as soon as I finished what I was doing. Because, yeah, it was right here. And I'm probably out of range to reach it right now. And unfortunately, I can't back out of the travel now. Well, that sucks. No, I actually really like to go after the unique weapons. That's just me getting distracted by the next thing I want to do that I forgot that I hadn't got, like, I forgot it was even there. And overheated, so we're stuck here for a little extra time. Yeah, we might be able to, even with the overheated engine. So I've got that. Go ahead and hack this. I'll do ore. Okay, jade. Oh, there is some jade on this map. Plasteel. Nope. And a couple spots of that. And then we're good on everything else. Yeah, we don't need to plant anything on this tile, so we'll get that up and running to keep our power going steadily. Put you to low, all, no human-like, no rotten. Make a jade statue. Oh no, we've been using that to keep standings up. We are doing a thing where everyone who's hostile with us chases us, and they all start at negative 100. We only just got that to not be a thing anymore. Okay, so we got flesh shaping. So, aesthetic shaper, aesthetic nose. Do until you have one. Those won't be as big a deal until we get like the stone skin stuff. So you're gonna give me a cryo sleep pod, which can be useful. Relationships are deteriorating all the time. Yeah, all these ones that say minus 1700 or what minus 170, that's their natural disposition to me. So, like, we're natural enemies and they're a conflicting ideology. So they will naturally decline back to that. You know, it'll go down to 100, but it'll naturally decline into that direction. Whereas, like, this one will try and go neutral. But you see, most of them will have a tendency to go hostile with me. So every N amount of time, they go down, like, 12 rep at a time. It's not a lot, but it is the thing when you're trying to juggle, like, 12 different factions that you kind of have to keep almost paying a tithe as you go. Yeah, so we're here for 5 days. My hope is that we can get in here, go through, get the medicine, and do all stuff. Makes everything loves to hunt you down. Right. So right now we're down to just the mechs hunting us down, but it took a while for us to get there. Okay, so meanwhile, I've got 54 tiles. So I think I'm going to do... We got the bedroom here. So this is going to be our power room. And should I be putting it all in the same room? Absolutely not. Am I going to do it anyways? Maybe. Okay, so we're going to grab you, switch to uranium. And we're going to really armor this spot up. And reinstall this in here. Alright, exotic trade's good. Oh, one thing we can do in the meantime, murder all the wildlife. And for the others, harvest everything. And last but not least, deforest the surrounding area. Okay, so give me the glitter. I don't have a lot of that. So kill thirsty and robust digestion. No, thank you. Green, pollution stimulus. Don't care. And honestly, so I gotta give up a little bit for it. So dark vision, mild cell instability, robust, calm. What can I give you to make you... Honestly, I'm not going to use those. Okay, meanwhile, let's check you. So, do I still want anything from you? We could use the poor intellect, poor shooting. So we do actually want those. And then after you, what would I want from you? Poor animals, poor plants would be good ones from you. So I got some negatives to set up before we start getting like ridiculous healing and all that nonsense. I put a fire foam popper in here just as a precaution. So I've got 29 more tiles that we can put to use. Yeah, so I'd need more than that to do anything meaningful. Alright, so you can hack that again. Let's hopefully get in here. So then we can pop down there, grab the goodies, and then we'll be good to try and go back for the unique weapon. Because, yeah, no, I like the unique weapons. The last round, what did we have? Was it a, it was an SMG that it had, like, extra damage, extra burst, and like one other thing. It was just basically, it was just constantly spraying all these extra damage things. Right now I've got one that's incendiary, which is just okay. And I've got one that's got like a little bit of reload. So for unique weapons, they're pretty mild. They're still objectively better than not having those. But as far as like the cool stuff you can get. So we got heavy brow. That's not very exciting. So we'll have Sentient Cookie climb in. Let's see. You got a while till you age up. You're getting very close to aging up. Yeah, you got like 2 days. In 2 days, you'll go up one thing. You won't be an adult yet. And we do have another baby on the way. It's actually been a while since we've had a baby in the colony. Which I'm okay with. Because actually, around this size is about kind of my happy place for the size of my colonies. Alright, so the random research, we've not gotten flak jackets yet, have we? No, so still no flak armor. We've got Recarn armor we're making because we can't make the flak, which feels weird. It's also taking forever to get to happen, but, you know, that's because we're deprioritizing it over all of our bionics. The crazy thing you got is a sniper rifle with 2 range traits. Never knew it could work like this. Final range was like 58, so it outranged every turret. Yeah, we had one like that. I don't think it was our first Odyssey win, but one of our Odyssey wins. And yeah, it was fun, like, oh no, there's this mech cluster over here, and then just picking, like, we had one character who was just sitting there, and we'd have him just pick shots and just damage the base. Ooh, poor plants. That's actually a good one. Alright. So, okay, they don't have the poor plants put in here yet. We'll have to wait. But, it was just kind of one of those things with it where it's like, okay, well, with all this stuff. Serenity's Rifle. High power rounds, which do 30% more damage, 15% armor penetration, improved long range accuracy, as well as improved accuracy at all ranges. And this is a bolt action, is it? And you want it... You would want me to build it and protect it for a long time. So unfortunately, I'm not going to do that, because it's going to take me way too long to get all the stone and then build it. Okay, we've got a raid showing up. Okay, it is all Lancers. That's a freaking nasty raid, man. Okay. I hate everything that's about. The schedule, restrict everyone to the home zone. So the problem is, because we're bionicked out, if I turn to just EMPing them, we will likely just knock down our own person here. They're almost certainly going to go for that there. We also can't harass them coming up. Actually, that's not true. We can harass them. Wait till they get situated. I'd like to get the Cyclops and the Tesseron. The rest I'm not too fussed about. Like, obviously the rest is going to be dangerous. They're Lancers. Alright, that's one down. A bunch injured, so that's not too bad, considering how inaccurate those things tend to be. Another one down, and we did weaken the Tesseron. Not as much as I'd like to, but it is weakened. Alright. It's go time. So I'm going to try this here. We'll see how this works out. I'm not feeling great about it. You need to be moving. Leafy Pew, get the hell out of your bed. Scatter to the side. Leafy Pew did not get the shield up in time. Okay. That could have been really bad there for a moment. Alright, so grab all of you. And honestly, the ones of you that don't fit over here. Okay, shield's about to drop. We're going to reposition. That didn't work nearly as well as I'd hoped it would. Okay, that's a real problem. Oh, you're too far up. JD. JD, please. Okay, you interrupted. That's all I needed. I just need you to step away long enough for it to stop firing. Back off, JD. You did your job. Back off, JD. You did your job. Please, JD. Okay. Yes, we need to adjust this design to not have that flaw. Come on. Come on. Finish it off. Yeah, so I probably need to put the solid corners there. Okay, is that all of them? No, we've got one in the back here. So you two run on that. The rest of you go about your day. And surprisingly, they could have gone after my geothermal. They just chose not to. Alright. So all in all, not the worst. The catch you're running into here is because of the angle, they are able to harass us through this. So what I could actually do with these 29, and I have a way I could potentially clean up this design a little bit. I could widen this area out to give me more ability to shoot up here with two little pockets that go along the sides there, so that our melee pawns can kind of hold here behind cover, and then duck back into the corner spots. So what we could do here is we'll go... I'll figure that out, because this way we can, you know, for stuff running in, we have a lot more surface area to shoot. Okay. Yeah, so enemies won't line of sight before entering the kill box. Yeah, basically I want to widen this so that the defenders here can hit them farther up here. And then we put our melee pawns, again, like ducked in the walls here and doors. That we could then drop through the doors, like fall back to then circle around to this side. But then also potentially give ourselves a little bit more to work with down here. We'll end up having 2 sets of doors here and little side tunnels for our melee to reposition as able. And that'll be like, am I fighting a ranged opponent or a melee opponent? Melee opponent, we'd probably put our melee down here, that kind of thing. You have a question. Thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. Any idea why your pawn is moving 0 with no reason stated? The only medical condition is the initial tox buildup. They're walking super slow, but the medical tab shows 0 for no reason. Okay. They have nothing wrong with them medically, and they can't move. Because obviously stuff like missing legs and all that would contribute. You know, being psychically shocked and knocked unconscious would contribute. But without like a medical reason. Because I can't think of another thing that would cause a pawn to be immobilized that wouldn't at least show up on medical. I mean, they can move, but super slow, but the stats show moving 0. Yeah, that's the thing. Normally, if it says moving 0, they can't move. They're downed. So that's what I'm trying to, like, kind of piece together. It's like, okay, what's going on that they're allowed to move while also not having any movement at all? Because that shouldn't technically be possible. Alright, meanwhile, we're just waiting for people to heal up real fast. Then we're gonna go drop down in there. We've got 2 days, so we have to leave them. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is my immediate thought is it's gotta be a bug. That'd be my first thought. Oh, not there. Okay, so it's time for baby. Yeah, no, like, that, to me, my immediate guess would be a mod. Because sadly, the unfortunate reality is like 99% of, why is this not working the way I expect it to work? The unfortunate reality is 99% of the time it's, oh, it's because you have a mod. It sounds like such a cop-out answer, but it's also the common answer. Did you get a thumb back yet? Not yet, we're waiting on the cooldown. It's not actually been that long since we did the first round, it's just things have been going on. Okay, we can go to structure. Uranium doors here. You found your answer? Oh, you're carrying the baby and it's slowing down? It shouldn't make you go that slowly with the baby, but yeah. Alright, and we got ourselves a healthy baby. So that's good. So let's go ahead and start the naming queue. So if you'd like to be the brand new baby to the colony, showing up pretty far in here at this stage, you gotta do exclamation mark join and you can be the brand new baby. Yeah, so this will at least give me options of how I want to fight, depending on if it's like what type of encounter we're dealing with. You promised to try to not run away this time. Hey, man. Don't make promises you can't keep. Sad wander because you're hungry. Sir, we have 1,100 meals on this ship. Just eat something. Don't get whiny about being hungry. You can literally just eat something. You are allowed to do that. All right. So let me go ahead and draw that name for the baby, and that'll be Snuffalo. Welcome to the colony. All right. We don't know what you'll be doing in your future. Oh, did I not have enough grab plate panels? That's actually a little bit of a bummer. Okay. You didn't get a chance to enter? I mean, a lot of people entered. I don't know what to say. I mean, sorry? I can lift a couple of those panels, so I got enough for this. Nobody sorry, just commenting. Yeah, I mean, I just thought I gave enough time. I know it wasn't a ton of time, but I also don't want to let it sit there, because if we let it sit there, I will forget it was something I was doing. Alright, everyone should be good. Draft, get in the hole, feed. Everyone can feed the baby, except Mom. Just get in the hole, we leave here in a day. The other... Alright, just waiting for... Senshi Cookie can start hacking that door. That's a bunch of glitter world. Alright, so wait there a second. Oh, well, never mind. You go back. You're like, I just had a baby, I'm tired. You know what? That's fair. I'm not loving this. I don't want to blow it up in that room, because if I blow it up in this room, I'll probably take the medicine out with it, which is kind of the whole point. And this is a very tight space that the Hunter Drone could splash over to others very easily. Olé! That's what I like to see. Alright, so with that, start hacking. You two, get down here. Alright. Okay, and we can go ahead and check these two. Okay, so we got wasps. Let's grab everyone that's not sentient cookie and just chuck them in here where we can. We get a map. So when Sentient Cookie finishes with that one, go start hacking the next door. Meanwhile, you two get down here. Everyone that's not Sentient Cookie, go there. And how are you doing? You got a minor bleed. You actually have an okay bleed on your leg. You do have a coagulator in you, though, so that should help. I was a little worried it was going to hit too close and they're going to get caught in it. A bolt-action rifle of pride. This weapon bears the illustration of a triangle surrounded by circles. The triangle structure on the image almost conflicts with its simple design. And it has quick reload, which reduces the time to reload by 20% or whatever. It reduces it by a bunch, and it has reduced damage. So it is a pretty gun that is objectively worse at what you need it to do. Yeah, it's like a BB gun. Fast-firing BB gun. And it's only good quality, yeah. So it's like, it's objectively not a good gun. So finish hacking that. Now switch to this. And then that if it's still available after that point. Give it to child trained through shooting. I mean, usually just have them shoot the normal way. Alright, so go ahead and hack that terminal. Alright. So I'll tend to you while we're waiting real fast. And get that bleed sorted out. Okay, open one of the future blast doors. Alright. So we're down to just like... Honestly, it might be one room here and then another room there. We gotta watch that Cookie doesn't try and bolt into the room being at the shortest past the door. It was. But with that, we've got everything. So orders, allow. We already opened all the boxes. So exit, all of you out. Items, the package meals, the medicine. That is a nice influx of medicine. I will grab the fancy gun because more than likely I'm just going to chuck it at someone and call it a day. Alright, we got it there with 18 hours left until the ship is all adjusted and able to go. And then we can try and make our way over to this, assuming we can get there in time. Because it might be... Yeah, it's 2 jumps, so it'll be a land and immediately take off again. So haul that back. Haul this back. I'm not too fussed if we leave anything else behind. Yep, so as soon as the ship's recharged, we're going to jump. We're not going to do anything on the new tile. We're just going to jump, land, jump again. Unnatural healing's back up. So we can go to that missing thumb yet again. And something went terribly wrong, and instead of having a better thumb, now you've got a tentacle. You're welcome. Okay. And we're having... FFX is now throwing a party, was like, okay, you know, I lost my thumb, I gained a tentacle. You know what? Let's party. I'm going to do the worm, and it's going to be even wilder than you've ever seen. You never knew the worm could be like this. Party's done. Anti-grain might be better. I don't think you can make anti-grain. Anti-grain is one of those things you can only trade for. Are you trying to backseat me with things that aren't available in the base game unless you have mods? You know, mod for mortars? I mean, either way. Alright. So we're going to land here. We'll have about, like, 8 days max before we have to move on if we're going to get the unique weapon. So we're going to go up here. And then next we jump to the Ancient Mercenaries. Yeah, we got just under 9 days. Your main mods are Force, Lightsabers, and Alpha Animals. Yeah, either way, like, anti-grains are only something you get as a quest reward or trade. Or, like, get out of boxes or whatever. Basically, they're not a thing you can craft, is the whole point in vanilla RimWorld. Alright, let's go to Team Geyser. That is perfect. Don't overheat. All right, cool. And we're just going through all the different things we care about ore type wise. And then we're still going steel. So otherwise we'll just go like this, order, Harvest it all. Cut down nearby trees. And get a zone for dropping all that. So get the geothermal built. Otherwise, everything else is fine. And we're now able to make mortars again. In the meantime, let's go ahead and we can open you up. So, grab a bunch of these random bits of leather from the last map. Grab the jade. Those you can still read for goods. We got 2 more worn out helmets to get rid of. And we'll send that whoever we can dump them on. And also, while we're here, wouldn't want the local wildlife to lose their fear of humanity. That could be dangerous for them. Okay, so we got a 3-day wait time, so we should be able to head over there with no real struggle time-wise. And everyone's still regrowing their genes, so that's fine. Cargo pods. Now you can complain about some free synth thread. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I also mentioned it earlier on the stream. So the 17th, we're going to be checking out Lou's Lagoon, a new indie game coming out. 18th, we're going to be checking out the 1.0 release of Big Ambitions. I believe it's the 8th, we're going to be checking out the 1.0 release of Valheim. I've lost track of some of the other ones. There was one that's like on the 18th or 17th. Oh, there was a TCG Card Shop Simulator. I believe has its 1.0 release around that time frame. I want to say September 20th. I think that's when Grave Seasons got its release day moved down up to, or down to, whatever. I believe also that day there is a game that I'm blanking on the name of it off the top of my head, but it's here. Actually, I can look it up real fast because I've got it in the games channel on the stream. Let's see. Oh yeah, Card Park Capital is coming out on the 20th as well, if I'm not mistaken. And that one's, if you've ever seen like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, like that genre game, it's another game by Microprose, that is a tycoon game with like that kind of aesthetic to it, but it's a lot more satire, and the idea is like you're going into like neighborhoods and all that kind of stuff and everything, and then wiping out the neighborhood and putting down parking lots and drive-through restaurants and all that stuff. It's effectively converting everything into being car-centric and all that. Looking forward to Valheim? Yeah, it's been a very long time since I played Valheim. I burned myself out on it when it very first came out by just doing so many playthroughs that I kind of couldn't come back to it and enjoy it. And so I'm kind of looking forward to, after not playing for a very long time, you know, knowing I can actually finish the game now, jumping into it with that. Alright. Oh, that's a transport pod is ready, so let's go ahead and... What neighbor's going to give me the most? So 25... So 25's the winner. Keeping them all maintained. The crust will hit 1.0 in a month or two? Yeah, I haven't... So I played the crust when it first came out in early access. I remember, yeah, I've got like 10 hours on it. I remember vaguely enjoying it, but it was also one of those ones I kind of remember, like, its early access was pretty rough, as I think. Yeah, so, okay, apparently it leaves early access on the 10th. Yeah, no, the recent reviews are very positive, so yeah, that's another one to add on to the list for me to check out. We'll see. I mean, that one's gonna be hard just because Valheim will have only been it will have been like 2 days before that, and I do expect to go and do a bunch in Valheim. And so it's gonna take at least a little while. But yeah, I'd be down to recheck out the crust. I remember liking the premise and the idea of it. I just remembered its early access start was like pretty rough. Do you have a shared server for Valheim? No, I haven't done a lot of the stuff in Valheim in a very long time. I'd rather do it solo first before multiplayering. Generally speaking, I tend not to do a lot of multiplayer. It's not never. Every once in a while to kind of mix things up, I'll do a little multiplayer here and there. But, usually I don't. Now that said, if someone like in the community wants to hop on to like a community server, I wouldn't be against that. I don't have any like special connections with like hosting agencies or anything where I could do it free or super cheap or whatever. It's also entirely possible, you know, that, you know, a content creator we're friends with might have a server and I might hop on the server with them or whatever. Yeah, you set one up a while ago, but the rest of your guild didn't want to play. Yeah, and that's kind of thing. And servers, they're not necessarily expensive. But you're made of money, so you'd be willing to fund it. I mean, like I said, it's not... Basically, I don't want to be involved in having to do the administrative side of things, is the big takeaway here. Because it can be a lot of overhead in that. But, like, if people in the community want to play together, I obviously don't want to get in the way of that either. We'll put another one of those there. But yeah, now if people want to set that up, we can, like, that can be something to chat about in Discord. See who wants to be involved, all that kind of stuff. Because then you'd be, you know, all that kind of thing. You found a really cool server with a funny name, that was like literally zero hassle. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing would be like considering what settings people want to play. You know, do people want to progress together as a group or just kind of do their own thing? Like, that's all stuff that has to be figured out. For me personally, I would most likely just hop on the server and hang out kind of things if that was the case. But I'd also don't want to process, because usually what happens is, like, with Product Zomboid, for example, I hopped on Ultrasaurus's servers, and I probably went on there, like, 4 or 5 times, as I was able to. I'd love to be able to hang out more on a lot of those, but, like, just between streaming and doing all the other stuff, I don't have a lot of game time off then. And a lot of times my game time I'm looking to wind down, and multiplayer Product Zomboid is usually not the greatest for wind down. Alright, we can go ahead and put our Sangophage in there. So, if you wouldn't mind, I would like your super fast healing. This one right here. That guy right there, that's what I want. That's the one right there. Fast runner's acceptable as well. Low sleep is interesting. That could be a fun one. But genuinely, I'd really like that. That is the S tier trait I want out of there. 4 times the recovery speed means you just kind of go back and forth very easily. Most of your fun in Valheim was a slower playthrough. No portals, had max each level before I could advance the next level. Gotcha. Wouldn't you have Deathless? You can't get Deathless. We actually had this conversation literally just yesterday. All these yellow ones, you can't have them. You can only trade to get those. Or I guess technically, because they're Arco type ones. Basically, it's because they're broken powerful. So you can trade to get them. You can trade to get them as a way of acquiring them. You can I don't think... Have I seen them as a quest reward? I can't honestly remember. Usually you trade for them. Bioregeneration. Okay, so that was tox filtration. So we can go on here now. And it's actually over here. So detoxifier kidneys. Do until you have 1. Detoxifier lung. Do until you have 1. Low sleep is not bad. Can recommend using brown sugar if you have sugar in a cup of tea. I mean, I can see brown sugar working for tea. I mean, it's still sweet. All right. So before I forget, it's time to go. Pack it in. We got a unique weapon to acquire. We're going kind of out of our way for it, so it better be a good one. Boom. A mountainous desert tile. I did not check even how many people we're going to have to fight here. But either way, we're going for it. So it's an ancient garrison in a chasm. Wall-to-wall mercies, yeah, it's like 20. Yeah, so here's an example, like, the ship, oh no, yeah, the ship won't fit here, or anywhere around here. So it did give me a space to build my ship. But that is the space to build my ship. Like, I don't have another option. I might be able to, like, change its orientation in this spot. Interestingly enough, it is going to let me build over top of that. Huh. Mechs is surprised it's going to let me build over that. A suspiciously shaped hole? I don't see it, but okay. Sorry, Emu. What is suspicious about this? I swear, everything you make, people are like, "Oh, you've made this perverted thing." It's like, and it's always some like wild stretch to get there. Yeah, no, it's good that they don't. Alright, before we worry about that, let's grab everyone. Yes, we do have a lot of insects on this map we are going to have to worry about. Okay, there's a sentry gun in that door. There's a hunter drone in that door. Got some doors around this side. Because this door is physically blocked. Oh, goody. Bugs. Because what we're trying to do is get an eye on what's in here, so you can come up with how we're approaching it. Because once you've, like, revealed an area... Alright, so there's the one with the unique weapon. It is a heavy hit bolt action rifle, which has high power rounds that do 30% more damage and 15% more armor pen. So sadly, once again, just a bolt action, which like earlier game I'd be excited to get my hands on. Assault rifle, shotgun, chain shotgun. We should probably... I don't think we actually know how many there are. Revolver. And our hunter drone. Alright. I probably should not have left that door open, so what we're going to do is pop the door again. So the thing we're going to do is we're going to go past over here. And with whatever you're saying next, like, if you're about to be like, oh, whatever, negative, the reality is people are actually going through that kind of, crisis. Don't hop onto a random stream and all that and do. Like, and if someone's actually going through crisis or whatever, it's not the place. Can't help you. Like, no matter how much I want, not the place. Alright, let's pop this door, because we're trying to get an angle where I'm not forced to walk into them. Okay. So there's more ancient defenders, and clearly those ancient defenders aren't shooting at them. Okay, this might actually work. Because what I need to do... looks like there's 8 of them, maybe? Oh, you think... I'm sorry. My apologies. I misread that. I thought you said last 5. That's on me. You spent the best $5 of life? You find a good game or something? My apologies. I had just the other day someone did one of those things that, like... They did the faux... Everything is, like, crisis kind of call-out type thing. And it's like, first-time chatter popping into a random stream. It's like, that's not how any of this works. Okay, so let's see. Gonna hit Harry. Alright, we have aggroed them. I didn't think this through on my positioning. Get over here. Get back. Get back. Get back. Friendly fire each other to death. Okay, JD, you are back. Okay, they dropped the shield. Reposition all of you. Go, 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 faster. Oh, we are being flanked. I hate it. You need to be back here, you back here, you over here. It doesn't matter where you go, just go over here somewhere. Oh, come on. I even had, like, the sneaking suspicions, like, he's gonna die, isn't he? Get into the shield. Okay. That shield's probably about to drop. No, Randall Thor, buddy. That is not how you run away. Stop pegging every single shot back to back with that revolver. So that was terrible. So rescue Cookie, how bad are you? Not too bad. Yeah, so we got ourselves out of position again where we kept getting stunned. Well, slowed, not stunned. So JD ultimately just got overwhelmed, despite all of the advantages we gave him. So unfortunately they did die. What I'm gonna try to do... alright. So disassemble that. Well, of course our other construction pawn's the other one that's downed. Alright. You. Finish eating your food. We're going to try and preserve the body. Okay, so don't go into these rooms. They have hunter drones. Those rooms are fine. Don't go into this room. You may go in here. Those are fine. Alright, what do you got? Beautiful slowpoke. Sensitive, night kind. Whatever. So strip. Strip. So we need to get this. We're going to get a sarcophagus. Medical emergency. Get there as fast as you can. I miss that you took a heart hit. Okay, it's good enough. Rescue them. Rescue Cookie. Okay. Leafy Pew needs to be fed. Or the starvation might knock the consciousness too low and they'll die. I know, colonists left unburied. Okay, so we've got some granite, so we'll go ahead and go miscellaneous, sarcophagus, granite, put that in here. You go ahead and do this. And there'll be time for us to change these to not be held open. And structure, those are now going to be... Oh, I don't have auto doors. That's fine. Deconstruct you. Deconstruct you. Temperatures. That counts as obstructing. Alright, we'll deconstruct those. Okay, put you in there. We gotta think about alpha thrombos. I'm assuming we still have people who have not been treated. Oh no, everyone actually does seem to be treated. But you are starving to death. Okay. So I wasn't prepared to make this into a freezer, but we're doing it now. Do I want to make that into the freezer? Because the problem I'm running into here is I want to try and preserve the body. So I got the vents closed. It's going to be really hard to keep this room cold enough, though. Because people are going to be constantly running in and out of it. Okay, don't roof this. Oh, you must have started trying to crawl away. Mechanoid hub, we can worry about that later. You go back to building this. Go grab your assault rifle. On the plus side, that does mean I have no one addicted to Luciferum anymore. On the downside, we did lose one of our, probably our strongest pawn for combat. Got plasteel axe. I will allow it. Go bring that home. Destitute nomads. Okay. They do have a child among them, so they shouldn't turn against it or anything. We're gonna have to take some of these and make them not medical beds for a while. We can go to you. Recreation for all of you. There is a kid in here, so we will go ahead and do that work-wise. We can do all this. I actually don't have them do childcare. That's fine. Oh, good. They're gonna be pissed off because apparently they don't want to hunt animals. So yeah, that's gonna be great. Alright. Does the doorway at the bottom of storage need to be closed to maintain cold? It will. We're still bringing everything online, but yeah, someone does need to walk through there. Yeah, so you see it's struggling really hard to get it to freezing. And that's just because every single person's cutting through this room again and again and again. Normally you want to have a freezer that's got, like, multiple layers of insulated wall. Yeah, it's not going to stay cold enough. Iguana self-tamed. I thought I already queued it not to do that. It's like right on the fence of freezing. And we're going to be putting engines here, so I don't want to put another AC on here. We closed all the vents. Also struck me. Okay. We hit the point where it's truncating names, and usually that's around the time I start to get annoyed with a lot of it. Let's see. Robust, calm, low sleep, heavy brow you can take out of here. Ooh. So ageless, but we'd be delicate and bad crafting. Nah, it's not gonna fly. Precision rifling book I'll take. You've got the tox filtration book. Give me the glitter. And you can have... What could I get you, though? Was an arcade capsule? When you go to use, like, if we look at, where's Lou? When you look at a character like this, where they have this here, these require an arcade capsule to give someone. Okay. Oh, never mind. Re-grab them. My bad. Best now have destroyed a bunch of really good weapons. Yeah, a ton of weapons in there. Got all that opened up. Okay, so grab all of you. Plunk you up here. Oh, I forgot about those. Okay. Because I'm trying to get to the point where we can, like, just let our people wander this without having to worry about them walking into anything that'll hurt them. Okay. Let's see, looked into Kenji 2 with our discussion yesterday. They announced in May that they are switching to Unreal Engine 6. For as long as they've been working on it, switching engines is not small. It can be worthwhile sometimes. It's definitely not likely to mean any expedience. All right. This be real dangerous because they're gonna get shots off. Shoot that one. Close range chain shotgun getting loose needed to not be a thing. Alright, so with this, we could just run amok in here. It's fine. So no serious injuries, that's some good news. Alright, so that's barely hovering in the freezing range. But that does mean if we get a Mech Resurrection Serum, there is a possibility of bringing JD back. Okay, no one needs the unnatural healing right now. Oh, good. Oh. Hey, hey. If you're just gonna leave it for me, I'm not gonna use it because it's got way too much other garbage that comes with it. Oh, and a stone skin gland? Alright. Starvation on Megalo is something you can solve yourself. Alright. And I missed what we even got out of here. Have you ever done a Mechanator start straight to the grav ship? Not really. I actually don't really enjoy the Mechanator gameplay. Like, I've done where I take, like, the little hauling bots and that, whatever. Oh, it's a bunch more mortar's not. But generally speaking, I don't super enjoy Mechanator. Trying to decide which way to go. I mean, you probably want to start Grav Ship then Mechanator, because you'll need to be able to add enough space on your Grav Ship for the stuff needed to support the Mechanator, all like the recharging ports and all that kind of stuff. Didn't I have a television at some point? Oh no, I think it's gonna get... I'm with you on this one. Mechs seem kind of underwhelming. Ghouls, though, they're amazing. Ghouls are interesting. They're a bit of a pain because you have to keep meat, which means it's a whole lot more work. But at least they definitely bring a lot to the table. You did GravShack plus Tech Mechs before? It takes up so much space. Yeah. Mechs can consume quite a bit of your free space. Alright, well... Okay, so you have a poor quality assault rifle, so we're gonna have you upgrade to that. There are no more shelves. No, there's shelves. Oh no, that's there's shelf space. There's a good assault rifle as well. Normal. Okay, go ahead and grab that good assault rifle. Oh, did I not make a generic dumping zone? That explains a bit. Alright, let's let them quickly carry that stuff over, because then we can drop pod it all out. So you go Misk. Now put that here. Because I can tell him to load up the drop pod with all these extra weapons and get some rep, and then we'll move on. Yeah, so definitely like getting a weapon we didn't end up using was not a good exchange for losing a melee pawn, but you never know. I did keep all the equipment on them and everything. Do you have the max size ship colony size in mind? No. We'll keep growing till we do the ending and decide we're done. So I want to make the pod. Alright, so grab all the bits of leather and all that again. That's all fine up there. Grab the yayo. I'm probably not going to use the smoke shells, so I won't worry about those. The EMP shells have the person. We definitely won't use the talk shells, so you can take those. We take the regular television. You can take the map we've already finished using. Take all of these rifles, revolvers, shotguns. We'll keep the one assault rifle. Take the chain shotguns, the LMG. And honestly, we've got both of these bolt actions that are worth a fortune, and they're not good. We're gonna go and use them for rep. Like, early mid-game, those things would be great, but we're not early mid-game. At least solidly mid-game and or end-game. Try and keep the food on that shelf so there's a little less back and forth through this place. You can hopefully keep it below freezing. Alright. So look around us. 17, 23, 35. $35's looking like our winner. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next place, because we don't really care about the stuff here. So we're heading towards asteroids and that. Caves and ruins. Ruins and mixed biomes, ancient launch site, don't really care about any of that, so we're just gonna go as far to the right as we can. Yeah, no, we're going good. We did just take a pretty bad loss on one of our colonists, but it's, you know, it is what it is. Not really good positioning on my part. I was trying to bait them out, and they kept getting into a defensive position, so I kept having to put my melee back in. They got through his shields, and I could have just backed him off the whole way, which is probably what I should have done. But, then got unlucky and got his torso shredded. We got the body tenuously in the freezer. I expect it to just rot and we won't be able to do anything with it, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Yep. I mean, I'd say lessons learned, but it was like a situational thing. New situations will arise. It's fine. It's just annoying because it was a character who really didn't need to die. It wasn't like that bad of a situation. Just misplayed it. Alright, so we got that. Leafy's still there? Yep, Leafy's still here. Glass steel. Compact machinery. And we could actually use steel, so I'll go ahead and put one of the steel things up to be mined. And we will start murdering the local wildlife. Okay. Why? Oh, you're still restricted. I was like, why are you not going outdoors? You should be aging up relatively soon. And you just aged up. Someday that'll leave your repertoire? Yeah. So what we could actually do to make this not as bad. Start taking those shelves apart. And then I'm going to go ahead and make this into another sarcophagus in here and move JD over just so we're not constantly having this go dodgy. There's no way JD will be able to be resurrected. Have you finally found a spot for the TV? No, I sold the TV. It was just a tube TV. Like, for this, to get a TV in here, we're going to have to rearrange everything. We don't need it. We've already got a recreation maxed out and everything, so adding a TV doesn't benefit us in any way. Once you're having a time of your life, you're having the time of your life. Because this will let me leave those doors open as well. I mean, to be fair, I don't really watch any TV at all myself, so... It's pretty easy to have the time of your life without a TV. Not that shows can't be entertaining or anything. Okay, so assign you to JD. Okay. I'm surprised this is fluctuating all the way up to like 20s and all that. Yeah, TV, what is this, like, the 1990s? Come on, man. Who still watches television? I'm teasing. For those not picking up, this is sarcastic. Yeah, so I think I made this room so small it's having weird issues heating-wise where it's, like, fluctuating up and down. As long as it stays thing. Here's the thing we used to do in the late 90s. Yeah. You're upset that you ate meat. That sounds entirely like a you problem. So we're going to have a funeral. And by that I mean Megalo's going to stand in the room entirely by themselves. Kind of sad. Well, it was a good funeral. It's getting too hot. Something about this is causing it to have issues. We would try and move this and flip that. I actually wasn't expecting this to be struggling so hard to keep temperature. Is it properly roofed? It should be. Yeah, it's roofed. I think it's just because it's like literally one or two tiles that's causing the problem. There we go. It's still fluctuating, but now it's way more reasonable. That just means they'll stay on high power forever, because we won't be able to maintain those. There. That means they'll stay way below freezing, we don't have to worry about. Okay, we can leave in 9 hours. Was there an ancient danger? I don't know if I looked for one. That's not an ancient danger, that's just a ruin. Okay. Did you... Oh. We need people to get vegetables now so that they can cook the, cook the baby food real fast. Okay. So we got them all sorted. We're definitely not in range of that yet. But that's fine. We're good here. We're just going to keep on moving on. Because we're trying to get our next grav core and or get our vac stone sorted. Yeah, so we're really close to being able to do that. If we go up here, I could probably actually either anywhere along that right side. Oh, it's weird that's like literally a different pattern. We go along this right side. So ancient garrison with a gas vent. Ancient launch site. Not too fussed. We're just going to jump all the way to the right. And that should mean I can go for the grav core, or I can go for the grav core or the asteroid, depending if I prioritize the grav core or the being able to get the other engines. I honestly really need to get those other engines, because that'll make it so we can go way farther per jump, and it'll make just traveling so much better. But we're on the lookout right now is a mech resurrection serum. There is a chance you can get him out of an ancient danger. It's pretty bad, like 1 in 50 or something like that. I don't remember the exact amount. You can get them from quests if they're offered. It's a pretty hard to come by thing. There's an ancient danger up there, so that's good news. But we're not bothering really to grow anything right now. I've got over 1,000 packaged meals. So food is kind of just good to go. Medicine. We'll eventually need to do the medicine. So while we're waiting for everything to do that, so ore. There's silver ore. Jade. There's no jade. Plasteel. No plasteel. Okay. So we've got that. Steel-wise, we're doing relatively okay. We're gonna need more wood because that's where my chem fuel comes from. Speaking of our chem fuel... Oh, I'm looking in the wrong spot. Never mind, we're fine. I was like, speaking of our chem fuel, I don't see any. Oh, right, it's up here. It's fine. So that gives us our power. And that's what's likely going to ruin the body, is all those, like, little tiny momentary power interruptions, allowing it to slowly get too hot.
Husband.
Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
I was asleep at my computer.
I know, I was gonna offer a snack, and then you were asleep.
Yeah.
So then there was no snack?
No.
Love. Let's see, what's your usual pawn count on mech ending? You find it difficult to finish without like 15, 20. I usually don't let my pawns get like over like 14 or so. I usually try and keep it below that. And also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Also plays RimWorld and all that good stuff. So definitely someone we're checking out and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, genuinely keep in mind with a lot of stuff in this game, the number of pawns you have and your wealth, well, which ultimately leads to raid points, does affect the severity. So just getting more people, if they're not as high quality people, quite often will just make things worse for you, not better. So it is a thing to keep in mind. Let's see, usually finish on max raid points, just need pawns to rotate all the time, because middle of the map needs to be trimmed, yeah. Well, that's the thing, you can definitely win the game with, like, max raid points and all that. It is just kind of one of those things of being aware that just getting the maximum number isn't necessarily a good move. Get you back here. Why? What's going on? I was like, why can't I stand there? All right, we've mopped up pretty well. Do quick. Poor Valerie. Never stood a chance. All right, open that. Careful immune, super... Sorry, careful shooter, super immune, all that. You're high in go juice and overdosing. Arcotech arm. Alright. Install Arcotech arm on the left. Okay, so the hope was that we would get Mech Resurrective Serum. Sadly, that is not the case. Alright, so where's Leafy? Just making sure our best doctor is the one who actually takes the time to do the Architect arm. That's still not a bad find. I'm not unhappy with that. We're gonna want to go over here, zone, dumping stockpile. Okay. So all in all, we're just loading up. How long do I have these people with us? The refugees? Oh, I forgot there's an Alpha Thrombo thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Because I'm not gonna bother trying to tame it this time. I got rid of the sentient catalysts. Psychic Agony, as you do. Please don't leave your gun behind. That's my only complaint about Psychic Agony, is sometimes they're good about grabbing the weapons and all that they drop. They never pick up their food or medicine they drop. And yeah, so just kind of one of those things ends up being really annoying. In that you can easily leave behind important stuff because people getting down by it. It's fine. I actually, especially with the guilty ideology, I actually find it to be not that big a deal. But there's that like little micro you have to do where it's like, oh, did we leave anything behind? All right, so pteropods. So they're willing to give me like all of those things. So it'll be 3 centipedes, a cyclops, 3 militars, a scorcher, a sunblocker, 4 unstable power cores, and a whole bunch of other crap. Now, while I would certainly like those, and it's worth considering, we can see about that. All right, so we can not do that. You extract. So you had your pawn Agony Palace during a noble title ceremony. Looted 4 Neroformers in that event. Interesting. So I learned summon flesh beasts. Haul that recon armor. Don't let that go to waste. Right, and I was in the middle of checking. Oh, while we're here. What I was going to do is check how long the refugees are here for. "11 days. So we do have a big problem with that. And that problem is I'm planning on going up and doing space things. And I'm not giving them vac suits. Like, they're gonna have to figure that crap out on their own. Yeah, the weak melee damage would be great if I could get it from you. Poor cooking would also be a good one to grab. It's a shame they can't, give you that stuff as well. Because would we be in range to reach those space platforms yet? Because if not, it's not a big deal. Thin body, no hair. Don't. I mean, it's fine, whatever. Why were you downed by that? Oh, agony, pain, lingering. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so you can go check your range here. So you are in range to reach the abandoned orbital platform, but non-range for any of the other stuff. So that brings up a curiosity here. So I want to do the abandoned platform, but the refugees just die when they go up there. So that creates a bit of a dilemma. I kind of don't want to wait it out. Yeah, major break risk on all of you, because you ate meat. Restricted the ship, they should be fine. Maybe. We're gonna try it. There is a good chance they might not make it. Alright, everyone else. Everyone get to the ship. Get to the ship. Assignment for my people. Space melee, spacefarer. Let's go. Start switching all of you into your vac suits. And you're still downed while we're waiting. Right, so it's down there. Okay, so just waiting for Cookie to get over their pain, their lingering pain from the agony pulse. And then once that's done, they're going to grab their gun and put on their vac suit. They're honestly getting pretty close to the point they'll be ready to rock and roll. We're gonna let them out of the ship for right now, and they'll go back to work, because we're waiting on Cookie. There's one Cookie to be armed, we're going to a hostile location. Yeah, we'll remove him from the safe room. That's not a... not a bad call. All right. Oh, we weren't able to launch until just now anyways. That's fine. It's 10 days in that. Oh, another thing I should have done a while ago and I completely forgot about. I even have the beacon and everything in place. Put the comms panel right there. It'll end up needing to be moved later, but that'll be good enough for right now. Okay, go equip your assault rifle. And Cookie's in their vac suit. So that is good enough for space. Schedule. Save. And if it's not, then we're gonna have a whole bunch of people freeze to death on the ship, and it'll be tragic. Okay. What's a good story without a little tragedy? This colony's had plenty of tragedy. Not as bad as the last run. The last run was a long series of major tragedies. If I put it exactly like that, we'll have problems. Yeah, so the problem is now my defensive position won't work because of the spacing. There we go. That'll do. Because then I can go in this area. We could use our defensive position. Alright, so some things need to happen. So, turn you off. Turn you off. Turn this off. Leave that on for now. Turn this off. Turn off the chem fuel production. And see how we sit. $170. Toggle that off. Toggle this off. Okay, so let's grab our actual people. Okay, so you got those two here, so we can go up to this point. So grab all of our ranged back here. Spacesuits and all that, and then the rocket knives. Okay, so this will be a better place to fight from, so duck down into this corner. We got a sealed container here. Children, move. I didn't think that through. Orbital debris. That's fine for right now. Get on him. Get over there. Okay. All right. Get up here real fast. Stop the fire from getting worse. Okay, so I have all those grav light panels to grab. That's some good news. We can go order. We'll allow all those. Worry about that later. So now I can grab all of our ranged people. It looks like only one of them took a hit. How bad? It's just a bruise. That's because they had you run in and take a hit to the face kind of thing. Gear. You have an EMP launcher. Nothing else worth mentioning. A Hellcat rifle and some drugs will strip you. Also probably want to strip all the bodies anyways. And actually, in this case, I'll make the dumping stockpile over here. Yeah, honestly, it looks like I should probably just tell them to strip all the bodies regardless. Okay. Maybe I'll grab all our ranged people. And see if I can bait this thing into coming down here to get wrecked. Okay, you saw me. There you go, buddy. Alright, so we can run you to the other side. This is convenient, so we can have... It's getting really hard for me to recognize people because of their names being shortened. I look forward to the refugees not being here. Alright. So basically, everyone who isn't Mgallo prioritize hacking those. If you got that disabled, run up here and take out the other so that people wander through this hallway don't get peppered. Alright, so we got that all sorted. We got one trap up here to deal with still. Okay, you need support. Alright. And get everyone back. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Okay, and meanwhile, if that's where we're gonna leave all of the good stuff, we're gonna clear this, and then the human bodies can go in there. And strip all the human bodies for stuff. Oh, Earth Rush buddy, I hope you didn't just kill yourself. Help is on the way. Keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. You're fine. Okay, that's fine. I did not expect you to go up there, which I should have, because that's up there. Let's see. We've already got a fire foam popper there, and there, and there. I mean, honestly, we're pretty good on fire foam poppers at this point. Major break risk on you, because your friend died and you observed lots of corpses. And you're just not having a good day. Your coffee wasn't warm. It was, like, lukewarm. You got an Egg McMuffin. It was more soggy than cooked. The tag of your shirt was a little bit itchier than you anticipated. Really, really a cursed day. Mechanoid relay, that's fine. Oh, we can also open those and get the goodies. Why do I feel like this was a thing that could be bad? A fuel optimizer, alright. That's certainly not bad. I don't know where the heck I'm putting it. Clear. Fuel, optimizer, and critical. I'll have to make space for it. Oh, actually, you know what? I could put it. For right now, just shove it right in here. We'll definitely not want it there long term, but short term, that's fine. Okay, so you'll get over the corpses soon. Your body frustrated and all that. Inspired recruitment. I do wonder if you're in space when the nomads thing times out, what they do. Turn off both the stoves. Don't social fight each other. I need you not beating the crap out of for this. Well, at least it looks like the social fight went pretty heavily in our favor. Okay, we can grab you. You can start hacking that. And you can start hacking that as well. There's a hunter drone right in that corner, right on the door. We'll let Mgallo get out of the way. That's fine. So, sentry reprogrammed. The other one's disabled, so it's just the wasps in the corner. Okay, so we're running out of places that need to be checked. Okay, so just got that room there, and then actually clearing the things there. There's probably nothing left for you to hack here, but we'll do it anyways. My people need me, float into space. Well, that was a curiosity. It's like, alright, is it just going to be a thing like that? Alright, so what's going to happen is you get here. Everyone else but Mgallo go up there. And we'll send Bob out ahead to draw the wasp while everyone else just throws fire. Because both the turrets in this room are already sorted. That's even better. Alright. And that is the whole place sorted. Schedule, you're all unrestricted. Orders, allow all. Strip any bodies you see. Deconstruct all the hydroponics. Deconstruct all the lamps. Let's see here. Pop open the scrap boxes. Pop over the advanced component boxes. Where are my saves? Nope. Let's just bring it all aboard the ship. And then meanwhile, build a copy of that. to increase our power on the ship as much as we can. Ooh, we'll go ahead and claim this. Yeah, so as you can see, we're leaving all the tainted stuff all over the place in here. Okay. Do not allow bio-coded apparel or weapons. There's a distress signal, not really worried about that. And you're getting really upset about handling all the corpses. It is a difficult life. Alright. So with this, we have a significant power surplus. So you turn on a bunch of these benches now. We still have 1,000-something power left. Okay, that'll put us just over 1,000 power consumed there. Oh, you know what? Just never mind. Deconstruct it. It's fine. Yeah, so you can wake up, they'll bring a bunch of the components back, and that's fine. Oh, yeah, okay, so burning the worn out apparel. I was like, where are you taking it? I didn't expect them to be able to burn a recon helmet that was worn out. Fire regeneration, precision rifling. Yeah, people are grabbing all of this and hauling it. Alright. Give him some travel time. I guess I don't really care about the components. Is there any other materials we do care about? We got some Hellcats and all that. We probably shouldn't leave that behind. It's fine. Until we start seeing things I actually want land here, we'll just let it slide. Oh, no, they're starting to drop actual good things there. Okay, I guess that's... Oh, I have to wait for the engine to cool down anyways. Alright, so at 12 in-game hours, we jump again, and we can go over to the asteroid then to get our Vac Stone. And then with our Vac Stone, we'll be able to actually use that, you know, more engines to get around faster. So I guess in the meantime, we're just grabbing every last thing not bolted down here that's worth anything. Okay. This is something we could do to get rid of some stuff, so let's Chuck the leather. Chuck the drugs. Rest, that's all fine. Oh, there's a side trainer here somewhere that I didn't see. Bunch of weapons we probably won't use, because now I've got better versions of them. Alright. A mostly destroyed flak vest. Ignore all that. Okay. The side trainer skip. Might as well use it. Or like just letting it sit there. Yeah, so we're really close to having it where I can keep the whole ship powered up. It's like flickering just a little, and I don't have many systems turned off. Alright, so we are able to jump again. My plan is to basically load this thing up, get it launched, and then we should stop seeing stuff be brought aboard the ship. And then it'll be good to go to the next destination. Because I will need enough capacity to handle it. I'm sure that exudes all sorts of confidence to all the people without spacesuits on the ship, that you're just sitting on the ship and the lights keep flickering on and off all around you. That it's clear that the power infrastructure on the ship is literally at its extreme max, that it just cannot handle more. 20, 17, 21... 21 it is. Alright, doesn't look like there's anything else other than steel they're bringing aboard. Hey, Sui, thank you so much for the raid over on the YouTube side. I do appreciate that. Oh, we can't go to an asteroid. There's none in range. So you got gold, compact machinery, jade. I guess we will drop down this way. Alright, let's get greedy. Let's just immediately drop down to a mechanoid relay. Alright. Yeah, so thank you so much for that host over on the YouTube side. I really do appreciate it a whole heck of a lot. If I get a mod who can do a shout out for Sui, I'd much appreciate it. If not, I'll get it once we're landed and things are sorted here. Quest expires in 23. Yeah, I was going to accept that before. Oh, I wonder what would have happened if I accept that on the platform. I wish I would have remembered. Oh, wait. Okay. RimWorld Hourglass for a second is like, oh, don't do that. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can pop over here. Okay, so unlike the last couple times, these ones are all bunched together, so there's a very good chance they will chain pull to each other. Which is definitely not my favorite. Alright, so we got 6 Lancers, 7 Scythers, a Scorcher, and like 2 Militars. So the Lancers are the concern here because they're kind of off on their own. So what we're going to want to do is try to aggro them down to us and then take care of them then. Because that'll pull the Scythers into our defensive position where we can actually do something about it. Right. So schedule, everyone's restricted to the safe zone. Let's not get too comfy. Yeah, because my concern... We'll take our chance with it. My concern here is that when I aggro this one, they're all going to aggro. So I'm going to hit this, and if anything wakes up that isn't a Scyther, we run. Like, just around the ship to avoid having people get in trouble. In fact, I'm even going to take it a step farther. The actual defensive line is going to be back here. And you have an architect leg. Okay, it only aggroed the ones we wanted. That's perfect. They're not taking nearly enough damage. No kids on the edge? Alright, no kids on the edge. That's at least some good news. Ooh. Nasty head cut. Alright, get back aboard the ship. That is one done. So that's good news. If they're not going to daisy chain to each other, that makes my life much easier. Because then what I can do is I can run our melee pawn in the middle of them here and focus fire that one. And that'll be good. And then that'll just leave the one Scyther here. Or sorry, two Scythers there. So yeah, so we should be able to handle that a bit. Alright, flak armor, finally. Oh, also, while you're aboard the ship again, assignments, actual melee, anything. We get everyone changed back over to the proper outfits. Meanwhile, we'll let Sentient Cookie out. Okay, because once we get those cleared, we can start letting people around. There's one group of insects over here, so what we could do is change the zone. Alright. Well, that's fine. Okay. So I'll get our power back online. And then with that, we could turn on everything. Granted, there wasn't much I had left turned off. Yeah, the fuel optimizer one thing. You have a weird recreation hour stuck in someone's sleep schedule? Oh, yep. There you go. And thank you for the 390 stream streak, Draconic. I do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot and all that good stuff. Alright, so you're going to be recovering for a minute. Alright, so bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break anyways, and I need to quickly use the restroom. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back. Oh, right. Let me go ahead and get that shout out for Sui. Thank you for the reminder. Sui? For those that don't know, Sui, a fellow member of the Hellscape Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on, plays a lot of product Zomboid, has done RimWorld, has done a lot of similar games to what we do. Definitely a good time over there. Twitch, like streaming on both YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff. But I gotta use the restroom real fast, so I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. We're gonna get this all sorted, get ourselves more power on board the ship and all that, and I'll be back in a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. All right, and we are back. So there we go. Yep, so we got our stuff here. Yeah, so I'm hoping it won't chain over. Like I said, if it doesn't chain over, we're going to have our melee pawn stand right here. I'll bring him over here, have him go after that one. So they should all go together. We'll have our range just Death Star that Lancer into the dirt. And then we can mop up. That's the plan, which means I'm going to go run up here. They're going to scatter in all directions, and then simultaneously 3 of them will shoot and brain 3 people. Because this is RimWorld, and there is no joy. There is only pain, suffering. It's all take and no give. No, I'm teasing. It's not that bad. It can be a downright troll sometimes, but it's not that bad. Are you only now getting bandaged? I wonder if any of these refugees would be people I consider having joined. I mean, honestly, I might take that Starjack if they offered. The Starjack I'd definitely consider. The rest of them are pretty awful. And there has to be a death every 2 colonists gain. That's the rule. Yeah. Alright. Let's rally them all over here. This is going to be a little dangerous. I mean, it's going to be a lot dangerous, let's be honest with ourselves. Alright. Run up here. All of you, that target. Don't let shoot. Don't let shoot. It missed, thankfully. Reposition so you don't friendly fire a whole bunch. Meanwhile, Bob is just like, I can take him. You haven't seen these nerds before. Now, last one's going to be a little bit trickier because we got the 2 Scythers that'll be a potential threat at short range, and then we got the 2 Lancers as a long range threat. We do have EMPs I could drop in on this, and honestly, this wouldn't be a bad choice to, except that Bob is going to just have to be ready to run interference, and have someone on the EMPs. So let's get Randall Thor on the EMPs, I think. Not the EMP launcher. Screw the EMP launcher. The EMP launcher has a much, much smaller radius. Are you about to, like, age up any second? No. Okay. Okay, so a bunch of minor hits, that's fine. What could I combine if we got there? So, if we were to go to Bob, we would want Robust. Oh, I really only have Robust? Because, I mean, we could do, like, Robust, Dead Calm, or whatever. Like, Robust is certainly not bad. I could take Mild Cellular Instability to go with it, but I'd rather hold out for the super fast healing, and then start going through everyone with that. As soon as I kill that last group, we'll be good. Alright, so I think the plan is to run up, drop the EMP here. Whoever misses, that's Bob's job. Meanwhile, the range are going to take care of that Scorcher before it can just, run rampant. But this is going to be potentially messy if the EMP is very poorly placed. So, just need to let you know, Randall Thor, the survival of your family and friends all depends on you nailing this throw perfectly. But it's good. You've got yourself, your whole future ahead of you. However long or short it might be. Guarding Oppie. I mean, I'll probably do it for the goodwill. We'll just wait until the mechs are done. Okay, so you're basically at full. Okay, so There's not an amazing place to fight from cover here that I'm in grenade range. This is definitely going to be one of those ones of just point blank to point blank. You know, may it go true. So you're going to be off the side, ready to react to whatever needs doing. Oh, this is a dangerous one. Let's see where it's going to land. Oh, would you look at it? It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. You should be proud of yourself. I think you're going to get all but one of them in that. Oh, that, yeah. Well, just a little friendly fire. Solid perfection of a throw there. I don't remember what gun you had, but it's all... Oh, there it is, the nerve spiker. Alright, people can be allowed to leave the area and all that. So that's good. So let's start hacking these. We can leave in 1 day. So yeah, we'll have plenty of time for that. So order, allow all this. I'm not going to worry about most of the rest of this. Go ahead and start murdering all of the local wildlife. And actually, for that matter, grab all of you. Deal with the one nearby dangerous animal. Okay. We're going to hack all these so we can knock down the mechanoid relay. And we'll be solidly good to go. And with that, we will be chucking another power core in there. Apparently, according to... Oh, right. We don't have all the heaters running because it's hot. Okay. I was going to say, apparently I have enough power without the geothermal, but that's with us not running all the heaters and the air stuff. So that would imply what's going to happen here is as soon as we get this core, I could drop in that last one, and our power should be handled. And also, we are still dependent on the wood generator, so we would be able to hopefully get rid of that. Alright, flak. So the flak is now a thing we can do. So what we are going to do is go to this bench and say, where are you at? Not the flak helmet. Black pants. Do until you have, we'll deal with that in a minute. Black vest. Black jacket. And we currently have 14 colonists. So I'm actually going to tell them to just go ahead and make 14 of these. Details that are at least at 80%. Count equipped. And then I just did that purely so that we had multiple going. That way if one gets started and not finished, we're good. Alright, so formal shirt. Yep, JD was making that, so I gotta cancel that. JD was making this, so I gotta cancel this. You should not be making that. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Okay. Is Stench on crafting? Oh, Stench must have snuck in right at the beginning and done it. Alright, so we have aggressive plus that. Slow study plus blue skin, we don't need. Thin body plus no hair, we don't need. The rest of those are all fine. Precision rifling, you can go ahead and take that. You can take the incinerator, the EMP launcher. We've got some vac suits that are pretty worn out for the kids. A vac helmet that's pretty much gone. Alright, so we got Ancient Warriors. Does you'd always have a lance or a pikemer get instant shot off before the EMP stun them? Yeah, well that's the reason I tried to have the EMP open it up. But yeah, well that sucks. But yeah, and that's the reason I was joking that it's like I would go for it and just get immediately insta-gibbed by a bunch of them. Because that'd be my luck with this stuff. Oh, zone. I forgot to add... low, no rotten, or human-like. Because yeah, no... almost always if a lance or a pikeman gets free, someone gets an organ blown out that kills them. It's pretty frustrating. Okay. And just make sure we don't have an ancient danger that I've overlooked. Nope, that's fine. Give Tone to put another one in there. Yeah, that high psychic drone is pretty appalling. Yes, we got 2 more of these to hack, then this collapses, then we get our goodies, and we leave. Yeah, by the time it's done, we'll be able to leave. I'm sitting at about 800 meals. The refugees should be getting out of here soon. About 4 days. That's still longer than I thought. Not gonna worry about that. I'm gonna clear these off my list. Alright. So the other good news, I actually have a lot more grav panels now. I am gonna end up needing another bedroom. Have I harvested organs in RimWorld ever? Yes. Certainly. Have I done any of this run? No. Generally speaking, I don't tend to go like, you know, the whole full war crime, all that garbage. It's one of those things that, like, it loses its novelty, and then when it loses its novelty, it's kind of like, eh. Oh, you know what? Cancel all those. I am gonna build it out, but we'll put the rooms on this side. Because I can put the space up here to use for something else. Meanwhile, how goes our anomaly research? We were pretty close to being able to get chronophagy, which is one of the things we're holding out for. Yeah, extreme break risk just sitting on you because that high psychic drone. Okay. Because, yeah, one of the things we could do is we could make an actual proper dedicated ideology room, which would get some of the junk out of here. Okay, well, we are ready to travel whenever we need to. Both of them are at extreme break risk. There's nothing I can do between the high psychic drone and the fact that they're vegetarians and they joined a colony that all of our meals we have, period, are... They're not vegetarian friendly. It's just the reality of it. We make packaged meals, and all of our packaged meals are a combination of meat and vegetable for nutritional reasons. So they joined, and then they're like, save us. Murderous rage. You want to kill... Ha ha. Go for it, buddy. Don't you cut his head off. Don't you cut his head off. Okay, so that's concerning. Actually, with them as a prisoner... Okay, so they're still considered a refugee or whatever. So the person got forced into death rest, and that's what I figured was going to back off. But it looks like they're like one hit point away from popping their head off, which will kill even people with, like, Deathless. If you lose your head, Deathless still kills you. We need that high psychic drone to piss off already. Like, even our people who are generally, like, incredibly happy are just barely keeping from going into mood breaks and all that. Alright. So let's see here. We actually do need to stop and get some herbal medicine some point soon. Oh, I forgot we got this thing. Sure. It's the one that keeps you from aging, but it comes with some real negative stuff, and you can't separate them out. So I just need to get a different instance of the one with the not aging. Yeah, 2.5 days. Not gonna worry about the Alpha Thrombo. I'm busy with other things, like getting the unique weapon next. Alright, so it's waiting on that. Because, yeah, I think I'll put, like, 2 more bedrooms over here. I think I'm going to put a ritual room up here. And then we'll put an ideology room back there as my next expansion. Conversion. Nice. Strange signal, sure, why not? Okay. Biofairy weaponry. That's not bad, not what I was wanting, but not bad. Alright, relay crash. Let's run everyone up here. Okay, and there's more gravelite panels and all that. So once we get that all loaded up on the ship, we leave. Okay. Alright, so it's going to prepare for a while. Schedule everyone stay in the safe area. Schedule, we will tell you you're fine. Grab it and bring it back. Schedule will tell Sentient Cookie they're fine. Grab it and we'll bring it back. That's perfect. So they're all going there. Because we're going to leave anyways. So just grab those gravelite panels. I was leaving right when that dropped anyways, so we got all our goodies. It's time to go. That's definitely something I could fight. The 3 centipedes and all that, I could shut that down with the EMPs pretty well, so we could pop the shield, do a bunch of damage on whatever comes in first. You know, then, you know, switch over to the EMPs, all that stuff. But there's no point in putting anyone at risk if I don't have to, so we're going to go ahead and jump over here for another unique weapon opportunity, where we could definitely lose someone to just regular old people. If we're lucky, pretty soon we'll be able to get some, say if we're pretty lucky, we'll be able to get some Vaxstone already. Okay, so this one, I believe it said there's going to be like 9 people this time. Alright, so we really can't move much. So there's a lot of stone on here. I don't see an ancient danger, but I haven't looked carefully. Thruster breakdown. We can go here and go. Alright, so you got an SMG. So there's the unique weapon, which is on a tough pawn. Minty's Grave War Rifle. Extended barrel for extra range. Heavy rounds for extra damage and stopping power. But cumbersome, so slightly worse aim time. That's definitely usable. And meanwhile, looking at this, it does say we have the tiniest bit of spare power. I think things haven't come online yet. Oh, you haven't built that other thing. Alright. So, there's supposed to be 8 of them in there. And for this tile, it's been a long while since we've done it. We are going to tell them to grow stuff, so we'll have heal root back here. We're getting kind of low. A bunch of potatoes. How goes the cloth? The cloth is doing relatively okay, so I'll go ahead and I'll put down some. Put down just a little bit of dye. And a bunch more potatoes. Yeah, so it looks like they're packing some pretty solid heat. Not a big surprise at this stage in the game. A lot of assault rifles, heavy machine guns, that kind of stuff. Why are you not building that? You should have what you need to build that. The grav core got on, right? Yeah, the grav core got on. It's in storage. So why can I not click on that? There we go. That's not what I meant to build. Deconstruct it. The good news is it reliably gives you your grav core back. Yeah, that one I can't seem to right-click on it for some reason. Oh, it's the advanced components. Yeah, it's the advanced components. I just need to make more. Alright. So the downside is that building has... a bunch of things that we want. Alright, so let's get over here. Yeah, so we've got... there's supposed to be 8 of them. Almost all of them are packing decent weapons. The refugees are going to be expected to pull their weight here. So what I'd like to do is just get a peek where we can see where they're moving around in there to watch to make sure we don't get outflanked. So there's no doors on this side. There's only doors on this side and this side. That does give me some advantages. Because then I can keep from being, you know, surrounded from multiple sides. Yeah, so it seems like they're mostly centering around this room. Okay, so this room seems to only connect through there, so we might not even have to worry about anywhere but going down this way and then straight through. So we could definitely have like a choke point here. Yeah, so it'd be these doors here they could get through, and that door. But this is a one-way in and out, unless there's another door here, but it doesn't look like there is. There is. Well, this is concerning. Hey, Jumper, be cool, man. Alright, so they do have ways to get along this whole side. Lots of cover back there. Once they get up here, most of the cover's gone. We could try to draw them up by this water, so they have to come across the water at us. The catch is we gotta aggro them first. Okay, you did your job. So all of you, back up here. Cool. That's not what I wanted to see. These stones are screwing me. Alright. So let's grab all of our ranged people. Gonna run them over this way. You're here as well. Oh, Leafy Pew, I'm so sorry. Keep running. Of course they hit Senji Cookie with the very first hit. Senji Cookie being a wimp getting downed immediately. Of course they would. Why? Why would they hit anybody else, ever? Who are you aiming at? You're aiming at Bob. I'm so tired of you, like, nailing every one of your shots. Yeah, so you're down there. So how are we doing? We've got 5 of them up still. We haven't lost anyone. We've been peppered pretty badly. Ooh, your shield went down instantly. Go, 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 go. Get behind cover. Okay, you go there. Come on, you've got the hits. Get it done. Okay, well, no one's dead yet. So how bad are we hurt? So Senji Cookie didn't get hurt that bad. They're a wimp. They just went down. You are in really bad shape. So Leafy Pew and that you are in bad shape. So let's have... Okay, that's not great. You go here. You go there. Orders. Allow all. Go ahead and rescue. Go ahead and rescue. Okay, we're tending to everyone. Can you die of anger? No. It's gotta be stuff like blood loss, pain, consciousness, stuff like that. Meanwhile, I will need the geothermal one last time. Okay, so we've got the hunter drones in there. Otherwise, the rest is okay for now. There would be dead pawns everywhere, yeah. So we're tending to everyone we can as fast as we can. A lot of injuries happened. The important one is Leafy Pew did make it, and Leafy Pew does have unnatural healing. No, I'm sorry, Leafy Pew is not the one I mean, Leafy Pew did make it, that's important too. ER made it, and they have unnatural healing. So for people who've lost, like, noses and arms and toes and all that, we can slowly, little by little, put them back together. Fine. I just need to stop all the bleeding. Entity escape. You know, they say pick your moment. I can't say it didn't pick well. Yeah, but it's dead, so I've lost my source of bioferrite. Starvation on you, so someone needs to feed you. Someone is feeding you, that's the important thing. Would you calm down for 2 seconds? Okay, meanwhile, preach health on you. So I can make sure we lock that in to get you through that infection. No, I forgot JD was our primary construction person. So we'll get Lunarium back on construction. Oh, we can also go over here. Clear and allow human-like corpses. Okay. Yeah, the big thing of why we had so much trouble there is just the fact that I don't really have much armor. Like, we've got a couple people running around with recon and stuff I've stolen, but we only just got flak armor available, and I've made like 2 pieces. Major break risk on our guests. For some reason, they're really upset about something. Can't quite put my finger on it. Okay, so you're back up. So you grab the unique assault rifle. It's fine. You got like a 40% lead, so it's whatever. Hey, look, some medical beds opened up. Okay, no permanent injury, no permanent injury, you're fine. You lost a lung. You were already injured, so nothing new there. And you lost a nose. Alright, so what we're going to end up needing to do is I am going to need to send a caravan over to the Psychic Suppressor. And so we could do with that. Murderous Rage on Leafy Pew. If you hurt Leafy Pew, I will murder you. There, we intercepted them. Randall Thor became an adult. We're gonna give you a level in shooting. Ooh, okay. That is a lot of good stuff. So I got Iron Will, which means very unlikely to have a break. Hard Worker, which makes them work 20% faster. Kind, which means they're less likely to insult people and are generally going to make people happy. Nimble, which means they're less likely to get hit. I feel like for this one, having Great Memory, Quick Sleeper, Hard Worker, this person is just like, oh, and you didn't get a passion in crafting? It's fine, you can be a cook. I was going to say, this would be like the perfect pawn to have like as a crafter, not perfect, but a really good pawn for having as a crafter, where they don't need to sleep as much and all that. It's fine. All of this is good. So with that, we're going to go to your schedule. You no longer get to have an open schedule, not having to worry about anything. Randall Thor. I've currently got you as the person who can mine, which is fair. Gotcha. Alright. It's all good, you always gotta do what you gotta do. Sleep is overrated? Yep. Not really, sleep is good. Refugees leaving. They're thanking us. They won't forget what we've done, they say, shaking their fists at the clouds. Oh, right, this one. I'll take the Goodwill. I missed that they were prisoners. Makes that slightly more complicated. Well, fortunately, a prison just opened up. Okay. One lucky prisoner gets the deluxe suite. Yeah. The other two get to be put near containment of whatever demonic things we find. And then the other one gets, you know, genuinely a luxurious bedroom. Alright, we can reform the ideology. Let's go ahead and we can look at that. So reform, next. We could add small alt or whatever. I'm gonna avoid that. Because we could do human primacy as one. That would give us a production specialist, which could be very helpful. I'm gonna do it. Alright. So the production specialist addition is our one change. I'm gonna remove that requirement. Alright. So we got a production specialist. So with that, Sentient Cookie here has been basically our dedicated crafter. So congratulations, you get to finally have a title. You are now our production specialist, so you can produce stuff even faster. And how's Mandible doing? You've gotten over your infection, so that's good news. Neat. So now if we look at Sentient Cookie, a lot of the other stuff that Sentient Cookie was doing just got disabled. But, you know, they are ridiculously well set up to do stuff there, as demonstrated by instantly making Masterwork flak pants. Disease plague on Taze. Are you sickly? Yes, you are. How is your manipulation? Your manipulation pretty bad. Yeah, you go for it. Okay, so before I forget, we need to deal with that. So I'm going to have Lunarium and Cyanide go caravan over here. Lunarium and Cyanide. Head on over. Do I want Bob to head over as well? No. Those two are going to make their way over there to deal with the Psychic Suppressor. Exotic Trades Good ship is going by. Have a conversation with them real quick. Healthier Negotiator. Do you have Plague? No, you are missing a lung and psychically suppressed. So another good social is Randall who is psychically suppressed. Earthrush? You get to do it. Alright, so let's see what we got here. We get the Nutrimine. Oh, I would like that Nutrimine. We'll see what actually happens. We got Skin Hardening. We got a bunch of genes that are good here. We don't care about any of that stuff. Wall Raise. Starship Structures. Here, man. You can have like 300. Will that help? Okay, look, so they got a lot of stuff we want. Even though this is the first stream that you managed to catch, you're going to make the educated guess that the Meat Those Meals is Longport. Did you get it wrong? No, we do not. We don't typically do cannibalism in our runs. It's not a never thing, but where the game has like a reputation for, you know, everyone doing like cannibalism and war crimes, the whole war crime simulator there. Generally, the game tends to be a lot more interesting and more fun if you aren't just leaning in on the war crimes kind of thing. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a novelty to it, but it quickly goes away. Alright. So I just grabbed a giant mountain of Nutrimine so we can make Penioxylin. Because Penioxylin stuff like plague and malaria and all that, I just don't have to worry about. Okay, so Megalo is missing a lung, so let's get that sorted. Get your lung back there, buddy. Legendary work. Sentient Cookie has created legendary flak pants. And you got your lung back. That's good news. Oh, you're having to cry. Did I send... Okay. Split. Actually, just go back. I sent someone who was psychically suppressed, so they were going at half speed. Honestly, I think the better one is we just leave. Strange signal, we'll save that. Alright. That's fine. It seems like this might have been a fuel depot. Okay, so I'm just having Bob here run around, checking everything out. So, link you together, storage, clear all. Okay, so we can hack that to see if there's anything in space we want. And then we'll probably leave. Because I wasn't going to sit here and do a grow zone. Masterwork Black Pants. I mean, making Cookie Production Specialist was definitely the right call. We're just getting like one set of like Masterwork and Legendary and Masterwork and Legendary after the other for our equipment. Caravan got back. We still got people healing up. Yeah, Production Specialist is very silly. Yeah, no, it's good. Masterwork Black Pants. I don't know why you showed up on the tile drafted, but okay. That's certainly a choice you can make. Alright. That might be in range. So we might finally be able to get our better engines and all that. Okay, so I don't see a reason to stay here. We didn't pull up anything better there. So let's make sure they bring all this junk in, so... Oh, right, Cookie will now no longer haul because they're a production specialist. So I want to get all this indoors. This is what we're using to make Nutramine. Or not Nutramine, to make Penioxylin, so that we can effectively make ourselves immune to some of the more dangerous diseases. But yeah, so we get away from the Psychic Suppressor, which will help a lot. Did you have to leave one? Okay, so with that, let's get the heck out of here. I still got like 700 meals. 1 second. Everyone into the safe area and switch to your vac suits. Okay, and assign. Melee. Alright, so get everyone in their vac suits. We're going to hit the asteroid that's going to have plasteel. And we're going to mostly, like, the plasteel will be fine, whatever. We're mostly going there because we need the vac zone to make our other engines. A bounty for Abby. A pilot sub-persona core. I would like that, but let's wait until we got everything else going. So is everyone in their armor from the looks of it? It does look like it. So with that, let's get the heck out of here. You are the tiniest bit out of range. Increased pollution, toxic lakes, drug stockpile. I'm not that worried about the drugs. We can go up here to the highway. That's arid shrubland. Can we get one that's got some plant? Ah, grassland's even worse. Arid shrubland's fine. Okay. Because then we can get this plasteel asteroid, and that'll give me my vac stone, which will let me more than double my jump or my travel range. So it'll no longer be like so beholden where I have to like kind of baby hop everywhere. But getting masterwork and legendary armor and all that's going to be really good for us. I'm pretty sure I won't need... I'm pretty sure I won't need the geothermal very long. Oh, wait, can't put it there. Okay. So we can get all that sorted. I get a bunch of these power things on. Now we can do over here is the stockpile there. Can go low, plow all, no rotten, no human-like. I doubt we're gonna get it, but we'll tell them to do the rice. Wipe out anything on the map. Ooh, so we got a bunch of silver ore. Even more silver ore. Got more than enough uranium. We're gonna leave that alone. We're gonna go jade. Plasteel. Compact machinery. And we're good on steel. And meanwhile, we do have an ancient danger on the left side there. So I really need our people to actually pull everything up. We can also go here and say harvest everything in the map. And then chop down some trees. What are you doing? Recoloring apparel. Okay, so we're working on the geothermal. That's what I want to make sure. Alright. It's going to be wrapping up pretty soon, but I'd like to get this established where I'm not trying to remember what the heck I'm doing the next time. Yep, so you already got the power cable. You're in the middle of getting the geothermal itself built. Oh, mine that one tile. There. Wait, you also do construction? Oh, so you do. I forgot about that. Well, in that case, then you could do an Linarium or whatever can mine. Alright, so we got that established. That's perfect timing. Because before everything comes up, let's go down here, deal with our ancient danger. Because we're lucky we get a Mech Resurrection Serum, we might be able to bring JD back. Honestly, not that bad. All things considered, that's not that bad. So we probably do want to engage him at close range. Come on. I see you watching me, Lancer. Come on. Bob, stop being on fire. Ooh, don't do that, please. Oh, that is not what you want. Alright, well, no one died. You took 2 tags, which is scary enough. You lost an eye. That's surprising to no one. So, Randall Thor, you get out of here. Oh. Oh, I hate that room. Get clear, Cookie. Get clear. Come on, every time. I should not have used Cookie there. Please, for the love of everything. Okay, all of you, scatter over this way. Bob, get over here. Make them come to us. Okay. So immediate crisis resolved. That was not the way I wanted that to go, but it's fine. We did make it through, and that's the important part. Are you going to be getting back up? Probably, actually. Kind, great memory. No intellectual, really good at plants. Kidnap that person. Oh, hey. So you capture that person. You. Where's the cookie? Rescue the cookie. Yeah, so Cookie's the one who has that fire foam pack, but unfortunately can't use it. Earth Rush. If you try and put out these fires real fast. Okay. So did we hit the jackpot? You know what? It's not the jackpot. It is certainly a jackpot. Strip. Orders allow. And they're also going to want to go here. Zone. Dumping stockpile. Outback. Storage low. Clear. Human corpses. Why are so many running around? Yeah, that flamethrower did a number to us. The incinerator's pretty awful to deal with. Cool, so we can now research cataphract armor. Yeah, I'm paying attention. What's a jackpot you're after? A mech resurrection serum. We did lose one of our main... We did lose our other main melee pawn that would take the time to biotech out and everything. Thank you for doing that in the hospital while everyone was in there. It's much appreciated. I was like, I don't think you are resting. I think they're literally bugged in place because of that. Okay, I don't see anyone who's bleeding really badly. I also don't trust it at all. Yeah, no, sometimes you get lucky and you'll get them early. Sometimes, like most time, you won't. Major break risk on you because you were ravenously hungry. Then eat. What are you doing? Why are you running all the way down there for medicine? Because we're out. Prisoner, convert, strip. Alright, with that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time we wrap up. So overall, I would say today has been mostly a strong success. We did ultimately, with everything going on, we have gotten our colony increased a good couple colonist size. A lot of the kids grew up. We've only got one kid that's still a kid, and then we got another baby. We did lose a pawn. So kind of like up 4 pawns, down 1 pawn. We've got the point where our ship is almost fully internally powered, has fuel optimizer and everything. The ship grew a whole bunch as well. We are starting to get our biotech stuff together where we got a bunch of genes we're starting to collect and all that. So things are looking pretty good. As a reminder, we will be checking out Luz Lagoon on the 17th or 27th. On the 27th. The 28th, we're going to be checking out the 1.0 of Big Ambitions. We got Valheim 1.0 coming out we'll be checking out. We have TCG Card Shop Simulators 1.0 coming out. Whenever a No Man's Sky Cosmos comes out, we're going to be checking that out. The whole point is a whole crap load of stuff's going in. The good news is about with this run where it's at now, is I can continue to build up and expand the run or if we're like, oh, I need to wrap up for like the next game, we're at a point where I could pursue the ending pretty much any time. So that said, I'm not going to beeline straight for it, but I've been very happy with this run so far. Even with all the melee getting murdered constantly that's been going on, which part of that's I've been too aggressive with them. So with that said, if you've enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find a way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe, but I do appreciate all of the support and all that, so thank you so much. And for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and find someone for us to raid.